There's a picture on the wall of a man I almost know. He's standing there beside me from a summer long ago. They say I took that picture, that smile was once my own. But I swear I've never seen that place or call that life my home. The clock keeps moving forward, but my mind drifts back again. Every memory turns to smoke and fades into the end. I walked into the kitchen and the woman knew my name. She touched me like she loved me, but I couldn't feel the same. Her eyes were full of history, mine were empty as the rain. She said we spent our lives here, but the walls felt strange again. There were footsteps in the hallway of children fully grown. They wrapped their arms around me like I should have known. They showed me faded photographs, birthdays, Christmas trees, a lifetime I can't remember that doesn't belong to me. I've been here before, or so everybody says, but every door I open leads somewhere I've never been. Yesterday is disappearing, tomorrow has no name. Still what it seems. If these are all my memories, why don't they belong to me? On the radio, a song they say I knew. I listen like a stranger hearing something I once knew. They say I used to sing it with the windows open wide, driving down a highway with my family by my side. But the road feels unfamiliar and the melody feels new. How can something I once loved disappear without a clue? I hear voices in the distance talking softly about me, describing who I used to be, like a man I'll never be. I've been here before, or so everybody says, but every door I open leads somewhere I've never been. Yesterday is disappearing, tomorrow has no name, and everything familiar feels brand new again. Am I waking, am I dreaming? Is the world still what it seems? If these are all my memories, why don't they belong to me? Sometimes shadows feel like people. Sometimes people fade away. Sometimes voices sound like warnings from a light Television speaks in silence, the curtains seem to breathe, and faces in the window are watching over me. I hear footsteps in the ceiling, whispers through the floor. I ask them who is calling, but nobody's at the door. Someone says you are safe here. Safe. Where is here? And why do you still call me Dad? Disappearing, tomorrow has no name, and everything familiar feels brand new again. Am I waking? Am I dreaming? Is the world still what it seems? If these are all my memories, why don't they belong to me? There's music on the radio, a song they say I knew. I listen like a stranger, hearing something I once knew. They say I used to sing it with the windows open wide, driving down a highway with my family by my side. But the road feels unfamiliar and the melody feels new. How can something I once loved disappear without a clue? I hear voices in the distance talking softly about me, describing who I used to be, like a man I'll never be. I've been here before, or so everybody says, but The sea is angry. The fog is closing in. Someone is missing, but something doesn't add up. Cuts through the gray. A rocky island blocks the way. A storm rolls over the endless sea, and every answer hides where you cannot see. A badge on a coat, a partner at his side, a case that should be simple, but secrets never lie. Locked doors and empty rooms, a name that won't stay still. Every step toward the truth pulls him deeper up the hill. Who's telling the truth? Who's changing the past? If you find what you're looking for, will the answers last? There's a lighthouse in the distance, but the road won't let you through. Every face becomes a question. Every memory feels untrue. The storm keeps getting closer. The walls begin to shift, and the biggest mystery may be the one you can't admit. A vanished patient leaves a trail. A locked ward hides behind the veil. Rain beats hard against the glass, while fragments of another life keep coming back too fast. A cigarette burns down, a photograph appears. Someone whispers something that sounds familiar in his ears. The island holds its secrets, the ocean holds the rest, and every clue he follows leads him closer to himself. What if the case isn't the case? What if the enemy isn't outside? What if the door was never locked? There's a lighthouse in the distance, and the truth is drawing near. But sometimes what you remember isn't what you fear. The storm finally breaks, the last illusion falls, and suddenly the greatest mystery was hidden all One island, one investigation, one impossible truth. Can you guess the movie?
Two sides.
One city. Everybody's watching somebody, but nobody knows who to trust.
Southside streets where the sirens sing. A badge can't hide what a shadow brings. One man climbs where the criminals stand. Another wears blue with a secret plan. Phones keep ringing, names disappear. Every conversation carries fear. One wrong word, one misplaced call, and suddenly somebody's watching it all. Who knows the truth? Who knows the lie? Who wears the colors but lives on the other side? There's a rat in the room, but nobody knows who. Everybody's got a secret and a reason to hide it too. Cops chase criminals, criminals chase the cops. One tiny leak and everything stops. A voice on the phone gives orders in the dark. A hidden identity leaves another mark. A city divided by loyalty and fear, while two strangers get closer with every passing year. A photograph, a message, a number left behind. One piece of evidence can change somebody's mind. Trust becomes a weapon, and truth becomes a threat. The closer they get to the answer, the harder it is to forget. One infiltrator, one informer, two identities, zero room for mistakes. Who is wearing the badge? Who is playing both sides? Who has been hiding right there in plain sight? Boston streets are closing in, the game is almost done. When everyone is hunting someone, who can you trust? One city, two sides, too many secrets. Guess the movie. Guess the movie. Guess the movie. Guess the movie.
Two sides.
One city. Everybody's watching somebody, but nobody knows who to trust.
Southside streets where the sirens sing. A badge can't hide what a shadow brings. One man climbs where the criminals stand. Another wears blue with a secret plan. Phones keep ringing, names disappear. Every conversation carries fear. One wrong word, one misplaced call, and suddenly somebody's watching it all. Who knows the truth? Who knows the lie? Who wears the colors but lives on the other side? There's a rat in the room, but nobody knows who. Everybody's got a secret and a reason to hide it too. Cops chase criminals, criminals chase the cops. One tiny leak and everything stops. A voice on the phone gives orders in the dark. A hidden identity leaves another mark. A city divided by loyalty and fear, while two strangers get closer with every passing year. A photograph, a message, a number left behind. One piece of evidence can change somebody's mind. Trust becomes a weapon, and truth becomes a threat. The closer they get to the answer, the harder it is to forget. One infiltrator, one informer, two identities, zero room for mistakes. Who is wearing the badge? Who is playing both sides? Who has been hiding right there in plain sight? Boston streets are closing in, the game is almost done. When everyone is hunting someone, who can you trust? One city, two sides, too many secrets. Guess the movie. Guess the movie. Guess the movie. Guess the movie.
Two sides.
One city. Everybody's watching somebody, but nobody knows who to trust.
Southside streets where the sirens sing. A badge can't hide what a shadow brings. One man climbs where the criminals stand. Another wears.
Good morning, folks. It's your boy. It's me, Mr. Wee. How's everybody doing this morning? Another day in a late courtroom. It's quite all right. Quite all right. They'll be here when they get here. I'm sure the courtroom is filling up as we speak. So everybody think about a suspect on the run for what happened out in Tucson with the unaliving of the 23-year-old officer and the other lady shot. They have suspects now. Good in Virginia. Okay. Awesome. Awesome. That is fantastic news. I know Jim is west of you in West Virginia. He likes to say that. How do you do that, my friend? Mm-hmm. Sorry, y'all. I'm just working on a couple of things here in the background. Dun, 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 While we wait, once again, for the court. And they were getting their grass cut over there. So, throw us on another song and wait and see what happens. Thank you, everyone, for being here, though. Hopefully, we'll get started pretty soon. Hey, good morning, Tyson. I'm going to go check that email right now. Maybe we can have something better than elevator music. That was terrible. Everybody be back to sleep. We're going to have some music coming up from Tyson, everybody. We baller. Nice. Just going to get that queued up. See what we got going on here. Shouldn't take very long. as it uploads right quick like. It is on its way, I promise y'all. Put him back to sleep too, dude. I was like, whoa. But I was concentrating on something else. Didn't even realize how terrible it was in the background until I saw your message, Tyson. I was like, whoa, this music. It was just your standard what's in StreamYard. Night driving is what it says. So they got quite a few of those. Daydreaming, night driving, into space, dance pop, feeding the ducks. Makes you wonder what that's all about. Let's turn it up to 10, y'all. And then I'll make sure that this is not a frozen screen because they don't have anything scrolling across the bottom, but I'm sure that it's not.
Yeah.
This is called We Ballin'. Right here from Tyson.
We investigate.
Fat Reddill, the one and only.
Wayne on the live. Whole crew checked
Go.
in.
Let's go,
We ain't gotta
baby.
hear about it tomorrow. We watching it happen tonight or in the early morning. Turn that up. Wanna see the story while it's going down. Wayne got the live with his boots on the ground. Courtroom running, whole chat locked in. We investigate. Let the watch along begin. Real time cases. We ain't waiting on the news. Everybody in the chat got a different point of view. From the courtroom feed to the streets outside. Wayne got the crew and we along for the ride. Wayne hit live, here come the notification. Another long night with we investigation. Could be at the courthouse, could be out on location. Could be watching testimony with the whole congregation. No polished TV with a commercial every minute. If something happens live, everybody right there in the courtroom on screen. Wayne letting that thing breathe, chat catching details while we watching witnesses speak. The unique angel sliding like, what's up, Dad? Whole chat knows that's Wayne's little angel in the chat. Family in the building, now the room feels right, but somebody better tell Wayne. We might be here all night because a 10-minute update turns 3 hours deep. Some of y'all got work, but ain't nobody gonna sleep. Wayne says, one more thing. Yeah, we've heard that before. Next thing, the damn sun coming through the door. You see the story while it's going down. Wayne got the live with his boots on the ground. Courtroom running, whole chat locked in. We investigate. Let the watch along begin. Real time cases. We ain't waiting on the news. Everybody in the chat got a different point of view. From the courtroom feed to the streets outside. Wayne got the crew and we along for the ride. Angel Eyes got the wrench, keeping watch on the side. True warrior checking chat when the comments get wild. Faradow's name in blue comes in and provides the grooves. Mine's holding down the room while Wayne stacking watch hours and miles. Pretty little clues came through. What's good? Rhythm and clues in the house like you knew we would. Army vet checking in, Misty came through. Graham in the building, doggy fresh there too. That's the part outsiders probably never understand. It ain't only Wayne talking with a camera in his hand. His names you start knowing, personalities you learn. Somebody misses 2 names. Yeah, when they coming back, I'm concerned. Check got jokes while the courtroom takes 5. Then the judge comes back and the whole room goes quiet. 1 second, everybody laughing, emojis getting tossed. Next second, testimony hits and the joking turns off. From the chat to the court to the street, we there. If Wayne's boots hit pavement, you know that camera going with him. Unique angel, what's up? Minds, hold it down. Everybody checked in? Good. Let's investigate. Good. Let's investigate. Boots on the ground, ain't sitting behind glass. Wayne taking everybody where the story actually at. Walking those locations, letting viewers see what looks different in person than it did on TV. Then it's back to the live when the courtroom starts. Watching real proceedings, now somebody's chopped up parts. No narrator telling you what you're supposed to believe. We're sitting through the hearing, watching everything we can see. And that's why the watch-alongs hit different at night. Everybody sees the same thing and the chat comes alive. Did you catch that? Run it back. What did he just say? 100 people caught 100 details, different ways. That's Wayne's lane community mixed with the case. And sounds from the screen whole chat locked in. We investigate. Let the watch alone begin. Fat redial. Truth warrior, angel eyes too. Pretty little clues. And the rest of the crew. Rhythm and clues. Army vet in for the ride. Mr. Brand, doggy fresh. Checking in the night. No, wanna see the story. While it's going down. Wayne got the live with his boots on the ground. Unique angel pops. What's up, Dad? That's family right there. And the whole chat glad. Real-time cases, everybody inside. From the courtroom to the street, word along for the ride. When that notification lights up your phone, pull up a chair, you already know. We investigate Wayne and the crew. Wayne and the crew. Courtroom. Open panels. Boots on the ground. In that chat, that's a whole different investigation. Yeah. We investigate. Go Bulldogs! Go Bulldogs. Yeah. We investigate. Wayne on.
Super cool. Everybody shout out Fat Redial Tyson in the chat for making me that song. My daughter's gonna love that. And I love that. Very, very much so. Very much so. Let's see what everybody's up to this morning, y'all. Come on in. Come on in, folks. Badass, do you need to come up so you can get this and share it? She likes the songs, y'all. Come on up. Come on up. Get your link. Share it to your audience. Get your hours up. Get your viewing hours up. Come on in. Come on in.
Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. What's going on?
Not much. Today looks like it's going to be a pretty easy day for me, so I'm happy. I'm going to get to be right here chilling with you guys. No errands.
Right on. That's what's up. We need you here. I need your help.
Oh, yeah. I think you're doing a pretty great job.
Thank you. Oh, it's just nice when you got somebody else to talk a little bit and answer questions, especially because you don't always get to pay real close attention when you're running the show behind the scenes, and then somebody's like, "What'd they say about this or that?" And you're like,
I know.
Don't know. It's always the difficult question, the one part you missed or something you don't know. That's the one they always ask. It's like,
Yep.
you're supposed to be watching, not me. No, I'm just kidding.
What's today? Is it the 21st?
It is indeed. Indeed it is. Oh, I see what I did now. Now I see what I did. Today is August the 21st. I think we're on day 18, something to that effect.
Yep. Day 18.
Yup. So I'm just copying links and doing such as and so forth and so on. You know what I mean?
Yes. So last night, oh my gosh, so many people were on. I was jumping all around, but right after your stream went off, the lawyer started playing right away.
Nice.
I don't know if it does that for everybody, but it does that for me. So I got to watch a little bit of him too before everyone else came on.
You know, it used to do that no matter what I finished watching, his show would come on next. I wonder if that's something he's figured out how to push his stuff through there.
Because I was wondering, I was like, I wonder if this automatically this same show comes on for everybody, because it did that yesterday too.
Right on. Sorry, just a second here. I want to see. I'm just practicing on something, but I don't think that's a shareable link. Go ahead. Go ahead. You're good.
Oh, okay, me.
Yeah, keep talking. I'm just
Okay,
trying to. I'm
sorry.
trying to post link. I
But
don't have a million
yeah,
mods
he
on my.
seems to have a lot of people in his audience that are pro Lindsay. It seems like. I mean, that's the way I kind of took it.
Right. That's crazy, ain't it? Well, hearing that makes me go back to a hung jury. Then, it's like I
Yeah,
said,
I
they're
mean,
never going to not be a hung jury. I mean,
they
not guilty.
were.
They'll never get that far. Come on.
It really made me start thinking that again too. But he was saying I haven't seen them show any proof that this woman was sane. And
Right.
what else were they saying? Oh, see, I got caught up with the insurance stuff, but when that one lady came on to testify, she was in a blue suit, and I think I saw in the comments y'all were talking about like her Botox. She had the blonde hair. She was at the very beginning of the trial yesterday, but she was a doctor, and he was talking about how he was really impressed by her resume, but definitely not her testimony.
Yeah, and the jury's not hearing everything that we hear either. So
Yeah, I saw that where they had that one
there's a
lady come
lot
up
of
there and they questioned her while the jury wasn't even in there.
yeah, yeah. That was just to see if because she was a late witness, so the judge is going to see if she was able to testify or not.
Okay, yeah. Um
How do we pin a comment, y'all? Do you know the answer to that?
where do you pin it at? No, I do not.
Yeah. How do you pin it? Anyway, don't feel obligated. Anybody listening or watching or anything like that. This is just me playing around with my Cash App link
Oh
because
yeah, there you go.
I don't get any super chats or anything like that. So I appreciate anybody's support, but this is no obligation thing. This is just me playing around with my stuff.
Well, you figured it out pretty fast. And I like the music. That's awesome. Did he
Music's
send those to
cool,
you
huh?
Did he send that to you last night?
No, this morning, just now. Hmm.
Dang. He's talented. I like his stuff.
He is talented. He said he's got two more versions of that he's going to send over here in just a little bit. So
That's so awesome. Man,
very
and he's
nice of
fast
him.
with it.
Uh-huh. All righty, we're going. Angel Eyes is coming in to get a link. Here he comes, y'all.
Okay.
Angel Eyes, good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, Angel Eyes.
Angel, can you hear us?
Do you realize you're live? Do I need to mute you just in case?
Oh no.
Hey, Bruce Davis, hope you're feeling better, buddy.
Hey, Bruce.
Bruce has been a little bit sick lately, so
Yeah.
he's popping into Wayne's chat. So good to see you this morning, sir, and I hope you're feeling better. Positive vibes and prayers up to you, my friend.
Good
Angel
morning,
Eyes.
everyone.
Okay, there you are. You've been up here for about 2 minutes.
Yeah, well, whenever time I go to StreamYard and I get put on the show, my volume drops down to 0, and I don't understand why it does that.
Don't know, my friend. I don't know.
Like where
So
the
it takes me a
mic
minute to
is?
catch it, and then I have to fix it.
Like where the
Over here
mic
trying
is
to.
next to your camera?
No, the actual volume on my phone.
Oh, weird.
So weird. He says he feels better, guys. Bruce feels better, so that's
Oh,
good.
good.
Yep. Hey, Angel Eyes, I got a bone to pick with you.
But what?
I heard what you said on Jim's show last night.
About the Roll Tide?
Yeah. Yeah. I said, just wait till the next time he's up on panel. I ain't gonna say a word. I'm just gonna kick him right off the stage.
I went way too late with him last night. We didn't end till like after 3 a.m. my time.
Oh my God.
Whoa.
I stayed up with y'all till about 12:30 or so. And I start to fall asleep, and I heard y'all. Yeah, I made Wayne mad. Look, see, here's Major Rammer Jammer with that crap
Good
in the
morning,
chat.
Major.
Morning, Ray. Major. Ain't nobody trying to see that ugliness this morning. Here, let me just delete that comment right quick. Bye.
Hey, I didn't know this, but Misty says she went to the University of Alabama. I didn't know that.
She did, didn't she?
Yeah.
She's got credentials, buddy. She's bona fide, as they say in Oh Brother, Where Art Thou?
She's
She
a
is
smart
bona
cookie.
fide. She is a smart cookie to be from Alabama.
Oh,
Sorry. They're going to force me to break out the Alabama jokes, and I know they don't want that. And I got a bunch of them.
I know.
How do you know?
Well,
I
for
hadn't told
one,
you. Go ahead.
for
Go
one,
ahead.
I've been on here with you, and
Right.
last night, whenever I told Susie that you did like a little shout out for her, I went back and rewatched your stream so I could tell her like the timestamp of it.
Right.
And I mean, it was pretty close to the beginning, but you were already cracking jokes, and I was just laughing, sitting here watching the replay.
You know why the the trees on the Alabama Georgia line lean toward Alabama?
Why?
Because Alabama sucks. There you go. There's one. That's all I'm going to tell today, guys. I'm sorry. Well, I kind of not sorry because they're starting it. Maybe I started it. I did say something about what I heard last night on Jim's show, but that was a great show. I was glad to see he got his StreamYard up and going. And was that his grandson, Angel?
Yes.
Yeah, that's his grandson. And his granddaughter came on too after
Oh.
the one named after Kaylee Anthony, but he said it's spelled a little different, but she was on too, and Misty told her she's so pretty, and she takes karate, and she said, "That's it, girl, don't take no crap off of no men."
That's
I
right.
love
That's
it.
right. Little scrappy nose. Bruce said he was trying to get Nurse Misty to help him out with his sickness. Come on,
Yeah,
Bruce. You a married man.
Last night when she was on, and then somebody else came on. Oh, Chris came on. Chris McLaughlin came on, and we were talking about Nancy Guthrie, and she said she asked her because Jim had to go take his dog out or something, and he's left Misty in charge, and she asked Chris a question, and I said porch guy was a distraction. She's like, Angel Eyes, let Jim talk or let Chris talk for himself.
She straightened you out, didn't she?
She always does. She's good about that sometimes.
She is.
Straightens everybody out if you don't watch it. She'll put you in check in a minute. Major Rammer Jammer says Georgia fans say go dogs so much even their dogs are tired of hearing it. Come on, man. You're not supposed to make a insulting joke and me like it.
Well, I'm streaming this to try to get my hours up too, because my hours I go to Lifetime like Pretty said do, and they still take hours off of my viewing or my watch hours. And I still don't understand this. I don't get that.
You don't understand it?
Like I get it, they do the bot views or whatever, but still, it's frustrating to me that every day I check it and I lose like 7 to 10 hours every day somehow.
Okay, look at it like this. It's every day goes forward, you're losing the day. You got 365 days to have 3,000 hours. When you go forward a day, whatever hours you had the previous day, that you know what I'm saying, that fell off the calendar, that don't count, that day don't count no more. So like from 365 days from today, what you did yesterday won't count any longer. Does that make sense to you?
Yeah, that makes perfect sense. Thank you for putting it that way, because now I understand it.
So every day hours drop off? I don't know, because it's happening to me too, and I click hours for Lifetime. I don't click hours in the last 20 days or hours in the last 90.
That's what I'm saying. I check my Lifetime hours like Pretty said do, and they're still falling off. And like you said, yours is doing the same thing. So I don't understand why we're losing these Lifetime watch hours, because we shouldn't be. They should be added to it and not coming off.
Lifetime watch hours?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I hadn't paid attention. I don't even pay attention to that yet because I'm running the upward right now. Angel, you know how to pin a comment since you're a mod? Do you know how to pin a comment in the chat?
Yes, I've done it for my show once. And she said, thank you, Angel. I didn't even know how to do that.
I need you to pin one. I need you to pin my Cash App comment that I made. I can make it again if I need to.
Just hit the three dots and it'll say pin it.
Nope. Afraid you're wrong, buddy.
Oh no.
Hit the three dots and it says delete comment, put user in a timeout, ban user, and delete their comment. So I'm thinking a mod has to pin my comment for me.
I'll do it. Here, let me get my other phone. I'll do it.
Thank you, mod. Thank you. So appreciate that.
No problem, Mike.
You're the only one.
I'll do it.
No, everybody else is sleeping.
I should be. I should be. I'm exhausted, y'all.
A Husker fan. You should be exhausted. Go back to sleep once you pin my comment. Do y'all see my comments in y'all's chat when I make comments back in the chat?
Yes, I do. But after the stream is over, you can't. Because I tried that yesterday, and you can't see your comments after.
Okay.
Either on my channel, either after the live ends, you can't see comments, and that's kind of weird.
Nebraska. You got to be depressed, Bruce, if you're a Nebraska fan. They haven't won in like forever. Y'all know what they used to be called? The Nebraska Cornhuskers? This is a true story, by the way. They used to be called the Bug Eaters.
Ew.
Serious. Their name. Maybe they couldn't come up with anything better in Nebraska.
That's terrible.
Terrible, man. I was like, they was called what?
I thought this court said they were going to go long today, and they turned ready 9:33.
I know it, man. I'm about to fall back over here just to make sure that we're not missing court. No, we're not.
What time is it supposed to start?
9 o'clock, a half hour ago.
Yep.
Oh yeah, y'all are all different time zone than me, or the court is, because it's only 8:30 over here.
That could get confusing.
You can get confusing. That's funny.
Yeah, the judge promised us a long day.
Hold on, man. I gotta turn my volume down on this one. See, this older phone works better than the other two, and they're newer.
All right, everybody.
What do you want me to pin,
keep popping.
Wayne?
AP. Cash App comment. Sorry, y'all. Everybody there?
Yeah, I'm here.
My stuff's freaking out. Okay. I'm clicking on the law and crime one. And for some reason, the A&P one keeps popping up. So maybe they're controlling the camera today or something.
Oh.
That's the thing about court is they let a certain amount of cameras in, but they do that with the by letting people know that they can restream it. That way they keep the amount of cameras down in the courtroom.
Oh, good to know. That's interesting. Right. Makes sense.
They still stick their watermark on there.
Yeah, I see that.
We got suspects in the case that been happening out in Tucson. They're searching for
did they get one or two?
Did y'all hear that?
I don't know.
That was that she pulled the food bowl off the counter because she wanted food on the counter today. Now she pulled her food bowl on the ground.
Bless her heart. Goodness gracious.
She's having a fit.
That clearly says in crime. It's not, the court's not in session, by the way. I can see it over here.
Wayne, when I go to pin your Cash App, it keeps trying to send me your Cash App. I don't want to do that. I want to go to pin it.
Right? What's with that?
I have no idea.
Were you able to do it earlier? I saw it on the screen earlier.
No, I don't mean like put it on the screen. I mean pin it in the chat. That way it'll be down there at the bottom of the chat.
Oh, yeah,
That,
yeah.
that way,
I'll
if
do
anybody's
it.
feeling charitable, I don't know. Somebody gonna have to Google that or something.
Because I've seen
I know how to
857
do it.
do
I just
that.
can't get it to give me the option to do it.
That's how to do it. Just not give it an option to do it.
Because I don't want to go to your. I mean, I could go to it, but I'm trying to pin it, so it's not doing what I
You're
wanted to
confused.
do.
What the hell did you say? I'm just kidding. Let me drop this right here. Share this tab instead. Wait for it. Wait for it. Let me drop this one off, y'all.
Thank you, April, for going and giving me my page and Badash's likes. I appreciate it.
Yes, thank you, April. You're the best.
I did see that comment, though.
BEST. Best. Now we should have a little something. We'll know that court is not in session for whatever reason at 9:37, Your Honor.
He is slacking again today. This judge.
Can't do nothing with this guy, y'all.
I'm going to go on record. They're going to have 15 sidebars, and they're going to be done by 3 o'clock. That's my prediction for today.
3 on a Friday? Nah, they'll be out of there before then.
Baller. Yeah, right. Chuck Collar.
I did read an article and see a bunch of photos of like women all out there in support of Lindsay, all dressed in pink like they were doing for Karen Reed.
What's with that?
And they were out there early, and I was like, oh my gosh. I wonder if that's why they just said we're canceling court today. Too much is going on. I don't know. It looked like a lot of people.
The only way that I would be able to do something like that if I truly, truly believe that she didn't do it. You know what I mean? Not he's running around with a woman, so that's an excuse to unalive your kids, or they should have stepped in, or the medication was wrong, or this, that, and the other. None of that. You know, if she actually did the physical act, there's no way I can support anybody that's done that. I don't care what the hell the excuse you used for have done it. Now, if he did it and framed her, if you truly believe that, okay, I can understand that. But man, there ain't no other excuse, because you're taking your eyes off 3 kids were unalive that day. 5 years old, 3 years old, 8 months year old, 8 months, not even a year old, with something wrapped around their precious little necks, fighting and kicking. Can you imagine how they were twitching and fighting and kicking for their last fucking breath, for God's sakes? Think about the kids. Don't think about her.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
I mean, and look at the Gibson Go, how much money that's acquired. So she does have the supporters. There was someone who shared her story on The Lawyer You Know, and she said that she had it like bad, obviously not this bad, but she said every evening she would go into a panic and just have these delusions that someone was trying to break into the house and get her baby, and that her husband would have to fight her and calm her down like every night, and then she would snap out of it and be embarrassed and crying and not remember any of it. And I was just like, man, I just can't even comprehend that.
Right.
I see the camera twitching, so they may be getting close.
I see that. I'm fixing to put your ass in a hospital or something. You start doing all that around me.
Yeah.
Let's see, Bruce, you may have a chance to talk for just a little bit. I'm gonna add Bruce up here this morning.
Yeah. What's up?
What's happening with you, dog? What's happening? What's going on?
Good morning, Bruce.
Hey, morning, Ash. Morning, Angel.
Good morning, Bruce.
It's early where you are, huh?
It's early.
Right. What you doing up with the chickens? You up with the chickens this morning, dude?
The roosters?
I'm up early always.
Speaking of roosters, has anybody seen Mr. Rooster? I hear he's missing.
No.
in the
I have not
chats,
seen him in nowhere. He wasn't nowhere last night. I didn't see him nowhere.
who's normally with us, he likes Sikorsky a whole lot. So, and I haven't seen him over there in her chats or anything in quite some time.
I don't know.
So he's MIA, y'all. Let's hope somebody didn't come and get him.
MIA. I hope he comes back.
What y'all think about the they got a arrest warrant out for the officer that got unalived out in Tucson. They have the guy, they're just looking for the guy who did it now.
Oh yeah,
I was
These
watching that.
fucked up on a lot of stuff. Wayne,
What's
I
that,
seen the guy who did you see the part where what was he doing? Cleaning the where he come out the front, out the door of the car. Did you see him cleaning? And he was like, he bent over. Juice thought he had a mask on. What do you guys think? Did he have a mask on, or was that just his hair?
They said at first they said it was masked man, but at first they said 3, and then they changed it to 2. But
I thought at one point they were saying 4. Didn't they catch one of the guys and they were saying 3? Oh no, it's 3 now. They had one of them on a bike. I don't know. I was watching 857 last night.
I was too. But
how many is there? Is there, because they show a bald guy and then they show somebody else coming in? Is there just 2? I thought it was just 2. Is it 3? Is it more?
I don't know. I thought Shibby was saying that there was someone else they had video on, like on a bicycle at the very beginning of 57 Street.
No. That's right. Somebody's on a motorcycle.
Oh, a motorcycle?
Yeah, they probably said bike. Wow. What they mean when they say bike a lot of times.
Well, yeah, because that's what we say over in the Philippines. You say a trike or you say a bike. Yep. Like it's a bike is your motorcycle. A trike is your bicycle.
Here we go, guys, into the courtroom, y'all.
All right, there's the honorable Wayne sitting behind the bench with his white hair.
All right, you want me to meet Wayne?
Okay, I can jump off.
Yeah.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, counsel. Good morning, Ms.
Oh my
Clancy.
God, Angel Eyes. She looks like almost like Jody Aries for a second.
Sidebar, please.
Sidebar.
Did he go to sidebar for real?
Yeah, she just said sidebar.
God.
Wow, they just put it down. Wayne, how many days was this Clancy, what's her name? Lacey Clancy or something?
Lindsay Clancy.
Lindsay Clancy, okay.
She spells it weird though. It's Lindsay, so it's like Lindsay instead of Lindsay.
I know, I don't like that. Just saying.
It's hard to say it. It's like it doesn't roll off the tongue. But what was your question, Bruce?
Oh, I didn't say ask the question.
This is day 18, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, that's right. I did ask you that. Okay.
Yep.
Wow.
And for me, I think it's like day 6, 7, something to that effect. I started last week, so I came in late, but it was getting a lot of traction. So I was like, you know what? I think I'm gonna probably watch it anyway, so I'll share it with an audience.
Everybody else is probably watching it, right?
Yeah,
I agree.
Here we go already with the sidebar. Yes.
Sidebar
count number 1.
Tell them, Angel, to get the hell out of that sidebar right now.
I mean, how do you be 45 minutes late and then the first thing you do is go to sidebar?
Look, they do whatever they want. You guys got to understand that the courts don't give a damn about.
They really don't.
They do what they want and when they want to. They're the boss.
Hurry up and wait.
I have to disagree, Bruce. I don't have to understand.
I don't like to understand either, because how you can be 45 minutes late and say sidebar?
Well, no, you don't have to understand. I'm just saying, but that's the court has always done that. Like I remember watching Judge Bernie from Atlanta, and he would like always try to get like everything started, and then next thing you know, it's like all this stuff just starts like coming up, one after another, and then it's like, oh, we got to go to do this. My client needs to, literally when they're supposed to start the trial, and just
Right.
it's like crazy how they do this stuff. They make you wait, but that's how the courts work, man. They tell you to be there, like those guys, like 857. You have to be there at 8 o'clock. They don't even be seen probably till like 8:30 or 9 or something like that.
That's right. Hello, L 1985 little X. Good to see you this morning.
Little XL 1945.
That's right.
Oh no,
Hello to
1985.
85.
What's up, man?
Yep.
85, not 45. My bad. Sorry.
Know a lot about this case, just a little bit.
You must know everything about it because I was told I don't know a damn thing, and that's truly correct.
Who told you that? Somebody.
So nothing, man. I was on Devil Dogs. I'm just trying to look. There's so much stuff going on. You know that. A lot of things going on. We've been waiting for stuff on Nancy Guthrie, and then this thing popped out, and then this actually was going way before the thing that happened with the guy that got died, the police guy.
Right. Yep, that popped out. Man, there's a bunch of trial. I mean, it's all popping. My daughter's flooded me with this hell, I don't even remember his name right now, but anyway, she's hitting me with that and quite a few other things. And that's a lot happening, y'all. Like, whoa, hold up, slow down. Can we just get back to the crazy lady, please? No offense to any crazy ladies, but yeah. One trial at a time.
Well, I still believe next week we're going to be in verdict watch.
Oh yeah, that's gonna happen. That's gonna happen next week. All right, guys.
Did they say earlier Tuesday?
We're going into the courtroom.
Okay, can you kick me off, Wayne, please?
Kicking you off.
Oh, Badass. It was great to see you. Badass, it was great to see you.
Bye. Get out of here.
I'll come back up, so you might have to put the link back up later, but I'll come back up.
Oh, come on, Angel. You got to stay up here longer.
All right. Make sure I get
Why they got her looking so dark again? Like, that's crazy.
What do you say?
They got her looking all dark again. Like,
it's dark. Some darkness going on right there, brother. You better believe that. Believe what your eyes are telling you. All right. Going on mute. Everybody going on mute.
Wayne, there's a lot of people in here.
Right? A lot of people. Hear ye.
Wayne, one last quick question. Is this all the victims right here, the family, or
a lot of them are reporters, observers. Usually the people behind her are her supporters, and the people on the other side are not her supporters. But when it starts to get crowded, it kind of gets inner, people just sit wherever they can find a spot. And this is a crowded courtroom. She does have 2 nurses right behind her, always, just in case something goes wrong with her health. And I think that's her dad right there, if I'm not mistaken, or her mom. So the expert witness sitting there with his head down, his hair is gray as mine. He works with this particular defense attorney quite a lot. So, yeah. Okay, Your Honor. Your Honor, you can say something here. But yeah, D, it is a full courtroom for sure. There she is. What were you saying? Just need to put a little red lipstick on. Brighten. A little bright color. Maybe do a little hair dye. Say something, Judge. Damn, man.
Yeah, I think they're still talking in the sidebar. I don't see any attorney. Well, there's somebody right here, but
all right.
I don't know.
Here they're gonna zoom in on her now, y'all.
Oh yeah, zoom in on her. Let's see what she looks like.
Okay.
I like it when people take screenshots of her looking directly at the camera, so I can use it as my thumbnail. Those are good thumbnails to have. She got the Kleenex ready. Uh-oh. Gonna be crying time.
Emotional outburst time, you mean?
Mm-hmm. You can call it that too if you want to. There's a lot of paperwork around behind her. Lined up
So,
on the
is
back.
that a court appointed? Is that a court appointed attorney? That guy?
Oh no.
Oh no. Well, I don't know. I mean, I don't know who he is. Is he?
He's a
He must be a big time in Atlanta or something, or
He is. He's
isn't
a
this in
big.
Georgia?
I don't think so. I haven't researched him very much. His name is Reddington. He's 75 years old. He's a seasoned.
The case
Oh
is
my
in
God, yeah,
Massachusetts. Bruce.
seasoned for sure. Yeah, that's the kind of guy you want on your side.
Oh yeah. What's going on here?
Damn, the court man, judge, you're ticking off Wayne. Wayne and Angel are so angry at you now.
Just trying to drink a little coffee, Judge. Dan, can you start the court on time, please? God's sakes, dude.
Yeah, where's Misty at? I needed Misty. I could have used her help as a nurse.
My daughter's up. I see. Good morning, Unique Angel.
Good morning to your Wayne's daughter.
Hey, who is this? Hello, 1 foot forward now.
Hey,
Good
1
morning to
foot
you.
forward now.
She's from Lindy's treehouse.
Nice. Nice. All right, guys. Here we go. I'm going to be dipping off camera now. What is going on?
Hey. All persons having anything to do before the Honorable William Sullivan, Justice of the Superior Court, now sitting in Plymouth, within and for the Commonwealth. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now in session. Please be seated.
Please.
Your Honor, before we go today, we have a continuation of the jury trial in the matter of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. Ms. Clancy is present. She is represented by Attorney Kevin Reddington. The Commonwealth is represented by Assistant District Attorney Jennifer Sprague and Assistant District Attorney Shannon Putnam.
Good morning, everyone. What I'm going to do is, I was looking for my little cheat sheet about the questions. I thought you could probably say them along with me at this point, but let me ask them just to make sure everybody's able to follow those instructions. So has any member of the jury read, seen, heard, or overheard anything from any source that would affect your ability to be a fair and impartial juror? Next question, is there any other serious matter or concern bearing on your service as a juror? In this case, anybody needs to bring to my attention? Again, as always, thank you for following those instructions. Now, what the schedule for today is that I would expect a longer day, all right, similar to some of the days we had earlier this week. So what we're going to do is we're going to return to the defendant who's going to call their next witness, and that witness is going to be testifying by Zoom or over the monitors that you're going to have here. Just there was an earlier witness, I think, who had also testified that way. And so the delay we had coming in here was just setting that up. It should be all set. They kept me away from all the technology, so I think it should be working pretty well. And then at that point, we'll see what we'll deal with after this witness, and then we'll go on from there. Okay? All right. Thank you. Mr. Reddington?
Judge. I don't know who's got to turn it on. Okay, thank you.
Could you please raise your right hand, sir? Would you please raise your right hand, sir? Do you solemnly swear that the testimony and the evidence you shall give to the court and the jury in the matter now pending between the Commonwealth and the defendant of bar shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I don't think there's volume.
Could you turn on your volume? You're muted.
Okay, I think I've got it. But it's a little hard for me to hear you on your end. If you could keep your voices up, please.
You want me to swear him in?
Yes, please.
Please raise your right hand one more time. You solemnly swear that the testimony and the evidence you shall give to the court and the jury in the matter now pending between the Commonwealth and the defendant at the bar shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
He froze.
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
I am able to hear you now.
This is why they make the big bucks right here.
Good morning, Doctor. Will you tell us your name in a loud voice so that we can all hear you and spell it for the record?
Philip Resnick, PhillipResnick.
And where do you live, sir? Where do you live? Can you hear me?
You froze up. I can hear you now.
Okay. Where do you live?
I live in the Cleveland, Ohio area.
So this is a delay. Like if I ask a question, there's like a 2 or 3 second delay for your answer. So that's a little difficult, but we'll try to get through it. Can you tell us what you do for work, sir?
Yes, I'm a forensic psychiatrist.
And first off, the reason that you are not appearing here today in court, is that because you have had recent unexpected major surgery regarding an illness, and as of last week, you've now been released from the hospital and you're at home?
I was discharged from the hospital Tuesday night, and there was a recommendation that I not fly for the next few days.
Okay, so you did intend and had tickets to come here and testify, but obviously the court has accommodated us with a Zoom.
Yes.
Okay. Have you worked on this case with Lindsay Clancy at my request, sir?
Yes, I have.
Okay. Can you tell the jurors your educational and professional background, please?
Yes, I have a bachelor's degree in psychology from Case Western Reserve University.
No, it's really low and it's.
I graduated high school.
Hold up for a second. We're having technical difficulties.
I see counsel here at the side, please.
Just let him call in on the telephone.
Yeah, man, that's tough, man. What is it, 3 second delay? Jeez.
Yeah, it's tough, and everything is freezing
They'd
up.
be going out. They'd be going until tomorrow night.
Yep. Just when you thought everything was fixing to go rolling, everything didn't. And I'm sure the reason they're late this morning was to get all the kinks worked out and all the bugs worked out, and then still, it's like, anyway, maybe they should try streaming.
Sometimes sometimes it doesn't work.
Yeah, you're right. I think they should try StreamYard.
Yeah, I think they should come on here and let them do it on your channel, huh? The trial.
I agree, 100%. I believe I'd get a few more clicks, a few more likes.
I bet you. That's right.
Y'all don't forget to hit that like button.
Yeah, don't forget to hit that like button, people, please. Share it out, if you can. But hit the like so it'll get in the algorithms. So Wayne's chat will pop up like, 857s and everybody else does. Juices.
Even bigger than that.
Well, the bigger ones too. They always pop up. But I'm saying, if the people hit, like everybody hits that comes in, I always hit. All right.
Technical difficulties. That's where we are. So what we're going to do is we're going to take a short break and have people who know more about this than I do to kind of readdress this. And see if we can have a smoother presentation.
Yeah, I'm just a judge. I just sit back and play referee.
Listen to the testimony without broken up.
Call balls and strikes, baby. Balls and strikes.
That's right. Balls and strikes.
A short break. But that's the goal, is to get this in a manner that
the attorney is like, oh my God, am I ever going to get to this
and absorb this information? So we're going to take a short break, I hope, and we'll see you in a couple of minutes. All right, thank you.
All rise, please. Jurors exiting.
She's casting a spell on it, like Charlie Manson did on the district attorney's watch. Cast a spell on it so it wouldn't work.
Oh, Charlie Manson.
Yeah.
Yeah, you see how that went for him, didn't it?
Didn't work out too good, did it?
Guess it did. I guess the spell didn't work.
Yep. Sorry about your luck, buddy.
They don't have. I don't know why they said that was televised back in the day. But I can't find anything. The only thing I can find is like they have like the news things where it has several hours of reel, where it shows them taking the girls from court out to court, letting them talk to people with the police. Like you wouldn't do that today. You couldn't do that today. But I'm just saying, like, it was that they were walking them. They walked them to like a bus like type thing. The girls, like, I think it was one. I don't know if it was Patricia something. What her name was, whatever it was. But they took her and put her in a bus by herself, and she went off. And they showed Charlie Manson going back and forth. But I never got to see like the trial. Like that would have been kind of cool. Like I would watch that.
Right.
I would. I mean, because that was. But I don't know.
How movies go. There's a movie about it.
There's a movie? Oh no!
Yeah.
Really?
A movie, yeah. It's a pretty good movie too, dude. That's where I got that. He looks. District attorney looks down at his watch and it's not working, and he looks up at Charlie and he's sitting there and he's laughing at him like he did that. You know what I mean?
Oh, Jesus.
Crazy though, man. Like those girls did come in there with shaved heads and a little tattoo on their forehead.
That's crazy, man.
Insanity, bro. People don't believe that there's evil in the world. I mean, they need to recheck themselves because there's
There's people out there like that. If you don't think that there is, there was. I mean, look, he did it. All he had to do was, talk to some young girls back then. But see, it's a lot different, like today, man. Girls aren't just. You're not just going out and doing what he did to try to get girls and other young men to, do whatever, and then give them drugs, to mind control them and shit. Like, that ain't my thing, man. That's. But you're right. It's evil. Evil's out there, brother. I wish it wasn't.
Let me tell my daughter, hey, you need to email me these things, Angel, so it's easier for me to play up here. It's not easy for me to take it from my phone to my email.
Is that your daughter, Angel? Angel's your daughter?
Yeah, Unique Angel's my daughter.
Unique Angel, okay.
Yep.
Well, hi, Unique Angel. Nice to meet you. You're lucky, man. You got somebody to, besides our friends, you got people, man, right there, man. Your own daughter is helping you research and do things for you.
That's my number one right
I'm not
there, y'all.
saying that you're not doing anything. I'm just saying you're lucky you got that.
The suspect in Tucson was released last night.
What?
I think she means that the name of the suspect was released to the public, not the.
Yeah, there's no way they would let that.
Yeah. It's easy to. But yeah, I know, Angel, that you sent it to me on my phone. So now I have to transfer it to my email, and then I transfer it from my email to the stream. That's a lot of steps. If you can just email me instead of sending it to my phone, that would be great. Thank you. Thank you so much. Especially if I'm live out in the field and you start blowing my phone up, it's going to kill my stream too. So it'd be a good idea to get used to just sending it to the email. We investigate 123 at gmail.com. Everybody else, feel free to send something over there too. Yep. I like her new profile picture though. What is that? A candle and some wings.
Yeah, looks like.
I'm here, everybody, just so you know. Maybe I sound a little further away because I am, but I'm coming back right now. Here we go. Because they're having a hard time in this court. I'm not even going to try to lie, but that's okay. We're going to work with them. Lighting a candle for the victims. Oh, nice. Let's see if I can send this over to my email right quick, y'all. And we can pull this up on the screen. Maybe they'll be back and get their technical difficulties worked out. The IT guy on fire, though. I know that.
Is there any other updates, or is it just still the same from last night?
Same from last night, I think.
The same from last night.
Anybody's more than welcome to open up another tab and go out there and look around a little bit, though. If you find something, we can look at it while we're having one of these 500 breaks. Let's see if I can share this right here. Oh, that's from KVOA. Here, there's your heart to let you know that I got it, my daughter. Yep. So he's on the run, y'all. Oh, yeah. Pull this. Bruce can read it. Bruce, like, I ain't reading your stuff, dude.
Oh, well, I'm okay. So Unique says, hey, girl. Hey, girly. Happy to see you. Okay, that's badass. Unique says, lightning candles for the victims. Oh, thank you, too. Badass. Hey, Dad.
Dun, 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 dun. Man,
Tucson and Shibby was on the night shift last night, or Juice, yeah. Shibby and right, I guess it was when I woke up early this morning. Shibby was the one that was doing the talking a little bit, but not talking too much because I think Tucson he ended up going to sleep or something. Man, that guy just goes nonstop, doesn't he?
Yeah, most definitely. I seen Shibby was on with him late last night, and I woke up this morning and Shibby was on the scanner chat. That's the first comment I seen when I woke up. Still on my TV.
Me too.
Yeah, just hearing it throughout the night. You know, hearing the little scanner calls come across, but I was too sleepy to wake up and turn the TV off, so I just let it roll.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
Maybe he would have jumped in there if they like caught somebody. You know, would have heard them start talking like, "They got him! They got him!" Not come over yet. Yeah, Angel, share that with the email, please, if you don't mind. So it makes it a lot easier for your dad, for the old man. It's all good. It's all good, though. We'll get there. It should be sharing now. It's just taking it a minute to get there. That's all. Hopefully they'll have the.
He's having coffee. Miss D is having coffee. Same name, similar to the Clancy case. Weird.
Right on, Miss D.
Okay, so this is wild. I just emailed it to you. New case. I think copycat Patrick, what is it? Barnett kills his wife. Lindsay Barnett tried to say she did it to herself. He's been arrested. Oh my gosh, Unique, man, you're on a roll, girl.
Right? Ain't she? How she does. Y'all. Jessica woke up to she be on the scanner too.
Yeah, man.
I'm
We
not
all
the
woke up
only.
to I just laid there and was listening to it and fell back asleep for a little bit and then woke back up.
Right. Refresh that bad boy right there real quick. Yep. Maybe they'll find him. Maybe they won't. Only God knows the answer to that question.
What's up, JKL? What is that? JKL or JKLMNOP7? Good morning to you.
That's our friend Jessica. She's out there in
Hey,
Phoenix.
Jessica. Hi, Jessica. I'm Bruce. Nice to meet you.
Check it out. It don't have the I in there though. It's Jess and then Ka, not Jessica.
Yeah, Jessica.
Jessica.
Well, it says JK. Well,
yeah, that's her name. There is JKLMNOP. But her name is Jessica.
Oh, yeah. Jessica. Okay. Well, nice to meet you, Jessica.
Not Jessica. No I. Jess and then Ka. No Jessica. Jessica.
Jessica. Yes.
Now check it out. JESS. No I. And then a CA. Jessica.
April's here.
April is
Hi,
here.
April.
Right on. Everybody's
right. Let me get my coffee. I'm gonna get me some coffee going.
Get some coffee going, brother.
Yeah, just gonna go make a cup. My K cup.
Yes. K cup. I got the same thing in there. It's Keurig, y'all. Jessica K. Boom. Everybody saying good morning to everybody this morning. It's so nice. I am seeing one email come across now. So hopefully that's some good information. Right on. We gonna make it through this, y'all. Didn't know y'all could see me. I guess the camera is on. The camera is on. Had boy Fat Redial send over a little music today too. I don't want to bore everybody with music. Not everybody likes music like I do. We got something here going on. Oh, this is Angel. I want the one about the suspect in Tucson, please. We get to this husband charged with the other thing later. If you don't mind, I want the Tucson one with the suspect, please. Unique Angel, I'm saying. Sad though. This one's sad too. Yep, it is indeed sad. Dun, dun, dun. Dun. Nice and quiet this morning. Everything is nice and quiet this morning. Nobody feel obligated for this. Just throwing this up here. If you want to, that's fine. If you don't, that's fine too. But this is me trying to grow my channel and learn how to get these comments up. I'm trying to learn how to pin a comment, and so far no luck. No luck. So I had to Google that and figure that out too. But it's okay. I will do it. Or maybe Melly will come in and show us what's up on how to do that. That'll be cool. But it is all good. All right. I see we have another email, ladies and gentlemen. Dun, 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 dun. Maybe not. This court here is slightly challenged, but that's okay. That is okay. I'm not going to let us stay bored forever, folks. I promise you that. Get by with a little help from my friends. Should have stayed a little later yesterday and practiced, but maybe they couldn't get the doctor to practice on his end, so they just try to set everything up this morning with the doctor that just had something bad to him. What's going on with Chibi, y'all? Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Everything is all good. All good. I know one that the ladies would like. Do you believe him? Give me 1 second, ladies and gentlemen, please, as I work to try to get us something going on here so we're not sitting in total silence, staring at the still of Massachusetts. That is exactly right. Sidebar, technical difficulties. Everything is everything. Oh, listen here. We're going to be braggadocious. Yeah, but our day will be going long after you're fast asleep in the cushy comfort of your Alabama mansion. Yeah, we're looking for this armed suspect guy. For sure. I'll get it though. Get by with a little help from my friends. Here we go. Here we go. May have to jump on there with Shibby. Get some good help going on. Shibby Dibby Dubai is the man. He can't find it. Nobody can. Good morning, Jim. How you doing, sir? Y'all don't know Jim from Jim Survival. He's our good friend from West Virginia. Has a good show. He's on Tuesdays and Thursday nights, I believe, at 10:30. He was on last night with his, I believe his grandchildren. Did a great show last night. Y'all please go over there and give him a subscribe and a like over there. Doing good. That means you can hear me and see me too. Having technical difficulties in a courtroom this morning, Jim. There you go, Angel. Dropping the link in there like a true champion. April, W News put what out on JLR? Bum, 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 bum. Even is that? Sorry, y'all. These things just move a little bit slow when you're live streaming, trying to upload something and go watch something else, and you got a live trial going on at the same time. So things tend to load a little bit slower, but we got some action going on here. So boom, boom, boom. Not in the courtroom, just something I'm going to share here. Hang tight with me, y'all.
Investigators are also looking to identify two other suspects from the scene in video here from before the shooting.
A photo of a man they've now got a warrant for in that double shooting that killed a police recruit in Tucson yesterday.
The Pima County Sheriff's Department sharing some new surveillance video and a photo of one of the suspects they're looking for. Take a look. Investigators have identified the suspect seen in these images as 33-year-old Alex Barnett, now wanted for first-degree murder. The video is from a gas station in Tucson around 5 a.m. yesterday, about an hour before the shooting. Investigators are also looking to identify two other suspects from the scene in video here from before the shooting. One seen with Barnett at the gas station and another seen leaving the suspect vehicle in a parking lot there. Hours after the murder. The shooting happened yesterday morning in what police call a home invasion.
Right on camera.
The sheriff identified the police recruit who was shot and killed as 23-year-old Carlos Ramirez, who previously worked as a corrections officer. His pregnant fiancée, a current corrections officer for Pima County, was also hurt, but she and her unborn child are expected to be okay. Detectives again today found that getaway car about 15 miles from the shooting scene in a lot. They haven't said anything about a motive and say, again, they're still looking for the suspect. Anyone with information on who they are, where they might be, should call 911.
So watch it one more time, guys. Whoop, got away from me. Two suspects.
And we have new developments in the case of a Tucson manhunt following the shooting of two law enforcement officers that left one man dead and his pregnant fiancée injured. News for Tucson's Cassie Scott has been on this case since yesterday. She joins us live in the Southwest neighborhood once again. Cassie, what is the latest now on the investigation?
Yeah, Sean, the latest on this investigation is that PCSD believes they found the vehicle that the suspects who invaded this home behind me were in. So take a look at your screen. We're going to show you where they found this gray SUV Acura. It was found in a parking lot, according to PCSD, near Palo Verde and Aviation or 33rd Street. So right now, detectives still searching for the suspects statewide. They're described as being two Hispanic men wearing all black clothing and ski masks at the time of the incident. Now, here at the home today, PCSD's forensic units were here. They were taking photos of the home and also carrying out what appeared to be evidence. They've since left and cleared the scene of the caution tape. The shooting took the life of 23-year-old Carlos Ramirez. He was a Tucson police recruit and was set to graduate from training later this month.
Tremendous loss for our community, the city, and our department. We are fully supporting the Sheriff's Department for a quick resolution of this case. In addition, our efforts are focused on assisting family members and our staff as we get through this difficult time.
Ramirez's 23-year-old fiance was also shot. She's a corrections officer with PCSD, and we're told she's pregnant. She remains in the hospital with non-life-threatening injuries and is stable. According to a friend, the baby is okay as well. Now, neighbors I spoke with today didn't want to go on camera out of fear, but they tell me they're terrified over what happened. One couple says they're scared they could be next, and they're rethinking living in this neighborhood. Now, Sean, as I said, the caution tape from this house has been removed, but there is now a growing memorial. Neighbors leaving flowers, leaving bears in front of the victims' homes. Of course, if there's any information that's released from PCSD or TPD, we will bring that to you as soon as we get it. Reporting on the Southwest side, Cassie Scott, News 4 Tucson.
There you go, ladies and gentlemen. Southwest Tucson.
We continue to follow breaking news on the Southwest.
Monica Garcia, our good friend. Yup. Everybody loves Monica. For sure. So yeah, this has happened with this court before. Just going to take this banner down right here. We'll take our chances with the law and the crime. Just to show this running across the bottom of the screen, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to play a quick little song and be back in about 2 minutes. 2 minutes. Y'all just hang tight, hang in there. We'll get some court going on shortly. And I'll be right back. Thank you.
There's a picture on the wall of a man I almost know. He's standing there beside me from a summer long ago. They say I took that picture, that smile was once my own. But I swear I've never seen that place or call that life my home. The clock keeps moving forward, but my mind drifts back again. Every memory turns to smoke and fades into the end. And the woman knew my name. She touched me like she loved me, but I couldn't feel the same. Her eyes were full of history, mine were empty as the rain. She said we spent our lives here, but the walls felt strange again. There were footsteps in the hallway of children fully grown. They wrapped their arms around me like I should have known. They showed me faded photographs, birthdays, Christmas trees, a lifetime they belong to me? There's music on the radio, a song they say I knew. I listen like a stranger hearing something I once knew. They say I used to sing it with the windows open wide, driving down a highway with my family by my side. But the road feels unfamiliar and the melody feels new. How can something I once loved disappear without a clue? I hear voices in the distance talking softly about me, describing who I used to be, like a man I'll never be. I've been here before, or so everybody says, but every door I open leads somewhere I've never been. Yesterday is disappearing, tomorrow has no name, and everything familiar feels brand new again. Am I waking, am I dreaming? Is the world still what it seems? If these are all my memories, why don't they belong to me? Sometimes shadows feel like people. Sometimes people fade away. Sometimes voices sound like warnings from a life I can't replay. The television speaks in silence, the curtains seem to breathe, and faces in the window are watching over me. I hear footsteps in the ceiling, whispers through the floor. I ask them who is calling, but nobody's at the door. Someone says you are safe here. Safe. Where is here? And why do you still call me Dad?
Maybe on that one, Jim. Yeah, where has Timu girlfriend been?
The light begins to flicker, and it slips back out of time. I have been here before.
All right, we on track? We on track yet? You reckon?
Nope. Yeah, just ramping out, man.
What?
Watch a couple of videos. Let me turn this down a bit.
There's Misty in the net.
Do what now?
What is that? Timu girlfriend. Hello.
Yeah.
Badass is here. Jim. Hey, Jim. Good to see you, brother.
They're right.
Oh,
Mr. Jim.
What's
Jim,
up,
you wanna
Jim?
come up and talk?
Yeah, Jim, come on up and talk.
You wanna come up and talk, Jimmy?
You know all the ladies will follow you, Jim. So come on up. Yeah, and all the ladies on the panel.
Well,
I just wasn't feeling good, man. I just didn't. Otherwise, I'd have went up.
right on. Oh, there's Vet. What's going on, Army Vet?
Yeah, what's up, Army Vet?
Army Vet's he's gonna work our brain.
I'm eating my Army grits.
Eating your Army grits.
Yeah, eat my Army grits.
Hey, Army Vet, don't come up here with too much technical stuff this early.
Yeah, too early for all that.
Too early for all that. We'll get back to that later on, the diagnosis and everything.
He knows. He already knew who the guy was. That's what it is. He was like 100. He was 150 steps ahead of us yesterday.
Right. He was cracking me up last night when y'all were over there doing a. Was you with him? I don't know if you was with him, but they was doing that. Pretty Little Clues had a panel going on, and Army Vet was up there. He said, "I'm not a female. I can't speak on this." And then they asked him something. He said, "I have a penis." You're crazy, dude. Cracked me up. I laughed so hard, man. I was laughing, like for real laughing. Sometimes you put, LMAO, and then sometimes you really mean LMAO. 92-year-old BFF to his resting place with God now. Aw, God rest.
All right.
Lost him to infections and old age. Aw. Well, way to
Sorry
be
to
his
hear
BFF. Yeah. I took him swimming for his birthday at my grandparents' pool. We had a lot of fun, but he got sick from UTI. Okay. Then it just snowballed, and he didn't get better. Oh, here we go right now, y'all. Thank you for letting me know that, Army Vet. Good morning,
everyone. Doug, everyone. I'm on chill mode today. It's Friday. I'm at the gym. I'm feeling good. I ain't got time for no drama today.
No drama today. Just work out. Take it easy. Just take it nice and easy.
Yeah.
No drama. It looks like that's what the court is going to do.
How did you like the conversation yesterday? How did you like the conversation with all the people Pretty had? That was a big panel she had about this case.
It was. It was a very, very big panel. I loved it. I like watching old Scrappy Misty hold her on too and not back down.
But when she said, "You want to know what, y'all? I'm being bad." I knew what she was up to when she said that. I'm being bad.
She said. One time she said, "I don't believe it." She said, "I don't believe it. I don't believe that. I don't believe that." When that one woman was talking, she just told her straight up she didn't believe it. I was like, "Dang, okay." Just tell her how you feel. Don't hold back. I just don't believe you, lady.
It was a good one.
Yeah,
Hey, we butted heads. We butted heads when I first met her. Wayne.
Right.
When I first met Misty, we butted heads a little bit for a minute, and then it became clear after listening to her.
Right.
Understanding. You know what I mean? So
I had no doubt that you and her bumped heads. I have no doubt about that. Knowing her and knowing you, I can see that going on. But
it wasn't like that, like me and that lady. It was a little different. It was different, but Misty just put it to where it was. And after listening to her and the story and stuff, like her story, I understood. I understood,
She is never going to be on law enforcement side, and she's always going to be suspicious of law enforcement after what happened to her. So you can go ahead and put that one in the back.
No, I know. That's what I'm saying. I already know that.
I'm the same way. Not the same way with law enforcement, but the same way with the government, because I was deployed during Katrina. So knowing that I was overseas during Katrina, my family was dying in Louisiana, that made me look at the government different. So I totally get it.
Right. Yep. I'm with you 100%. I don't trust nobody. And that's what I was saying kind of in the chat last night where y'all were having that discussion. I don't trust doctors either. And people, you hear a lot of people say, well, that's what they prescribed her. That's what they told her. This, you can't just do everything that they tell you to do. And you can't just take everything they tell you to take. They're not like God. You know what I mean? If what they tell you to do messes you up and what they prescribe you messes you up, it's your responsibility to vet the doctors and vet their advice and vet the medication. You can't just throw the liability right back on them. Even though they should have known better, doesn't mean they're going to.
Wayne.
What's up?
Let's see, 3 minutes ago, 857 Tucson, big search in Pima County this morning for the search of the suspect connected to the shooting death of Carlos Ramirez.
Is that a post or
on X? Yeah.
Okay, post on X. Awesome.
Okay.
Thank you for that. Yes, so they're after that guy, or two of them, I guess. And the one is the main guy because he has a warrant out for his arrest.
I know people don't like talking about the Nancy Guthrie case.
Oh, we don't mind. We're used to it now.
But now do you see why when I first got this case, I knew something was going on? Because y'all didn't get none of this. Y'all didn't get 911 traffic. Y'all didn't get video with ring cams in the area. Y'all still ain't got ring cam. What you are seeing in the Pima County, they got all of this, y'all, on Nancy Guthrie. They got everything you're seeing about this missing police officer and the video and the conversation and the radio traffic and all that. They have the same thing in Nancy Guthrie. The FBI just not giving it to you because this is a national security threat.
Right. And let me
Same
just say
information, y'all.
You got somebody that's kin to you here. Hi for this 20. It's good to see you here. Never seen you here before, but thank you for being here. The jury is not dismissed. They're just on break to work out some technical difficulties with a expert witness that's testifying via Zoom, and they're having problems. So they're trying to work out those technical problems. Go ahead, Army. Sorry about that, bud.
No, it's good. I can't give you the audio, pretty. They hiding it. I gave you the video.
Oh, there she is. Good morning, pretty little clues.
And
pretty little clues in the house from work. Don't get in trouble over there at work.
I know.
You need that job.
We done gave you 2 jobs, done got you fired from 2 jobs. You need to stop listening to we.
Talking about them jabs. Yeah, you got to stop. Y'all don't get fired over this. I need y'all to be in there working that job, y'all. Y'all got bills to pay and stuff, just like we all do. Yeah, come on. Yep.
Ignore the boss with this privacy screen.
But everything's all good. You at the gym? You said you was at the gym?
Yeah, I'm at Anytime Fitness doing Stairmaster, watching y'all on my Google Chrome glasses.
Nice. Oh, on the glasses. Now we're talking. We'll see on camera what it look like. I'm just kidding you. I try to get you
doing it. I need to start doing that. I need to start doing it.
Yeah, come on. For the first time on my show, I can have like the premiere of Army Vet.
I've always been cammed up. I've always been. I just stopped camming up when I got into a relationship. Yeah, I've been on the internet for like what, 5, 6, 7. Oh, we back in it.
We in it, dog. We in it. Here we go, everybody. Thanks for your patience.
Are we ready for the jury?
Yes. Fingers crossed.
All right.
Fingers crossed, he said. Everybody pray for the court so they can get it going. Technical difficulties can be stressful on top of a case like this. I am sure of that. Woo. If you ever seen it before, you know what you're looking at. Y'all don't forget to stand up for the jury when they come in. Thank you.
I'm leaving.
All rise, please. You're entering. Court is back in session. You may be seated.
Your Honor, for the purpose of the record, we return back to the trial of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, including the defendant and including the 18 jurors.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Members of the jury, we're going to give it another go. All right? All right. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. All right, Doctor, can you hear me?
Yes, yes.
Excellent. Tell us again your name for the record, just and spell the last name.
So the last name is P-A-I-L-L-I-N-P-R-E-S-N-I-C-K.
All right, and you're going to have to speak a little slower, only because of the, the microphone. Okay.
Echo.
Tell us your background, sir. I know you're a physician. Tell us your educational background and your work history.
I am a forensic psychiatrist, and I received a bachelor's degree in psychology in 1959 and a medical degree in 1963, both from Case Western Reserve University in Cleveland, Ohio. I then had a 1-month internship in a military hospital in Texas. And then I came back to University Hospitals of Cleveland, where I completed my residency in psychiatry.
And do you have...
Go further?
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah. Would you like me to...
Yeah, you can continue. I interrupted. I apologize.
Yeah. I have remained at Case Western Reserve University as now a full professor. And I've also become interested in forensic psychiatry, that is, that aspect of psychiatry which relates to legal issues, such as this case. And I initiated a fellowship in forensic psychiatry in 1979 and directed that for 40 years. I also served as director of the Court Psychiatric Clinic in Cleveland, Ohio for over 40 years.
Doctor, do you have board certifications as well?
Yes, I'm board certified in psychiatry, 1971, and board certified in forensic psychiatry, 1979.
Did you also have added qualifications in forensic psychiatry in 2014, 2024, and recertifications?
Yes.
And have you, without going through them, also had a number of visiting professorships?
Yes, I've had about 14 visiting professorships.
Now, Doctor, this case involves what I guess is referred to as filicide, F-I-L-L-I-C-I-D-E, I believe. Did I spell that right?
Single L.
Single L, okay. Can you tell the jurors what that means?
Now, filicide is a parent killing a child, and it is a relatively infrequent phenomenon. It occurs in the United States somewhere between 400 and 500 times a year.
And Doctor, is it fair to say that you have, at least in the country, if not outside the country, the most experience in working on filicide cases?
I believe that's true. I have been personally involved in, I'd estimate about 80 cases where I was asked to evaluate mothers and fathers who had killed their children.
And the question that I have, Doctor, is Have you had occasion to work on cases that found themselves in court where you gave testimony, either for the government or for the defense?
Yes, I have.
Let me just go through if I can. So let me just go through so we can cut to the chase. Did you work as an expert on the case of Jeffrey Dahmer?
Yes, I consulted with the prosecution in that case.
Did you also work on the case of what is referred to as the Unabomber, a fellow by the name of Kaczynski?
Yes, I was also a consultant to the government on that case.
Did you also find yourself consulting on the matter of, in Florida, the Commonwealth versus or the state versus Casey Anthony?
I was a consultant to the defense in that case, but I could not be helpful.
Did you also work on the matter of Andrea Yates?
Yes, I testified for the defense in both of her trials.
Did you also work on the case of what is known as the Aurora movie theater shooting?
Yes, I was a consultant to the prosecutor in that case.
Did you also work on the case involving the Oklahoma City bombing courthouse?
Yes. Again, I was employed by the government in that case.
And in addition to those cases, did you also, in your practice, consult with the defense as well as the prosecution on a number of homicide cases, many of which involve filicide?
Yes, I have.
All right. In the course of this case, sir, did I reach out to you and ask if you would assist me in evaluating Lindsay Clancy?
Yes, you did.
And can you tell the jurors when and for how long you would actually interview, whether it would be Lindsay, whether it would be third-party contacts? Just give us an idea as to how you evaluated her.
Yes, about 4 months after the crime, I did a personal evaluation of Lindsay and her parents to gain information. And I spent 3 hours interviewing her on that date.
And how long did you spend interviewing third-party contacts of her parents?
An hour and 50 minutes.
And this would be in May of 2023?
That's right.
Where did the interview take place?
The interview took place at Duxbury Hospital.
Would that be, is that a hospital facility that's a mental institution in the town or city of Tewksbury?
Tewksbury, yes.
And Lindsay actually came and was living in Duxbury at the time of the incident. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. So can you describe for us, without getting into any statements that she made to you, tell us about the circumstances. How did she appear to you physically? And how was she able to answer your questions? Just tell us what her appearance was, her mood.
Yes. Well, first of all, at the time, of course, she had suffered major injury and was paralyzed. So that was the setting. So during the examination, she did not have control of the lower part of her body. During the interview, she appeared somewhat matter of fact, but at the time she was still grieving. The nurses told me that she was crying daily about the loss of her 3 children, and she was also medicated at that time. She was fully cooperative and gave me a detailed account of her recollections of the critical events.
Did you make an observation of her affect? Did she appear to have what you refer to as a flat affect?
Yes, she did have, or I would call it a blunted affect. That is, her emotions were not as you would expect. Her feeling tone was muted.
Muted? Is that what you said, muted?
Muted.
Okay.
Yes.
Now, doctor, in the course of evaluating this case, and again, in the interest of time, would you agree that you had a chance to review a number of items to assist you in your evaluation?
I reviewed extensive records in this case, both records referring to Ms. Clancy's mental illness, how it developed, who her treaters were, and then also I was able to evaluate records after her conduct.
And that would include police reports?
Extensive police reports, yes.
Grand jury testimony?
Yes.
Photographs?
Yes.
Videos?
Yes.
Medical records from healthcare providers such as Dr. Tufts, nurse practitioner Gelada, and McLean Hospital?
Yes.
Were you aware that she had also contacted suicide hotlines and went to a facility in Rhode Island, Women and Infants?
Yes, I reviewed all those records.
So with all of that information, doctor, that you had access to, did you also have the opportunity to review any records from, let's say, the government's doctors, Dr. Helbrun, Dr. Mack, Dr. Satoff?
Yes, after I prepared my report, I was aware that there were 3 experts employed by the prosecution, and I was able to review their reports in detail also.
Okay. And your report is actually dated, you saw her in 2023, and you prepared your report ultimately after your evaluation in September. Do you know when the government's doctors' reports were available to you? Was that recently?
My recollection is that they did their evaluation about 3 years after the crime, and I had the opportunity to see her 4 months after the crime.
Now, did you also have occasion, sir, to see from Dr. Helbrun, government's doctor, psychiatric testing?
Yes, I did.
Can you tell us, for example, was one of the results on the psychiatric testing a test that he administered for the government called the MMPI, Minnesota Multiphasic Personality Inventory Test?
That was a psychological test that he administered, yes.
And do you recall from reviewing the record, the result, was she faking, was she lying, or was she telling the truth?
The results showed no evidence of faking.
Hold on.
Here we go again.
Here we go again.
But y'all,
Just
what I
on-
put in the chat, is what this dude testified. If he got a woman off that killed 5 of her kids, he's definitely gonna get her off.
You think?
Oh yeah.
They're never going to say not guilty. They're not going to say not guilty, bet.
Same thing happened.
I'd
with
be willing to
Yates.
bet. I'd be willing to bet that
like
she
the
don't.
exact same thing. 1 hour, the husband left. She deleted her kids, then called 911. Same. It's same. Everything is the same. Exactly the same. One by one.
Yeah, that is crazy.
I hope she go to jail, but
Me
I don't
too,
think
dude.
she
I'm
will.
sorry.
You know what I'm saying? I don't.
Yeah.
He got heavy hitters up there, y'all. He got heavy hitters up there.
They know him too. They know him for a while now. Yep. But I don't think she's gonna get off though. Did Yates get off after all that?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Same way.
Is she free? Is she free right now?
She's in a mental hospital, just like they're gonna put her in. Like, this isn't she gonna get off. She's gonna spend the rest of her life in a mental hospital. That's what they're doing.
We can go. I can. It's not that bad. As long as she never gets out. I mean, I'd rather see her go to prison though. That's where she belongs. Sorry, y'all.
But the first time she was trialed,
you don't
the first
use
time
excuses.
They rejected it. They reject like the same thing. Exactly what you just said. They're gonna find her guilty, then they're gonna come back because on the Yates, the jury rejected her insanity defense, just like this one right now. You got to object to her insanity defense before you see what I'm saying? They're putting on an insanity defense.
Right.
Is it working? Is it working for you?
Not for me, it ain't working. Not for me, it ain't
working. I'm with you, Doctor.
Good morning, Misty.
Hey, Misty.
Yeah,
I'm with
it's
you.
working
I'm with you, Wee.
For some of our family and some of our friends, it's working for them in certain ways, but it ain't working for me or for them. I'm sorry. I mean,
man, I'm with you.
I'm not with that, y'all. You don't get to use excuses. Somebody should have did this. Somebody shouldn't have done that. They went out with another woman, or this or that. The doctor said no. The hospital, you don't get to use no excuse for killing 3 babies. Sorry, you don't get to use excuses for that shit. There is no excuse for it. None. Period. Point blank. Full stop. There's no excuse for unaliving 3 kids. If you do it, I don't give a damn what made you do it. You're responsible. That's just me. That's my strong conviction, and I'll have that conviction. I'll stand 10 toes down on that conviction right there, y'all.
Pretty finna get you. Pretty finna get you. Pretty finna get
you.
Come
on and get it then.
Okay, Doctor. I had asked you if you were aware that government's Dr. Halpern
I want them
had
to not
administered the MMPI test and came to a conclusion as to whether or not Lindsay was telling the truth, faking, or exaggerating symptoms. And you relied on that test as a portion of your opinion. Is that right?
Yes, I did.
Can you tell the jurors what the results of that test were, to your knowledge?
The summary, the results were that Lindsay Clancy had a tendency to minimize and did not have a tendency to exaggerate what she was saying in her own symptoms.
Did it also indicate that she was not, I think the terminology is faking or lying in her answers, but in fact was being truthful as best she could be?
Yes, although the test is a little more specific about symptoms rather than lying or not lying, but it did not suggest any evidence of faking symptoms.
Okay, and I'm sorry, that broke up. It did not suggest any evidence of what?
No evidence of faking psychiatric symptoms.
And then finally, one of the scales in that test is referred to as the K, I think from the books, the K scale or the lie scale. Is that correct?
Yes, that was not elevated.
Not elevated. Okay. Now, doctor, in your experience, do you have any particular subspecialty or interest in the concept of people that are malingering or faking in the forensic world? In other words, if it's a criminal case, if it's a workman's comp case where somebody's pretending their back hurts, things of that nature, have you focused on that as a subspecialty or interest in your career?
That has been a major interest. I've actually written 46 articles or book chapters in this area. The first was 1984. And over the course of that, of course, new research comes out. So when you write a new edition of a book chapter, it would incorporate new material. So even though the chapter may go through 5 editions in a particular book, they're up to date, and the ones which were written earlier would no longer be the best basis for forming an opinion.
Now, for example, when you reviewed Dr. Helbrin's report for the government, did he refer to your articles?
He did refer to my research, yes.
And was that updated research or was it old research that he referenced?
He referenced older research.
So can you tell us, Doctor, when you consider let me start over again. When you reviewed Lindsay's medical records, you also reviewed the psychopharmacology, in other words, the medications that Dr. Tufts and Gelada and all of these other doctors had prescribed to her during that period of time?
Yes, I did.
And have in mind your interview, the time that you spent with her directly reviewing all of the documents, all of the medical records, everything that we've talked about. And you're also aware from her, not specifically what she said to you, but you're aware of the circumstances from her recollection as to the killings that she told you. Is that correct?
Yes, as well as the journal she kept and other evidence of her thinking and symptoms as the time approached for the crime on January 24th, 2023.
Okay, and you were also aware of her access to her cell phone, doing Google searches and looking up medications during that period of October, November, December, and January. You're aware of that, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and can you tell the jurors, in your opinion, sir, with your years of experience in the issue of filicide, working for just the government on a number of cases and the defense, and your evaluation of Lindsay, can you tell this jury your opinion as to whether or not at the time of the killings that she was suffering from a disease or defect that impaired her ability to substantially appreciate and or conform her conduct to the requirements of the law?
Well, sure. Let me begin with the issue of whether she had a mental disease or a defect. Ms. Clancy had a severe depression. There is a book called the DSM, or Diagnostic Manual, prepared by the American Psychiatric Association, which lists criteria for various diseases. So in the diagnostic manual, for example, one needs to have 5 out of 9 symptoms to make a diagnosis of major depression. And Ms. Clancy, as she approached the date of the crime, actually had 7 of the 9 symptoms and was severely depressed. So that in addition to that, she had some earlier evidence of what's called a mild mania, and that fits together in what's called bipolar 2. So in other words, it's a type of bipolar illness where there is more frank depression, severe depression, but the manic aspects are not as severe. So my final diagnosis of her was called bipolar 2 with a severe depression on January 24, 2023. And from reading the reports of all of the experts that will be testifying, no one failed to diagnose a major mental disease on the day of the crime.
Now, doctor, in the course of that diagnosis, have you considered the concept of postpartum depression and or postpartum psychosis?
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors how that...
First of all,
I'm sorry. Can you tell the jurors how that factors into your diagnosis and opinion?
Yes. Ms. Clancy had a history of anxiety and difficulty with each of her children. It was minor with her first child, more significant with her second child, and on the occasion of Callan's birth, things went well for the first 3 months, but then Ms. Clancy became very anxious and depressed, and it took quite a toll on her. And I believe the jury has heard from various treaters, such as Dr. Tufts and Nurse Delata and others, and her own anguish about how depressed she was, where she actually felt she couldn't function, her brain was damaged, she would never be the same. So she definitely met the definition of a major depression as well as this bipolar phenomenon. Now, with respect to the postpartum aspect, since Ms. Clancy's symptoms began within 3 months of Callan's birth, that would be considered a postpartum onset. Then, of course, she had considerable difficulty over the next 5 months, and at the time of the crime itself, on January 24, 2023, Ms. Clancy was frankly psychotic. So in that sense, she had a postpartum psychosis. It's actually not frequent to have a postpartum psychosis 8 months after a birth, but it does occasionally occur. And so what I can say is whether it is the classic postpartum psychosis or not, with a postpartum onset and frank psychosis on the day of the killing, I would label that a postpartum psychosis in the sense that it was a postpartum onset and she was clearly psychotic on that day.
And doctor, when a person is psychotic or involved in having a psychosis, in your opinion, are they able to appear normal, quote unquote, communicate with people, drive a car, things of that nature?
Well, let me say there that Ms. Clancy herself did her best to not reveal the extent of her depression. She was frank with members of her own family. Her sister and mother-in-law were aware of how anguished and depressed she was, but with more casual friends, she tended not to show the extent of her depression. I'm not suggesting that she was, although psychosis can indeed wax and wane, for example, on the day of her crime, I'm not suggesting that she was frankly psychotic every minute. She was functioning. In fact, she said she was having a better day than other days. And she actually went out and made a snowman with the kids, visited with, took Cora to a doctor for the 5th birthday checkup, and was functioning at a level that was not frankly psychotic until she had a command hallucination while her husband, Patrick, was out doing a couple of chores.
And can you tell us, doctor, what, in your opinion, what a command hallucination is and how it fits, if you will, in a diagnosis of psychosis?
Yes. If we take, first of all, a hallucination is simply hearing a voice, and the voice can be benign or it can be more malignant. So a voice may just simply say, open the window. About 1/3 of voices are called command hallucinations. That is an instruction to do something. And the majority of those commands are benign. So it might be open a window, get a glass of water, it might be something much more ominous, such as to kill oneself or harm someone else. Those are dangerous command hallucinations. Now, in Ms. Clancy's case, she had not only a command hallucination on the day that she killed her children, she had what is known as a delusion of influence. That is, not only did she hear a command, but she felt that her body was taken over by an external force where she was in a dream state and did not have control of her own body. It was almost like she was a puppet and someone else was pulling the strings.
Yeah, hold on a second. Counsel?
Counsel, I need a cigarette.
Where are you leaning now, Where you leaning? Do you trust his? We're gonna have to do this, y'all. Do you trust his testimony? Yes or no? Come on, let's go.
Not fully, no. I trust his expertise, but I also know that he's partial to the defense because that's who he's testifying for.
But you are a jury member. Are you taking what he's saying as fact or fiction? You remember now, you're a jury member. I'm interviewing you as the jury.
Right. And I also know. Yeah. Go ahead.
He's an expert jury member.
Trials, I know I can take part of his testimony as fact or fiction. I can take all of it as fact or fiction, or I can take none of it as fact or fiction. I take his expertise, sure. I take that. He has the qualifications, sure. But is he making his testimony for the defense, to line up for the defense, to make an excuse for her taking the lives of 3 children, ages 5, 3, and 8 months in a horrific manner? He's given her an excuse by using his expertise. I don't buy that as an excuse, but I do buy what he's saying.
Any psychiatrist or psychologist as establishing the truth of any facts that are contained in that sentence, in those statements, all right? The defendant's statements to any psychiatrist or psychologist for purposes of evaluation cannot be considered by you as evidence of premeditation, extreme atrocity or cruelty, or specific intent to kill. Such statements are admissible only as they relate to the basis for the doctor's opinion of the defendant's mental condition. All right, and I'll go into that a little bit later. Okay? Go ahead, Mr. Riggs.
So, Doctor, to conclude, would you relate your opinion as it relates to the standard of a person being lacking criminal responsibility at the time of the commission of a crime in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts?
Well, there are 2 arms to the test for criminal responsibility. One has to do the defendant's ability to control their conduct, and the other has to do with their knowledge of the wrongfulness of their acts. I'd like to address each of those separately, if I may.
Sure.
With regard to my opinion is that Ms. Clancy was, due to her mental disease, unable to conform her conduct to the requirements of the law on the day that she took the lives of her children. And let me give you the basis of that opinion. First of all, she was hearing a voice which was commanding her to engage in the killing behavior, and she did not feel any sense of control. She felt that she had to obey the instructions she was receiving. It was a matter where she was just following the command rather than being able to make any decision to do it or not. And for example, I ask,
you can't say what you talked, doctor. You can't. You cannot say what she told you. All right.
Okay. All right. I will not do that. Let me just make sure I'm covering other aspects of this. The second evidence that she was lacking control is the fact that she made a severe suicide attempt, also based on the command hallucination that she heard that day, so that she not only cut her throat and jumped out of a window, she very much wanted to die. Now, in my research on women who kill their children, I've divided the motives into 5 categories, and I want to look at how Ms. Clancy did to those motives.
So tell us the 5 categories.
Yeah, the 5 categories are: first, altruistic filicide.
What does that mean? What does that mean, altruistic filicide?
Altruistic filicide occurs when a murder is committed out of love rather than hostility. It is an effort on a mother's part to do what is best for the child. They may believe the child is, they may have a delusional belief the child is about to be tortured in their delusional mind, and they take their life in doing what they believe is in the best interest of the children based on their delusional idea. Altruistic filicide also occurs when a mother may plan to take her own life, and in her psychotic thinking and severe depression, it is distorted, and she may believe that the child will be worse off if she remains alive. So, for example, in Ms. Clancy's case, she believed that, as the jury has already heard, she was obsessional about caring for her children. She consulted with others at work to try and do exactly what was right for her children. And she believed that if Ms. Clancy took her own life, her children would be in terrible shape. And in her mind, she believed that she would be doing her children a favor by having them go to heaven with her rather than remain on earth without her doing the mothering. Her mind was very distorted like that.
Okay. So if you could just tell us the other titles of the other 4 types that you were referred to. Just tell it without getting into detail if they don't apply to Ms. Clancy.
All right. The second category does apply to Ms. Clancy, and that is called acutely psychotic filicide.
Okay.
And this occurs when someone is frankly psychotic. They may have delusions or hallucinations. They're out of touch with reality, and rather than having any rational motive, they're simply acting on their psychotic beliefs. So those 2 both apply to Ms. Clancy. The other 3.
Okay, go ahead.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead. No, that's right. Just give us the other 3, the captions of them.
The other 3 which do not apply, one is called child maltreatment, in which a parent may shake the child to death or throw a child against a wall in an abusive manner. The next category is unwanted child, where someone, just for their convenience, the child is a burden and they kill the child for that motive. And the final motive is spouse revenge filicide. That is, someone hates their spouse so much that they're willing to sacrifice the child as a way to punish the spouse. And the three latter categories clearly do not apply to Ms. Clancy. She loved her husband, respected her husband, had a good marriage. She never spanked or ever abused her child, and all of her children were wanted. In fact, she planned to have a fourth child. So those three categories clearly do not apply. If I can explain how the two categories did apply, I've already mentioned that Ms. Clancy believed that a distorted belief that her children would just be miserable, and she could not imagine them continuing to exist and have a decent life without her being there as a mother. And so in that sense, she did what she believed was morally right, even though she understood that ordinarily killing a child is against the law. She believed that she was doing what was right for her children with her distorted, psychotic thinking about the children's need for her. And then with respect to the second category of acutely psychotic, Ms. Clancy was under the influence of a command hallucination and idea of influence, so that at that time, rather than the ability to make a rational decision, she was so in the grip of her psychotic command hallucination and idea of influence that she lacked the capacity to conform her conduct to the requirements of the law.
Okay. And Doctor, pretty much finally, there's been some questions or allegations that Ms. Clancy did not provide information to her healthcare providers about her adverse effects of medication that she had been prescribed. Do you agree with that from your review of the medical records, or did she, in fact, tell her healthcare providers how she felt as a result of what she perceived to be the medications that were prescribed?
It's my opinion of reasonable medical certainty that Ms. Clancy was actually a more sophisticated patient than most, and she was forthcoming in conveying her symptoms. The one area in which she was not fully revealing was the area of when she had an impulse to harm her children. And that was because she had a rational belief that her children may be taken away from her by a social service agency. She had an irrational belief that if she even entered a medical hospital, that her children would be taken away. So that is the one area in which she was not fully forthcoming.
Now, Doctor, in your experience, do you find that many women that are caretakers of children postpartum, after the child is born, that are having these intrusive thoughts and having these dark thoughts are in fact afraid of reporting them because of that very reason that you're talking about?
Sustained.
Yes, as a
All right,
matter
no,
of
you
fact.
you can't answer that.
Phrase that.
Okay. It's also been mentioned here a couple of times that she hasn't killed herself yet, even though she's in the Tewksbury Hospital. Can you tell the jurors briefly, while she's in the Tewksbury Hospital, what are the circumstances of her confinement and what type of care is being provided to her as it relates to whether or not she, or why she hasn't killed herself yet?
Well, Nancy, indeed, there is evidence of her going suicidality to such an extent that she is never allowed to be out of the presence of a staff member. Even when I conducted an examination of her and requested privacy, a staff member had to be present. So her ability to take her life in view of her crisis and observation is and she recognizes that, so that the reality is, no matter she does not want to live at any point, she has no choice but first to live at this time.
Thank you very much, Doctor. You have to answer some questions from the DA. Your Honor, at this point, I would like to, because I'm looking at yeah, 40-page resume, so I just offer that if I could.
Any objection?
No objection.
Okay, that may be marked.
Thank you.
I may?
Yes, please.
Good morning, Dr. Resnick.
Good morning.
In addition to the evaluations that you do, is it true that you've also taught some courses to other forensic psychiatrists and psychologists about how to testify in cases like these?
Yes, I have.
And you teach them how to answer questions and how to dress and how to appear believable and trustworthy, correct?
That's correct.
And in one of your trainings, excuse me, Do's and Don'ts of Depositions by Dr. Philip Resnick, in your course description, you state information beyond the question should not be volunteered because it will open up new areas for questioning, provide ammunition for attacks, eliminate the opportunity for surprise, and information fails to get to the jury, correct?
That's correct.
So you teach other psychologists how to hold back information in the discovery process to surprise the other side.
No, that's not it. And I'm not excited.
Now, a woman who kills her child can have more than one motive, correct?
Yes.
And actually, the most common motive for women who kill their children is fatal maltreatment or child abuse, correct?
That's correct.
And in fact, most women who kill their kids don't do it due to mental illness, correct?
That's correct.
And in fact, there's a quote from you in an article, Child Murdered by Mothers, Patterns and Prevention, where you say, quote, more filicides occur due to fatal maltreatment than because of maternal psychiatric illness, correct?
Correct.
You also have written about parents having significant emotional devastation after killing their children, correct?
Yes.
And in fact, you've written in, it's a chapter 6 of Family Murder, Child Murder by Parents, in the aftermath section, you've written, quote, these life events are likely to prolong the parent's depression. The anniversary of the children's deaths and exposure to things that remind the parent of it are likely to be upsetting, correct?
Yes.
Things like birthdays and holidays and the anniversary of the killings would all be something that would be upsetting, correct?
They sometimes are, yes.
Now, you've written a lot about malingered psychosis, correct?
Yes.
And malingering psychosis, you can have a mental illness and your malingering could be exaggerating those symptoms or saying you have psychosis symptoms when you don't, correct?
That's correct.
And one of the things that you have written, and there's an article that you wrote called Faking It, you've written in here,
quote, command auditory hallucinations are easy to fabricate. Persons experiencing genuine command hallucinations do not always obey the voices, especially if doing so would be dangerous, correct?
That's correct.
You've also given some points to other practitioners. If you, quote, if you suspect a person of malingered auditory hallucination, ask what he or she does to make the voices go away or diminish in intensity, correct?
Yes.
Because typically someone who hears a voice telling them to do something horrible like kill their child will try to resist that voice initially, correct?
That there's variability, some do and some don't.
And in fact, the case you mentioned earlier, Andrea Yates, Miss Yates, in fact, committed herself to a hospital 5 times and tried to kill herself twice, all while trying to not kill her children, correct?
Yes.
She had heard voices for months and telling her to kill her children, and to resist those voices, she actually tried to kill herself, correct?
Until she could no longer resist the voices, yes.
Right. But she tried.
Right, as did Ms. Clancy.
Well, according to the records and reports that we have that are in evidence, Ms. Clancy heard the voice and immediately acted, correct? According to those records?
Well,
is that correct?
Well, Ms. Clancy had impulses to harm her children, which she did resist until the command hallucination when she was overwhelmed, yes.
But according to the records and the testimony that we've had, she had an impulse in December one time to harm her children, correct?
I believe it was on 2 occasions that she mentioned it to her husband.
And then never again after that until her kids were killed, correct?
There were only 2 occasions she mentioned it, but she referred to having these horrible impulses. So that suggests to me she was dealing with it on an ongoing basis, although she mentioned it only twice to her husband.
But she never said she had thoughts to kill her children. She said she had thoughts to harm her children, correct?
Yes, but actually, I think it's clear that to harm her children was to kill her children.
Well, in the records where you say that she was so clear in presenting her symptoms to her doctors, she repeatedly was asked if she had any homicidal ideation, and she repeatedly said no, correct?
That's right, and she didn't in the initial parts of her treatment, but by late December and January is when she did have those impulses.
But what
and
she
did
told
not
her,
acknowledge them.
but what she told
She
her
did not acknowledge
doctors,
them to her doctors.
what she told her doctors in December is that she had no homicidal ideation. She only reported suicidal ideation, correct?
Yes, and as noted, that's very common because people fear their children will be taken away.
So it's better to kill them than to have them taken away.
No, it's not better to kill them
Hold on, Doctor.
than have them taken away.
That question is stricken, that answer is stricken.
You say that she was very forthcoming in her symptoms to her medical providers, but she never told those medical providers that she had an impulse to harm her children, correct?
That's correct.
You also, in teaching people about malingering, about faking hearing voices or being psychotic, you give pointers of what people should look for, such as patient uses no strategies to diminish hallucinations. Patient states he obeys all commands, correct?
Yes.
You also, in a podcast, evidence entitled Identifying Malingering with Dr. Philip Resnick, you were asked about malingering and you said, and asked about hearing voices, and you said, quote, So a common example I'll use in teaching is if you hear a voice out of the blue that says, kill your mother, your moral fiber would cause you to hesitate. But if you have concurrent delusion that your mother is an evil wizard, you're more likely to act on that command hallucination, correct?
Correct.
And there's no evidence in the records or in the testimony that we've had thus far that Miss Clancy believed that her children were evil or that they were possessed or that there was any danger posed by them or to them by such forces, correct?
Instead, Ms. Clancy.
Well, it was a yes or no question, Doctor.
No, go ahead. You can answer that.
Instead, Ms. Clancy had the psychotic, distorted belief that her children would be better off in heaven rather than being motherless. So that was her psychotic distortion, coupled with the command hallucination. So she met the exact requirement you're referring to.
And you believe that that was her psychotic delusion that they would be better off without her, better off in heaven without her, because according to your report, you could figure out no rational, non-psychotic motive for her to kill her children, correct?
Yes.
And so just because you can't figure out a motive or you don't know a motive or the person doesn't tell you a motive doesn't mean that there actually isn't a motive, correct?
There was a motive.
But that's not what I asked you. I did not ask you about Miss Clancy. I said, just because someone tells you that they don't have a motive or you can't figure out a motive doesn't mean they didn't actually have a motive, correct?
That's possible, yes.
You also state in another article identifying malingering with Dr. Philip Resnick, you point out that the rapid resolution of symptoms with medication can be a red flag, as genuine psychotic symptoms usually take longer to subside, correct?
That's correct.
Were you aware from the Tewksbury records that on page 1136, it says Miss Clancy has been clinically stable since her admission. There have been no events of affective, cognitive, behavioral instability since her admission, and that Miss Clancy has not evidenced any challenges in accepting and conforming to the rules and standards. Did you review that
Yes,
note?
I'm aware of that.
Okay. Were you also
Yep.
aware on page 1168 that it says Miss Clancy denies that she has ever experienced hallucinatory content prior to or since that event, referring to when she killed her children, correct?
Yes.
And you're aware on page 1170, it states Miss Clancy presents with intact reality testing and no observable symptoms of psychosis. She is actively engaged in treatment. She is able to identify possible hopes for her future, including serving as an activist for postpartum psychosis awareness and participating in a wheelchair marathon. Were you aware of that?
Yes.
I move to submit these three sections as the next three exhibits.
All right. Any objection? All right. Are those part of the Tewksbury records are already in?
Yes.
Okay, those may be admitted.
Doctor, you mentioned that when you interviewed Miss Clancy, you spoke to some nurses who told you she had been crying every day, correct?
Yes.
Are you aware that in the Tewksbury records, in the one-to-one notes of people who watched her every minute of every day, there's no record of her crying every day?
Well, when I saw her at 4 months, I'm not sure was she already, how long had she been at Tewksbury? Well, I'm not aware of that note, but but my recollection is that she was observed crying.
But there's no record of her crying at Tewksbury every day, correct?
I have no knowledge of it.
And you mentioned that during the interview, not getting into anything that she said, but her affect, her expressions, her emotions, you said that they were flat and blunted, correct?
Yes.
Do you remember the portions of the video where she smiled and laughed?
Are you talking about the video of my interview?
What was that?
Are you talking about the videotape of my interview with her?
Yes, yes, at the end of the video, do you recall her smiling and laughing?
So does that open up the video?
This is affect and behavior.
That's an issue we could talk about over here. And probably something best raised on cross.
Okay.
I mean, on redirect, I'm sorry.
And just getting into her affect and behavior, doctor.
Yes. Yeah, that's not inconsistent with her affect throughout the interview, especially, for example, in talking about
Well, not getting into
how
what she
delighted
talked
she
about,
was with
doctor. I'm not asking anything about what she talked about, just her expressions and her affect. Now, you mentioned that the Commonwealth experts saw Miss Clancy 3 years after you examined her, correct?
I said it was 3 years after the crime.
Okay. And you're aware that the Commonwealth was not permitted to interview Miss Clancy until after defense had filed a notice of their defense, and we'd been given permission by the court to have our experts interview her, correct?
Yes.
And you're aware that did not occur until approximately 2.5 years after the incident, correct?
Yes.
Now, you mentioned that postpartum psychosis doesn't typically happen 8 months after a child's born, correct?
Yes.
In fact, typically, it's within 4 weeks of a child being born, correct?
Most often, yes.
And you mentioned that her postpartum, Miss Clancy's postpartum symptoms began within that 3-month time frame of postpartum. Do symptoms have to occur within that 3-month period to be postpartum?
Well, there's a wide range of definitions of postpartum. Some scholars in the area make it the whole first year, others 3 months, others 4 weeks.
And in fact, her seeking help from a psychiatrist happened in September, which would have been 4 months after she gave birth, correct?
Correct.
You mentioned that Ms. Clancy was able to hide her symptoms of depression from her friends, that she was open with some people, but she was able to hide those symptoms from friends and other people she interacted with, correct?
Yes, hide the depths of her depression.
And so she was able to control and conform her behavior to situations in which she did not want to show people how she was feeling, correct?
Sure, very common.
Now, you wrote in your report on page 24 that Ms. Clancy had paranoid beliefs that her children would be taken away from her if anyone knew what she was going through, correct?
Yes.
But that's actually a rational belief, is it not? That if someone knows you want to harm your children, they might be taken away?
It can be rational, but it was more, it approached irrational in her case rather than rational.
I have nothing further.
Your redirect? Plus,
No, thank you, Doctor.
right, so if we could turn off that. Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you.
All right. Reagan.
Your Honor, Lindsay Clancy rests her case.
All right. So, members of the jury, the defense has now rested its case. All right, so I'm going to talk to counsel for a minute or so over here, and we're about to go into the next phase of this case, which would be the Commonwealth is offered and given the opportunity to offer rebuttal witnesses on certain issues. And so I'm going to talk to counsel first, and I'll inquire of the Commonwealth if they wish to offer these rebuttal witnesses. Okay, so counsel, can I see it sidebar?
Sidebar. Okay, so if you don't know, the defense just arrested the Commonwealth now, because they have the burden of proof, are going to get to put on a rebuttal. I would imagine the judge is inquiring about, are they going to put on a rebuttal and how long that's going to take, how many witnesses are going to be called, so on and so forth. Got to limit the objections and stuff in front of the jury. Not closing arguments yet. Closing arguments are probably going to happen on Monday.
All right. Attorney Sprague, does the Commonwealth wish to offer any rebuttal?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. If you call your next witness, please.
The Commonwealth will call Dr. Abram Mack.
Dr. Abram, I didn't hear what the last thing she said was. It'd be an interesting rebuttal. She's going to go really hard now.
All right. Good morning, Doctor.
Morning.
All right. I just ask you to keep your voice up so the jury can hear you. And with that,
Good morning, Lori.
Attorney Buckingham, please.
Thank you. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Could you please tell the jurors your first and last name?
Abram Mack.
And would you spell your name for the record, please?
Abram is spelled A, V like Victor, R like Robert, A like Apple, M like Mary.
And I'm just going to ask you to speak in a loud, clear voice. And if you need to kind of push closer to the microphone, that might help.
I will.
Thank you. What do you do for work, sir?
I'm a psychiatrist.
And how long have you been a psychiatrist?
After training, I've been a psychiatrist for 22 years now.
Can you tell us a little bit about your educational background?
Sure.
Morning,
I went to the University of Michigan College, Cornell University for medical school. I was here at the Brigham for residency in psychiatry. And then that was followed by a fellowship in child psychiatry at Columbia University and a one-year fellowship in forensic psychiatry at New York University.
And what do you do now? What's your area of practice now?
I'm a psychiatrist. For all these 22 years, I've been serving in a lot of different roles. Currently, I'm a professor of psychiatry at Thomas Jefferson University in Philadelphia, and I see patients at a child hospital called Nemours.
And so you, in your current practice, have a clinical practice, and you also do forensic psychiatry. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And do you have any board certifications?
I do.
And what are you board certified in?
I'm board certified in psychiatry, child and adolescent psychiatry, and also forensic psychiatry.
I had been board certified in addiction medicine by the American Board of Addiction Medicine, but they closed. So I don't know if I can still say that I'm board certified by them.
Okay. And to what extent are you engaged in the forensic psychiatry? What areas of forensic psychiatry do you have you testified in?
I've provided testimony in perhaps almost every area of forensic psychiatry, ranging from testamentary capacity of adults who engage in contracts, or appropriateness for adoption, or whether or not a person is competent, or if a person is criminally responsible.
Now, in what areas of the country have you testified on those topics?
Around the country. I'm not sure how many states I've testified in, but I've been engaged in reviews or investigations of cases in, I think, more than half the states.
And what does it mean to conduct a forensic evaluation in psychiatry?
Well, it can mean a lot of different things depending on the question that's being asked by a court or other authority. Sometimes there are statutes that you as the forensic psychiatrist need to try to answer a particular question that a statute requires. Or sometimes it is a matter of giving an opinion, say in a civil case, where it's your understanding of, say, the degree of harm that the person has experienced. Sometimes great, sometimes not so great.
And you, in your experience, have testified as a forensic psychiatrist in both civil and criminal matters, correct?
Correct.
And are you aware of a difference between forensic psychiatry versus forensic psychology?
There are differences, aside from the fact that they're different professions, but they both cover mental health. There are different rules that apply to forensic psychologists in their carrying out their roles as psychologists.
Now, when you mentioned that you have done some work and testified in matters regarding criminal responsibility, right?
Correct.
And you're aware that different states have slightly different statutes when it comes to criminal responsibility.
Yes.
And so in this case, you were asked to review the matter of the Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy, correct?
Yes.
And so in order to do that, did you review the statutes here in Massachusetts regarding criminal responsibility?
Yes, I did.
And can you tell us how it came that you were involved in this case?
I was asked by the prosecutor's office to be involved as a psychiatrist reviewing the matter.
And when you're asked or you're retained by either side in a case, defense or prosecution, what is the goal of the evaluation? Are you just trying to advocate for the side who hires you, or are you conducting an independent evaluation of the evidence?
No overall.
You can answer.
Well, to answer your question, certainly the goal is to provide an independent evaluation, but also to provide clarity and to say what can be said. In criminal matters, sometimes it's a very certain question that it's either a yes or a no. In other matters, it's not always necessarily a strict yes or no.
Now, in criminal matters where you were asked to conduct these independent evaluations, how do you approach it? What kind of information do you seek, or would you prefer to have in order to conduct the evaluation?
Well, generally one starts with the statute and then tries to gather or review what information exists to understand the mental state of the person, if that's pertaining to the particular statutory question, and to understand the mental history and the mental state of the individual, and to see if that can be applied to the questions at hand.
And so what types of records are you generally looking at when conducting a forensic evaluation for something like criminal responsibility?
Well, one would certainly want to review psychiatric records if they exist. Ideally also to have examined the individual and to gather information, not only historical information from the individual, but to do, in that sense, an examination in real time And that provides you the information, what we call a mental status examination. Other records are also important: medical records, educational records, and other records that describe the individual.
And when we're talking about a criminal case, fair to say you review the entire criminal file too, right?
Yes.
And when you're doing these evaluations and creating a database of this particular information, are there any limitations to your opinion or evaluation?
I'm not sure how you mean that.
Well, when you have these evaluations that you're conducting, namely for criminal responsibility, do those evaluations, are they limited based on the information that you have? Meaning, if you don't have everything at the time you do your evaluation, is there kind of a caveat to your opinion?
Well, when I write an opinion or state an opinion, it is based on the totality of the information that I have. If additional information comes along, I am open to receiving that and integrating that into my understanding of the totality.
Now, when you interview the individual in these evaluations, the purpose of the interview or purpose of your contact with them is not to provide treatment, correct?
Correct.
And the opinion that you reach ultimately is based on the defendant's mental state, correct?
To the extent that impacts the question, yes.
Okay. Well, when we're talking about criminal responsibility, you'd agree that's the kind of the central issue, is the person's mental state at the time of the alleged offense, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So in Massachusetts here, with the question of criminal responsibility, are you aware of what the standard is?
Yes.
And what is it?
Well, it uses particular language based on the common concept throughout the country called the McNaughton standard. And I could read to you the specifics of the language, but effectively it refers to two pieces. Well, actually starts with three. One is, did the person have a mental disorder at the time of the event? And then secondly, the two prongs speak to specifics about the mental state at the time. One being, and I would want to refer to the actual statute.
Well, if we can, maybe we break that down for the jury.
Yeah.
So the first part of this for criminal responsibility is the question of, does the person suffer from a mental disease or defect, correct?
Correct.
Objection to the leading. Let's see if he knows.
Yeah, if you just ask him.
I can rephrase
He's aware, and if you want to refresh his memory, you can.
Well, you've already testified the first part of the analysis, and I think you used the terminology mental disorder.
Yes,
right?
I did.
And you're aware that a mental disorder is a clinical term.
Yes.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that. I apologize. What was that?
A mental disorder is a clinical term. The terminology mental disease or defect, are you aware that's a legal term?
Okay.
Okay. Well, so when you are conducting evaluations for criminal responsibility.
Is that an answer?
Yes.
Said,
I'm
okay.
sorry. Yes.
Yeah, all right.
When you're conducting an evaluation for criminal responsibility and you're trying to determine whether a person suffers from a mental disease or defect, do you look to mental disorders to see if that meets criteria?
I would evaluate if the person has ever had a psychiatric or a mental disorder.
And what kinds of tools do you have available to you to do that?
Well, there are two tools. One is gathering of historical information, and the other is the information you gather from actually seeing the person face to face.
And as a psychiatrist, that's something you do in your clinical practice all the time, right?
Correct.
Because one of the main things you're going to do is look to try to diagnose an individual.
Correct.
And so how do you go about determining that if a person has a mental disorder?
In psychiatry, we make diagnoses in a descriptive manner. We look to see ways in which the individual has symptoms or signs of mental disorders or mental defects or psychiatric disorders. So in particular, one will start with trying to gather as much information as possible about what are the things that bother the individual. That may be their mood, that might be things that they get anxious about, that may be abnormal movements that they make. And that will also be aligned with understanding their medical condition, any medications that they take, any substances that they use. There's an array of information, sets of information that one gathers in that portion where you ask questions. But effectively, you're asking questions about symptoms. And one is trying to understand not just symptoms, but the degree of impairment that symptoms might be causing an individual.
And do you work with any sort of tools that help you identify particular characteristics of symptoms associated with disorders in your field?
Well, at times, individuals use scales or tests, which can be psychological tests or scales that ask particular questions. Or other times, you might use tests that are biological tests, like the person's brainwaves.
When you're talking about diagnosing an individual for any particular mental disorder, are there specific criteria for different types of disorders?
Yes, there are.
And is there a source that you use as a psychiatrist in order to identify the criteria for different disorders?
We use a text called the DSM, otherwise known as the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual. It's currently in its 5th edition, or actually a revision was made of its 5th edition. And so that text, which is created and vetted by a large number of professionals, provides criteria for the different disorders. And these are known as operational criteria. In psychiatry, there aren't necessarily gold standards that you can use for diagnosis, like finding a bacterium or finding an anatomical tissue. So for the last 60 years, 70 years, psychiatry has turned to agreed upon definitions that are listed in the DSM.
And you said it's not the end all be all, right, of diagnosing. You use your training and experience as well, but it's a tool that you use.
Well, they are the criteria that one uses to make the diagnosis. It is not a guidebook for how to gather that information. It's not a how-to, but it is the standard.
Okay. So now going back to the legal standard here in Massachusetts. So one part is the disorder, right? And you said there's a second part.
Right. So the second part are particular criteria about the person's state at the time of the event. So one of them is they both utilize the verb to have retained substantial capacity to know the act was wrong or against the law, and the other being retain substantial capacity to control or conform one's behaviors to the law.
And so when you're talking about criminal responsibility here in Massachusetts, is it fair to say you're looking at the person's conduct and their condition at the time of the offense?
That's right.
And the information that you're gathering in this overall evaluation, getting history and kind of looking at the person as a whole, is that helpful to understand the person's diagnosis when you're being asked this particular question?
Yes.
But ultimately, you're rendering an opinion of the person at the time of the offense.
That's correct.
So in this particular case, you were provided a series of records and information regarding the defendant, Lindsay Clancy, correct?
Yes.
And can you just give us a general overview of the sources of information you had available to you?
Generally speaking, there was the criminal file, as you mentioned before. And then in terms of medical or psychiatric records, there was the records from the hospital that she's at right now, the hospital that she was at right before, called Spalding, the hospital that she was at before that, which was Brigham and Women's. In addition, there was the medical records from outpatient treaters, and there was also the records from her admission to McLean Hospital. So overall, there were outpatient records, there were inpatient records. For the most part, those all correlated with her own care. Additionally, we received the pediatric records for some of the victims in this matter. And as I mentioned before, the criminal file.
Okay. And in addition to the records related to the defendant herself, we also provided some other reports to review.
I was.
By other psychiatrists and psychologists?
Yes.
Now, you mentioned that one of the things that's useful in these evaluations is an interview with the person themselves, right?
Yes,
And did you engage in an interview with the defendant?
I did.
And when did that occur?
I interviewed her on April 10th and April 12th of this year.
And that's of this year in 2026?
Correct.
And what were your observations of her when you first met with her on April 10th? Can you describe her demeanor?
Generally, she was friendly and cooperative.
When you begin an interview with an individual that you're evaluating, do you conduct what's referred to as a mental status exam?
Well, the mental status exam happens all the while that you're interacting with somebody. You're always observing for aspects of their emotions, how they speak, their mood, and so forth. Sometimes there are directed aspects of the mental status examination where you are asking about particular cognitive capacities like executive functioning and attention and concentration. But the gathering of information about the person's mood, for example, or their thought process, that happens throughout the entire portion.
Okay, and so over the course of the time that you met with the defendant, were you able to make observations of, for instance, whether she maintained eye contact with you when speaking?
Right, so she did maintain eye contact.
Okay, what about her emotional state?
So overall, if we go through the various components, like what's called her affect, which is her emotional expression or her mood, generally speaking, there were not many abnormalities in her presentation, and I can go through them. They include the way in which she speaks, that is to say the rapidity of speech, if the speech is made in sort of regular intervals between words. In terms of thought, does the person, and in this case did Ms. Clancy, make goal-directed ideas?
Mm-hmm.
Was there a particular content of the ideas? So generally speaking, for all the components of the mental status examination, there were not really abnormalities. I would say at some points she seemed distressed by some topics. I believe tearful at one point, but otherwise nothing remarkable on mental status examination.
And in these evaluations, when you're interviewing the individuals, are you also kind of taking account of their physical presentation?
Yes.
And obviously, when you met with her in April of 2026, you were able to observe her physical condition, right?
Yes.
And what were your observations of her physical condition?
Well, she's utilizing a wheelchair. Generally speaking, there were not necessarily abnormal movements that I observed. She seemed comfortable physically.
Did you find that she was able to kind of navigate her situation herself? Meaning you were in a room with her with other individuals, right?
Yes.
And she was able to kind of take care of her own.
I'm going to object leading at this point, just as they object.
Sustained, if you just ask the observations.
What did you observe her do as far as moving herself around the room? Was she able to do that?
Yes, at the moments when there were transitions, when we took a break and she went out to the hall, she was able to navigate her wheelchair one place or another.
And when you spoke with her on April 10th and April 12th, were you able to kind of have a conversation with her about her level of functioning at the Tewksbury?
Yes.
And did she tell you anything about what her general day looked like?
She described her general day. She described basically her existence there at Tewksbury.
Okay. And did she indicate to you whether she engaged with other patients, or did she spend her day mostly in bed, or what did she say about that?
Mostly, she described she stays in bed or on her own. I don't think she described interacting with patients very much. There were a couple of ways in which she did interact with staff, at least. There was a therapist that she described working with. She did describe having had a physical therapist at a certain point. I'm not sure if I remember if she still was getting physical therapy. She stated she wasn't very interested in the physical therapy that she was getting there. She wasn't interested in the food there. She described having visitors at a not infrequent basis, and that sometimes she was able to eat food or drinks that were brought in by them.
And who were her visitors, if you recall?
Family members mostly, as well as, I believe, both, and I'm not sure if they were specifically from the Brigham or Mass General, but or any place in particular, but I believe religious figures, chaplain or priest from some organizations.
And her having told you that she kind of has visitors, were you able to corroborate that in reviewing records that she had visitors?
Yes.
And were you able to corroborate, or were you able to identify in the records that she did interact with staff and patients at the hospital, according to the records?
To some degree, yes.
And you said that she had indicated to you that the food wasn't appealing at the hospital. And did you have the chance to observe her consuming her own snacks or beverages?
Beverages, yes.
Now, did she indicate to you her level of attention to hygiene and grooming while at Tewksbury?
She did. She described that she wasn't very interested in her own hygiene or grooming.
And were you able to later in the conversation speak with her about her ability to take care of her own daily activities like grooming? For instance, showering. Was she able to do that on her own?
Showering is embarrassing. It requires staff to help her. And that's one way in which she would rather not. It may also be that she described a lack of interest. So it's both components.
When you observed her, did she appear to be disheveled or not properly groomed in your meetings on April 10th and 12th?
No, she appeared groomed sufficiently, and I believe her hair was combed and she was wearing neat clothing.
Now, did she describe to you her thoughts or feelings about her current situation?
Yes.
And what did she say about that?
Well, she described feeling depressed, which she termed situational depression. She described feeling, I'm not sure the exact term she used, but feeling miserable, not wanting to be alive.
And
please. If he's finished, that's fine, but don't cut him off.
Yeah. Sorry.
I'm sorry, doctor, were you done?
Yes.
Thank you. So when you were meeting with her, do you recall her indicating that she reported being devastated?
Yes.
That she was devastated and grieving by her current situation?
Yes.
When you met with her at the Tewksbury Hospital, did you go over with her what her current treatment regimen is, what current medication she was on?
I did.
Was she able to tell you what medication she was taking?
Yes.
And were you able to confirm that with the records, that that was an accurate report?
Yes.
So what medications, when you met with her in April 2026, was she currently on?
Well, in terms of psychiatric medications, the main medication of note is olanzapine. I believe that there were several medications being used for her physical needs. One that helps with her bladder, one that helps with movement of the GI system.
Well, let's just kind of focus on the psychiatric medications, right? Because that's of your interest here. You mentioned olanzapine. What's the common or the brand name for that?
It's called Zyprexa.
And what is it used to treat?
Originally, it was created to be an antipsychotic medication, so to treat psychosis.
Okay. And are you aware that it's prescribed to Ms. Clancy for bipolar?
Yes, it is also used for mania. It is also sometimes used.
The question was bipolar.
Yeah, the question, if you could just listen to the question, and then if the Commonwealth or the other side wants to add to the answer, they'll ask you, okay? Go ahead.
So I think my question was, are you aware that the Zyprexa is prescribed for bipolar?
So bipolar is a disorder. Yes, bipolar is a disorder of mania, which is, I'm sorry, why I was mentioning at that point.
And what was the dosage of the Zyprexa that she was on, if you recall?
I believe it was 2.5 milligrams.
And in your experience, is that a significant dosage?
No, it's a small dose.
Are you aware of any other psychiatric medications that she's prescribed at Tewksbury?
I believe she's also taking trazodone.
Okay. How about Wellbutrin? Is that ring a bell?
Yes, Wellbutrin is an antidepressant medication.
Okay. And clonidine, does that sound familiar?
Yes, clonidine is a medication that's sometimes used for anxiety or to help people go to sleep.
And are you familiar with the propranolol?
Propranolol is also a medication. It also is sometimes used to help with anxiety.
And as far as the dosage of medication that she's on, based on your review of the records, are those high doses, low doses?
Overall, they're on the lower side of dosages.
And you indicated briefly in your testimony that she had reported to you that she believes to have situational depression.
Yes.
Did you have a conversation with her about the diagnosis from Tewksbury?
There were times that if you're asking about bipolar disorder, at one point she made the statement that she wasn't convinced that she has bipolar or has had bipolar disorder. She described situational depression in terms of feeling depressed about the several stressors that she experiences today.
And what are those stressors?
Well, the remorse and sadness about the events that this case is about, her separation or estrangement from her then husband, her being separated from the world, her physical injury.
Do you recall her actually using the term remorse, or is that just your description of the conversation you had?
That's my summarization right here.
Okay. Now, when you were meeting with her, did you talk to her about past medication regimens that she had been on prior to the current regimen of the Zyprexa and Wellbutrin?
Yes.
And so are you aware that she had previously been prescribed at some point lithium?
Yes.
And is that something that would be important to you to know when you were conducting your own evaluation for diagnosis of whether somebody was on lithium?
It might help, but in psychiatry, we don't make diagnoses based on medication response.
And when it came to the report of the lithium, fair to say it was not something that was trialed for a very long period of time.
Yes, and let me correct that. It's not that we don't make diagnoses. We don't categorize or define disorders by medication response. I heard the description of the trial of lithium. That was a short trial.
And about her physical injuries, did you have a conversation with her about her understanding of her physical injuries?
Yes.
Do you recall whether she reported that she had any head injuries after January 24th?
She denied that she had had a head injury.
And was she familiar with the extent of her spinal injury?
Yes.
Meaning she was able to explain to you where the injuries occurred? And
that's correct.
Were you able to review in your interview with her past psychiatric history?
Yes.
And did she have a significant past psychiatric history?
Prior to the year 2022, she had not. She had been, over time, very hard driving, someone who tended to get anxious and anxiety sometimes pushed her to achieve or to do things. There had been two short periods of depression or anxiety throughout her lifetime. In one, she had been prescribed antidepressant medication around 2 years before 2022, which she had not actually taken. She had tended to resolve her anxiety or depression through exercise and hard work.
And when you say the two short periods, are you speaking of periods after childbirth?
One was while she was in nursing school, and the other was after the birth of her second child.
So you were able to have the conversation with her about nursing school and going on medications during that experience, right?
Yes.
And as far as the second episode where she described anxiousness and seeking medication, did she indicate to you whether she actually took medication?
No,
after the birth?
Sorry.
After the birth of her second child.
She had been prescribed it, but she hadn't taken it.
Now, based on your review of records and your interview with her, were you able to identify and learn some general information about her family history?
Yes.
Did she report anyone in her family suffering from any other mental illness in the past?
No.
So no history of bipolar disorder or prior depression?
Correct. No such history.
Did you also review with her her work history?
Yes.
And did you talk to her about whether there were any adverse events in her past that affected her?
That is something I asked about. And also I was able to look at her records to try to elicit if there were any particular adverse events in her life.
Did you find any?
No.
Evidence of any? And you said that prior to 2022, there hadn't been, or there was minimal psychiatric history. Did you look at and talk to her about the period of 2022 from approximately September leading up to the events of January 24th, 2023?
Yes, I did.
So as far as going through that time period, you were able to review her medication history during that time?
Yes.
And fair to say there was a significant amount of medications that you looked at as far as what she was taking and what it was prescribed for?
Correct.
Did anything stand out to you in the timeline of her medication history that was significant in this case?
Well, she was initially prescribed medication in September of 2022. She didn't actually start taking that medication, sertraline, until October. There were several different medications that were prescribed. It is not clear that she actually took every medication that was ever prescribed or that she necessarily took it more than one or two times. There was a period of trial on a second antidepressant called Prozac. There were various medications used to help her to sleep. And then there was a several week period of taking a medication called Seroquel or quetiapine.
Are you familiar with that medication in your practice?
I am.
And is it fair to say that that medication has multiple functions, like most psychiatric medications? When you reviewed her history, what was the initial dose that she was prescribed for it?
Just 25 milligrams.
And what is a 25 milligram dose of Seroquel? What is that generally prescribed for?
Well, it's often prescribed these days to help individuals to sleep. But Seroquel is also, like Zyprexa, a antipsychotic medication. It can be used to help people to sleep. It can be used to help psychosis. It can be used to help the treatment of depression.
And as far as your review of the medication timeline for this defendant with the Seroquel, would the amount of time that she took the Seroquel have had any lasting effects biologically on her brain or her body?
there's no known effect that one would have from the amount of time that she took it. There could have been temporary effects, which could have been affecting her functioning or her psychological reaction to her functioning. But there's no known biological long-term effect.
So when you say that they could have some effect, are we talking about symptoms or negative symptoms maybe?
So Seroquel might affect a person's ability to think straight. We talked earlier about cognition, the ability to pay attention, to concentrate, to have memory. And Seroquel can negatively affect your cognitive functioning, although it is expected that that will eventually go away when you stop taking the medication.
And is Seroquel a type of medication that lingers in a person's system?
Not substantially. There are some medications that do linger, like diazepam or Valium, which is another medication that she was later prescribed. All medications are, on a relative basis. So diazepam will stay in your body much longer than, say, lorazepam, a different benzodiazepine.
Okay, but as far as the Seroquel goes, once a person stops taking it, is it fair to say that the symptoms or any negative symptoms that they have would eventually resolve themselves?
Yes.
And you're aware of the medications, the last reported medications that the defendant was on right before the events of January 24th?
I am.
And what were those?
Melatonin, lorazepam, trazodone, and an antidepressant medication called amitriptyline.
And as far as the amitriptyline, you're aware of what the dosage was?
Well, on the day before January 24th, it became 20 milligrams, but for several days before that, it was 10 milligrams.
Now, in your experience, a 10 milligram to 20 milligram dose of amitriptyline, is that a significant dosage?
It's small. The usual starting dose for an adult is 150 milligrams.
Are you aware of what the chief complaints or problems that the defendant had been reporting at the time when these medications were all being prescribed to her in 2022?
Well, it's a several month period, but it started in September of 2022 with complaints of anxiety and depression.
And fair to say, in reviewing all the records and with your conversation, that sleep also was a main issue or a complaint.
Yes, that's right.
And in some of the medications that you reviewed, is sleep, could the medications themselves affect a person's sleep?
Yes, sertraline can.
Now, as far as past diagnosis of this defendant, you were able to review overall and all the records that were available to you, what different providers had given as far as past diagnoses, correct?
Yes.
And as far as your overall evaluation in determining criminal responsibility, where you have to answer first that question of mental disease or defect, do you rely on those prior diagnoses or do you come to your own conclusions?
I come to my own conclusions.
Are the fact that there were past diagnoses something that you consider?
Yes, especially to the extent that they highlighted the basis for those prior diagnoses. I don't necessarily have to agree with the diagnoses, but I'm interested in what was observed in terms of coming to those diagnoses.
And when you're doing these types of evaluations for criminal responsibility, why do you not rely on a past diagnosis? Why do you come to your own conclusion?
Well, that's part of being an independent evaluator, where in your mind, you're able to collate the information and make your own diagnosis.
As far as kind of before we move on to your actual diagnosis, in addition to the interview that you had with the defendant over those 2 days, reviewing all the records, did you attempt to speak with what are called collaterals?
I did not.
Is that something that you sometimes do in these evaluations?
Sometimes.
Fair to say in this particular case, you did have a significant amount of information from people that were close to the defendant, right?
That was my view, yes.
And after speaking with the defendant, did she identify to you some people that maybe you could talk to?
I don't remember who she said, but I think she suggested perhaps her husband or then husband.
But you yourself didn't have an interview with Patrick Clancy, did you?
No.
But you were able to review his grand jury testimony and interviews he's given with the police in the past, right?
Yes, I did. And CPS.
And as far as speaking with the defendant's parents or her sister, are you aware that attempts were made or requests were made to speak with them, but they didn't respond?
I wasn't aware of that. I was not.
So based on everything that you reviewed in this case, were you able to come to a conclusion about diagnosis?
Yes, I did.
And at the time that you conducted this evaluation, what is your opinion about diagnosis?
My opinion about her diagnosis in the span from 2022 to 2023 is that she suffered from what's called a major depressive episode. That probably is a part of what's called a major depressive disorder. But the important point about it is the major depressive episode.
What made you come to that conclusion based on her presentations?
The information about her feelings and the progression of her illness highlighted that it was best represented by a major depressive episode. It's a condition defined in DSM-5 where an individual displays problems with mood, problems with feeling pleasure, feelings of guilt or worthlessness, problems with appetite, problems with sleep, preoccupation with death or suicide, poor concentration, poor energy, perhaps also what's called psychomotor agitation or retardation. So one doesn't necessarily need to show all of those, but as it is in the DSM criteria sets, one needs to have a certain threshold. And her history and her description of her experience, in my view, matched a major depressive episode.
Okay. And you indicated that it was kind of a progressive thing from the fall into January of 2023, right?
Yes.
And in addition to the low mood, were you able to identify that she presented with anxiety at various points?
Yes, very much.
And did you also make observations of obsessive thinking?
Yes, obsessive thinking is a kind of anxiety where you repeatedly think about a topic, maybe that you're asking, what if, what if, what if? And it's the kind of form of anxiety that you frequently see in an anxiety disorder called generalized anxiety disorder. I think it's possible she also had generalized anxiety disorder, but that is sort of secondary to the major depressive episode.
Okay. Now, in the time closest to January 24th of 2023, did you take a look at what her presentation or what her mental state was then, based on all the information that you had available to you?
Yes, I did.
Did you identify whether she was ever presenting in a manic state or a hypomanic state?
Throughout the period from 2022 to 2023, no. There was never indication of any element of mania or hypomania.
So just to kind of make it kind of clear to the jury here, when you talk about major depressive disorder, that's a identified disorder in the DSM, right?
Yes.
And when we use terminology like mania, right, what is mania?
So mania is a mood state, just like major depressive episode is a mood state. And these are the sort of building blocks of the mood disorders, bipolar disorders and major depressive disorder. So just like major depressive episode, mania is defined in the DSM, where with a certain time threshold, in this case for mania, 7 days, where you consistently have at least 4 of the following symptoms, you would be called being in a manic state. So that includes distractibility, a type of thinking called flight of ideas, grandiosity, excessive goal-directed behavior, pressured speech or some abnormality of speech, a reduced degree of need for sleep, and also the seventh would be an engagement in activities that have a high potential for, that are pleasurable but have a high potential for painful consequences. So mania requires 7 days of that, most of the day, every day, and you need 4 over 7 days. Hypomania is a lesser type of mania, and you need only 3 over a 4-day period. In both cases, as it is for major depressive episode, you also need to demonstrate that the person is impaired in a clinically significant way. That is to say, they have clinically significant impairment or distress. So these are the building blocks for the mood conditions that we're talking about.
And so when you say you looked at the defendant's condition from September through January, September 2022 through January 2023, did you observe or did you find any evidence of mania or hypomania in what was reported was her conduct or her presentation?
I could not find any example of behavior or thinking that corresponded with those elements of mania or hypomania.
Now, what about in the days immediately after the incident, were there, you said you reviewed records from Brigham and Women's Hospital, correct?
Correct.
Did you identify or could you find any evidence of mania or hypomania during that time period?
No.
And in fact, there are actually some instances that would tell you that she was in those states, correct? Like her behavior?
Yes, sustained.
During the time period of immediately after the incident, what did you observe or did you observe in the records some activity at Brigham and Women's Hospital that would show that she had linear thinking and goal direction?
Well, after she was removed from the medication called dexmedetomidine, which was sedating her and having her sleep intentionally. After that point, she awakened, the records indicate, and was able to think coherently with goal-directed thoughts. One example, and so the various mental status examinations done by the doctors at the Brigham generally showed normal mental status. One particular portion of the record reviews their review of whether or not she had the ability to make a decision. In that case, a change to her healthcare proxy. And so the physicians there were able to examine her closely in order to understand that she did have decision-making capacity.
And that's an example of something you reviewed in the record that was close in time to the incident itself, correct?
Yes.
And you also were able to review records from Jennifer Tufts from an appointment with the defendant the day before the incident occurred, correct?
I did.
And again, in those records, did you find anything that would have been suggestive of mania or hypomania?
Not of mania or hypomania, no.
What about psychosis? Did you observe any of that?
I did not throughout the period in question.
So tell us what psychosis means.
Psychosis is a form of thinking where the person has disorganization and also may have a lack of what is called reality testing. So the individual may not be able to engage in behaviors or activities or cognitive thoughts to check if a belief or an experience is real or not.
So is there any particular way in which a person can display psychosis?
Psychosis can be displayed in many different ways. It can be based on the things a person says. For example, delusions are fixed, false beliefs that the individual has, and that they exist despite the person being told that that's not true or testing it with others. You also can at least suspect psychosis in the form of hallucinations, which are unreal stimuli that an individual experiences. Sometimes you may see individuals actually moving their body to respond to stimuli that they think or they are experiencing in the environment. But hallucinations can also be taste, smell, or things that you hear or things that you see or feel on your body. And there is a kind of psychosis that includes some of that, but also simply includes an individual's lack of ability to act in an organized manner.
So a person in psychosis can sometimes do the normal things that they always do, right?
It depends on what kind of psychosis and how bad the psychosis is or to what extent it is occurring. But individuals with, say, delusional disorder, which is a disorder where your problem is you have a delusion that is affecting your life, those individuals can mostly go about their lives in other areas, at least other areas that don't have to do with that particular false belief.
What about with hallucinations? How does that manifest itself?
There is a subgroup of the population that actually experiences hallucinations frequently and has no negative effect from it. But for those who have hallucinations as a part of a disorder of psychosis or bipolar or mood, there are ways in which the individual can live with the psychosis or live with the hallucination and be able to be resilient to it and go ahead with their lives.
So even if a person does have some form of psychosis or has delusions or hallucinations, they could still manage in society by following the rules, right?
Like I said, it depends on which delusion or which hallucination, but there are individuals, and it may be who can, and there may also be people who can on a stable basis, but there also are individuals.
Next question.
As far as a person who might be suffering from psychosis, can they appreciate or do they know right from wrong?
There's no reason that psychosis in of itself inhibits a person's ability to know right from wrong.
Now, as far as in this case with this particular defendant, you have identified that you believe it's a major depressive disorder, right?
Yes.
Did you consider other diagnoses?
Yes.
What about bipolar? Did you consider bipolar?
I weighed whether there might have been bipolar disorder.
And so why not for this defendant?
Well, to be diagnosed with bipolar disorder, you need to have had a manic episode. That's at least for bipolar type 1. For bipolar type 2, you need to have had a hypomanic episode. And there's no information in the available record that displays either of those. So you can't diagnose bipolar disorder.
Did you consider the fact that this defendant or that there's been some indication of postpartum for the defendant?
Yes.
And did that affect your opinions about diagnosis?
As I said before, in psychiatry, we diagnose based on the symptoms that the individual presents with. So in the DSM, in our manner of diagnosing, when you have discerned what is the prominent symptom that the individual is suffering from, that becomes the disorder that carries your diagnosis. There are times that you can designate that it has occurred in the postpartum period. DSM states that would be within 4 weeks of birth. It also allows for the symptoms to have occurred before birth. So that is the standard that we utilize when we choose to add on that designation of something being postpartum.
Could I object? It doesn't matter what we do, it's what he does.
All right, next question.
So as far as consideration of postpartum, do you rely on the DSM-5 in your diagnostic criteria?
I do.
You're aware that there are other, that it's not universal across the world and that there are other opinions about the postpartum period, right?
I'm aware that there are psychiatrists and others who have asked to make a specific diagnosis that relates to psychiatric problems in the postpartum state. That has been studied over the years. At this point, that has been suggested to the makers of the DSM and has been rejected.
But so I guess my question is more based on your overall view of or review of this particular defendant. The onset of symptoms, when did they occur in this postpartum period, or did they?
The distress that we're talking about began in September, which is about 4 months after the birth of the most recent child.
And so if you're relying on the DSM as 4 weeks postpartum for a lot of these illnesses, mental illnesses, then the defendant was well outside that period, right?
Correct.
And as far as for the last child, when the killings occurred, that would have been 8 months after the postpartum period, correct?
Roughly, yes.
Now, in this case, you are aware of certain behaviors and thoughts that the defendant had that have been suggested as psychotic, correct?
Yes.
And did you consider those as potential psychotic features for this defendant?
Yes.
And so can you explain to us some of those potential features and what your opinion is about them?
Right. Well, some of them were beliefs or concerns that Ms. Clancy had, which weren't necessarily psychotic. So one was the idea that in the midst of her distress and her impairment, that Child Protective Services or the Child Welfare Agency would act on somehow take away her kids, to speak in a global way, but to somehow interact with her. I don't know that that's psychotic. Another is the idea that she was damaged permanently by the medications that she took. I can appreciate that she felt side effects and a degree of change from the medications that she took. So I don't know that that feeling or that belief is necessarily psychotic. So those are two that I would mention right off the bat.
What about the idea that somebody could hear her thoughts? Did you look into that?
There was one episode where she wasn't sure and asked her mother, I believe, the question, "Can you hear my thoughts?" And was told no. And so while there is a form of psychosis called thought broadcasting, that wasn't her belief. That wasn't her belief that she was engaging in thought broadcasting where she was putting her thoughts out into the world. As I read it, the question was not psychotic. The question was one that reflected the distress and the intrusive thoughts that she was having without it necessarily being psychotic. She engaged in reality testing when she asked, "Did you hear that?"
And you had the conversation with her about thought broadcasting in your interview, correct?
Yes.
And you were able to ask some follow-up questions of her directly to identify whether she was or wasn't doing that.
Yes.
And based on your conversation with her and what you learned in that interview, did you believe that she was engaged in thought broadcasting?
No, I do not.
You're aware that there were also concerns that were voiced by her that there was other things wrong with her body, not just damage from medication, right?
Yes.
Do you recall that?
Yes.
Did you consider that to determine whether that was a psychotic feature for this defendant?
Yes. So an example was her worry that she had ketoacidosis. I didn't necessarily think that that was psychotic. It may have been wrong, but it wasn't necessarily psychotic. She had been given a medication, Seroquel, where one of the side effects is that it negatively interferes with your glucose system. And ketoacidosis is the worst case scenario when you have glucose, poor control of your glucose. So I don't know that she had a fixed false belief that she had ketoacidosis, but she was worried about having ketoacidosis.
So when you say that you considered these things and you didn't believe them to be psychotic, are you talking about them in the realm of, were they delusional, were they fixed false beliefs, or something else?
Right. So I use that term specifically, as I said before, a delusion, which is a form of psychosis, is a fixed false belief, which is really immutable. You can't be convinced otherwise. But these were not fixed false beliefs. These were concerns.
And did you find that the concerns were rational based on your overall view of everything?
Right. Not only were they concerns, but they aligned with the realities that she had experienced.
Now, what about the idea of these intrusive thoughts? You reviewed the records to know that was a common report of her, that she had intrusive thoughts, correct?
Yes.
And that at various points she did identify that she did want to die.
Yes.
Is being suicidal a form of psychosis?
No.
What, if anything, does the idea of suicide tell you about this defendant or about her situation?
Well, it tells me that she was suffering, and that it was a part of, in my view, it was a part of a major depressive episode. 10 to 15% of women in the postpartum period have depressive disorders, and it can be very serious, and it can lead to suicidality or the need for hospitalization or other interventions. So the records show in my interviews that I gathered information that she was suffering, and suicidality is a form of suffering.
Now, when you talk about suicidality, does it have to make sense why the person is suicidal?
No, suicidality occurs, but it doesn't always make sense. Sometimes there might be places where one might say, well, why was that person suicidal? They had only good things in life, speaking hypothetically. But especially when an individual has depression, it just occurs.
Now, when you're talking about people that have suicidal ideation, are there certain things known as protective factors?
Yes.
And did you identify in your review of this case in the records whether the defendant presented with any protective factors when it comes to suicidality?
Well, are you asking, did Ms. Clancy identify protective factors?
Yeah, at some point, is it fair to say she did identify protective factors?
She did.
And what were the protective factors?
Mainly her mother and her children. That is to say, she wanted to, her urges or interest in suiciding was something that she chose not to do because of the worry that she would hurt them by suiciding.
And your review of the records from McLean Hospital, fair to say that one of the reasons for discharge was that she herself identified that she wouldn't have commit the act because of her kids.
That was one of the factors. When I make decisions to allow somebody to be discharged, it's an overall weighing of risk factors and protective factors.
All right, Council, it's 1 o'clock. Why don't we take the afternoon recess at this point? Okay? All right, thank God. So, Mr. Drew, we're going to take the afternoon recess. As I always tell you, no research, writing, talking about this matter, and we'll have you back here approximately.
Being late for lunch is unacceptable. Can't be late for lunch, guys. Come on, man. Who would ever be late for lunch? I'll leave it right here just in case he wants to address counsel, which he hardly ever does in open court. He always goes sidebar.
All right. Council, any need to discuss anything before the break?
No, thank you.
No.
All right, so we'll be in recess till approximately 2 o'clock.
Approximately 2 o'clock, ladies and dun 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 dun. Pardon me, pardon me. All right. Did you see all of my armchair lawyers up on the panel? Fight it out. Just playing. You guys can come up if you like and discuss what we've seen so far today, what's happening so far in this case, medical diagnoses, excuses, no excuses, confirmation bias seems to be a word thrown around this morning. So if anybody wants to talk about confirmation bias, what it means and what it don't mean, that would be really, really cool. We're not going to stop that screen though, Wayne. What we're going to do is drop this link like it's hot. Right over here in the chitty chat. Right here. Boom. There you go. Want to come up here and give your peace of mind, your thoughts? If you just want to come up here and say hello and even sing a song or something, it's fine by me. If you want to come up, come up. And if you don't have to. Dun dun dun. Dun dun dun. It's good to see you in the chat, Max. So good to see you as always. Good friend Max. Good to see Misty. Pretty little clues. Look, she wants to come up here and give her peace of mind, but she cannot. Just kidding. Don't do it. Don't get yourself fired. You got a show tonight. I know you're going to have a show tonight. You're going to give your thoughts. I'll try to get up on your panel tonight so you can speak your mind to me, because I know you want to speak your mind to me, Justine. I know you do. That's okay, Justine. You can be on either side of the argument and still be a respectful human being, and we know that. That's why we love you. You know how to play in the sandbox. Leaving for NYC, New York City. Guys, wish Max a happy, safe trip. Keep him in your prayers for a happy, safe trip to New York, which is not very far from where he lives, I don't think. So it's not like me going to New York. I can only imagine what that would be like for somebody that's been in Georgia for almost 56 years to go to New York for the first time. Woo! Misty wants to go. She's trying to get out of Alabama. Can't blame her. Can't blame her for that. Safe travels, Maximilian. I like that. Cool name you put on him there, Justine. She says, hello, Jenny. Charanza. Charanza. So very good to see everybody here today. If you're listening in listening land, and if you come into the chats, you may see me put things up on the screen that you don't see in my chat, like this right here from Brenda. She's in another chat. I don't know if she's in Bad Ashes or if she's in Angel Eyes chat, but I can see the chats from all three platforms, from my platform, from Bad Ashes platform, and from Angel Eyes platform. I can see them here on my StreamYard, and I can post them up on the screen. But if you're in my chat, you're not going to be able to see everybody else's chat, if that makes any sense to anybody. If it don't, I'll try to explain it a different way. Just let me know if that makes sense or not. See, like Brenda is in Angel Eyes' chat. So you may not see her chat if you're in my chat or Bad Ash's chat, because this is the stream starts here, and then Bad Ash and Angel Eyes are sharing it with their audience, so they have their own chat. But because I started the stream, I can see all three here on my StreamYard, but you will not see it in my YouTube chat. I believe that's right, and I hope it makes sense, and I hope it clears up some things for everybody. Not too confusing once you realize what's going on. It may be to begin with, but once you realize what's going on, it's not that confusing, though. It's pretty simple. Hello, she said to my daughter. Wait, is she back? What's happening here? You're going to have to go back and watch the replay. That's what you missed. The defense has now rested. The prosecution is doing the rebuttal case. It's the same thing. Was she crazy? Was she over medicated? Was she under medicated? Is any of that an excuse to do the act that she did to those three little children? A lot of people have their opinion. I call there's no excuse to unalive three babies. I don't give a damn who didn't do what, who prescribed you what doctor said what, who did what, the in-laws did and didn't do, whatever. There is no excuse. That's my final opinion. No excuse whatsoever. You want to prosecute somebody else for negligence, feel free to go after the doctors, the hospital, the husband, the in-laws, anybody else you want to go after for negligence, do it. But it doesn't excuse unaliving your three babies. Nothing excuses that. Nothing. And people going forward should see this case and know that. Maybe the voice will tell them not to do it. I think about their last moments as they were struggling to get just a tiny bit of oxygen in their tiny little lungs. And their bodies twitched. Can you imagine the bodies twitching, fighting for a breath while their very own mother is tightening an exercise band around their throat? And I may get banned for this on YouTube, but that's my very, very 100% 10 toes down opinion. You don't excuse that kind of behavior for nothing. I don't give a damn if a house fell on you and you thought you was hearing the voices of angels to tell you to do that. No excuse for it. Period. Full stop. End of the debate for me. If you do that, you're gone. You're out of here. And you're lucky it would be just life in a mental institution or a prison. To me, that's too merciful. My opinion, y'all. I don't mean to be so strong about it, but that's how I feel. The kids didn't have a chance. None. So if y'all want to come up and chew my ass out about that, that'd be cool too. I take it like a grown folk. Yeah, but you did miss a lot, girl. You missed a lot, but give everybody a chance to come up and rebuttal me or agree with me or whatever you want to do. That's fine. If not, we're going to venture off into video land at some point. Yup. What's happening here, y'all? The murder warrant has been issued. Killing of a Tucson police recruit. KVOA. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Yeah. Scary looking dude. Sorry, I'm looking at something y'all can't see. And I don't know that I'm going to be able to show this video because it's not a YouTube video. It's another party video. And it's hard to keep your stream going. Speaking directly to my daughter, it's hard to keep the stream going when you're showing multiple videos of different things. The StreamYard, it slows the StreamYard down. It causes glitches, especially when there's advertising and stuff involved. So let me just see what happens as I try to watch it myself before I try to put it on stage. I think I heard something beep in the background over there. Maybe not. Yep. So yeah, it's given the long span. It's difficult. Puts a lot of strain on your device that you're trying to use, and it can affect your stream too. So I'm gonna give it just another minute to try to work. No, it's just too much advertising and stuff on it. It's not gonna happen, y'all. So let's just share that some other time, Angel, or some other way. Angel Unique, I mean, or Unique Angel, as it were. Yep. I tried though. The core difference between an explanation and an excuse is intent and accountability. An explanation provides factual context to show why. Wait, we're rolling now. Hold on. Something happened, while an excuse attempts to deflect blame and avoid. I kind of disagree with that. An explanation and an excuse is pretty close to the same exact thing. The explanation is how you're trying to present your excuse. To me, something happened while an excuse attempts to deflect blame. Yeah, that's what you're doing. You're explaining your excuse. So are we attempting to find the explanation? Yeah. No, I'm going with both of those. The explanation is you explaining the excuse. The excuse is the medication. The excuse is the husband did this or that. The excuse is the parents didn't do this or that. The doctors didn't do this or that. That's the explanation. You're explaining your excuse to me. That's the way I see that. Jenny's mama's cousin was one of the many doctors in the Yates case. We'll never agree with her. We love our cousin, but we can't support her beliefs on that case. That's interesting. Carefree life in Texas. Wow. While her babies are in heaven. How fair is that? Yes, don't sound very fair to me. Argue with Google. Laugh out loud, not with me. Laugh out loud, I'm done with you. That's okay. You can be done with me. A lot of other people have been too. That's fine. You don't get to commit that act and walk like Andrea Yates did. That's terrible to hear that she did that. Unreal, man. Unreal. So, but anyway, it is what it is, y'all. Everybody, people's got differences of opinion. I got mine. The more we excuse that kind of behavior, the more you're going to see of it, in my opinion. Just my opinion. Anyway, one more chance for anybody to come up. May come up. That's okay, Jenny. We all have that. spell things wrong from time to time, you get to roll. I think you may be misunderstanding my position. I don't think I am. I think that you're trying to say because the doctors didn't. I mean, I really don't think I am, and I'm not going to beat the same drum over and over again. Explaining what she did as if that makes it understandable, and it can be understandable, but not excusable. So let's say the medication did cause her to do it, or the lack of people realizing that she needed help, or getting the kids away from her. Any of that caused her to do it. I can understand an explanation for it. I can't understand an excuse. So even if, let's say, it is the medication or it's the lack of professionalism or people doing the right thing on her behalf, now what are you going to do with her? Are you going to say not guilty and let her walk out of there like Andrea Yates, or roll out of there, whatever the case? And I ain't trying to be funny about that. Funny about that. But now what? Do you lock her in a mental institution for the rest of her life? Do you put her in prison? What kind of signal do you want to send to the next mother who has that going on in her head, that I'm going to do this and I'm going to be like Andrea Yates, and then if you add this name, Lindsay, to the, Clancy to it, what's the next person going to do? They proved that it was her that did it. Yes, I do know how you think about that, by the way. Now that's a different argument. If he did it, or he messed with her medication or something like that, then absolutely, that's a total different argument. But if she put that band around there and twisted it until they were jerking, I hate to be so graphic about that, but they were jerking. And I mean, I could even go more graphic. They probably pooped right before they passed. Every person does. I'm trying to think, because they keep talking about her, what was wrong with her, what this, her, that, this, that, the other. Never lose sight of the victims in this case. 5 years old, 3 years old, who she did not like that little boy, and she said he was the most problem person she's ever met in her entire life. She said that about her own kid before she committed this act. And then an 8-month-old baby. She took the little boy downstairs to the office and committed the act. Went back upstairs and got the 2 girls, brought them down and committed an act 2 more times. And that's where they were left. Fighting for your life by the hands of your own mother. At a tiny, tiny age, man. Yeah, and it's hard for anybody normal to put themselves in the shoes. But if you ever choose to put yourself in those shoes, you should know that something bad is waiting for you as well. It's coming down the line for you. All right, all right. Nobody wants to pop up, so we're going to pop out of this one right here. We're going to jump over here and see what's going on today. Hello, Monica Garcia. I don't mean to turn anybody off with my strong point of view about that, but it's different when it comes to children and the elderly. It's different. It's way different. Be right back with y'all folks. I think we're going to drop in on Tucson again today. Our first Canadian troll. Imagine that. Evidently, they're on mute over here. See them spinning. They're just listening to the scanner over there, guys. Hang tight, hang tight. Gonna let you guys listen to Tucson scanner right quick while I take me a small break.
Revising, Eggman is not needed for PM court.
80 by 14.
Everyone's good.
3168.
Excuse me.
101903.
1022. 53.
Correct, medic 5. For your patient, we were told they were going to be on the patio. They didn't give us a building. I can try to do a callback.
One German Shepherd. I think it's not even a year old, probably around 10 to 11 months. He's very friendly. I'm also coming in with 2 cats. My ETA is about 20 minutes.
Dispatch copy, CC8112. Scene.
Copy.
043.
Gonna leave this scanner running for just a minute. If y'all could help out in the chat to answer Jenny Charanzo's question, that'd be great. I appreciate it. Be back.
Medic 5, they should be waving you down right now. I'm on the phone with her. She says she sees you.
664, thank you. You're welcome to Lincoln 57, code 20.
Code 4, thank you.
You're welcome to Lincoln 79, code 20.
Code 4, thank you.
You're welcome to Lincoln 72, units, code 20.
Code 4, thank you.
You're welcome to Lincoln 50, code 20. That's just go for.
Food trading and 2 Romeo. Security override, 1025. Initiating ICS. You will be taking over incident command. Medical triage will be in the main effort. 10-4, thank you.
Medic 5, ladder 7.
Ladder 7, you're on southeast, sir. You're going to want to switch to northwest.
Medic 45, ladder 7.
Ladder 7 again, you're on the southeast channel, sir. You need to switch over to northwest.
Copy that. I am switching. Medic 45, ladder 7.
X-35, copy 10 anyone. 635, patch. It'll be the gate for RV 150. Right there. 7.
Cancel. We're here with Medic 5.
Check ladder 7. Medic 45, do you copy traffic?
Staging incident. I got 1 to go in ETSD in the east. Copy that. Sergeant 1 on the incident command. Medical triage will be in Unit 14. Unit 14 for medical triage.
Morning. 137. 4, 1076 to code 108. 1028.
West Greenview, please.
Understand.
Go ahead for 155.
Sir, are you almost on scene?
Affirmative.
I copy 1028. Copy it. 14, transporting code 23838 North Campbell.
Dispatcher for 1 responding.
Copy.
Check into 334.
Medic 45, medic 5.
Engine 334, injured person, 9124, North Meridian Drive, 9100 North and 7400 West. Respond on A6 West.
Check meds 891, engine 19, 891 is your transport. 19 copies 91, thank you. Before we leave, do you guys need anything? Extra hands or anything? Nah, it's a negative. We were canceled. Copy.
Engine 4, your transport to 841.
Copy 841, thank you. Sergeant 1 on the incident command. Go. You advise medicals on site, Unit 14. Copy that. Fire 841 responding.
Check 841.
Charlie 26, Charlie 25.
Dispatch 862 arrive.
Dispatch copies 8625.
Charlie 26, Charlie 25.
635. 635. The gate for RV 150 is open. Ocean 5304. Tenant closed. 1031.
Sam 20, Sam 23.
PCC, good.
If you could check your email, send you a couple pictures, just to advise if that's a positive ID.
Checking. Yeah, those are good.
Copy.
1032. CC16. CC16 dispatch.
Rescue 501 arriving, same areas.
1033. Copy when it arrives.
155.
Engine 154, go ahead.
Fire engine 155. Can you go ahead and serve me a transport?
Engine 155, I copy 1033. Airline trouble.
Yeah, I copied the traffic hazard, but what is it?
Forest Service 510. It's a silver goldish, I believe it's a Chevy Suburban. It's blocking the center lane in the intersection.
10-4, 1085. Thank you.
And there was also no occupants in the vehicle, just hazards on. I'm en route to a interview. I couldn't stop with it.
No worries. Thank you.
Fox 17, can you get us a call number at that location and show us 786? 10-4. West Tayo Crystal. Alpha 394. Alpha 394. 10-7 at code 108. Thank you. Thank you. And good morning, ma'am, at 1035.
We'll be 76 for that.
254, 10-4.
Leaving Beverly, going to Manzanita Reservoir.
Okay, this way.
Perfect. Thank you.
1035. Zero 138.
Clear from the scene, you can take me off the walk today.
10-4 was there 36.
Dispatch, perfect. Get that one district budget.
Copy 851. Dispatch permitting 87216.
Go get you some sun, Blue.
I'm C2 station. Behind the CO desk closet, clear.
God's medicine. I think jail is too good, in my honest opinion.
Permitting 867 dispatch.
Too good.
Staging on scene are all the inmates accounted for. Go 367.
If you could head to TSD 13 for coverage.
Anyone available? Attorney present. Careful, what do you need? What did you need?
One 1039.
10-4. Dispatch engine 72 available.
Copy, engine 72 available.
If one on scene. Check it for one. Copy that. Fox 17 1023.
Fox 17 1040.
1028 on one.
0362, code 20.
12-4, thank you.
1040. 1041.
Copy. What's your phone out though?
Gonzalez. 4 Delta Gonzalez. Lorenzo Gonzalez. Thank you.
Which 4 Delta did you want?
Gonzalez. 4 Delta Gonzalez.
Three 351. 354. I do apologize. Are you still in vehicle 014? Negative. It's going to be 26 mile. I'm updating it on the computer. 10-4-1042.
Oye, Martín, ¿tu Videna?
Paramedic 866 transporting 1, go to TMC Rincon.
Copy. 661 code 2 TMC Rincon.
1035, please.
Arrived.
Currently waiting for TFV to arrive.
John, team, TFT is on team.
Copy.
Two code 20. 2042 code 14. 1044. Victor 3029 code 20. Victor 3029 code 4. Thank you. 1044.
870. 163.
0168.
1012 on dispatch 971.
870 1025.
76 to code 121, following behind the tow truck.
1045.
We're 76, 38, North Campbell from 115 with one on board. Juliet 9149 as well.
Rider 4, traffic accident, West Brad Road and North Oracle Road, 2400 North and 600 West. Respond on A3 North.
Fire engine 4.
If anybody could please go over there and subscribe to Angel Eyes.
Fire engine 4, my apologies.
4 more.
We're going to be passing by the station here shortly. We can take that call.
4 more subscribers to get to 300, guys. Let's see if we can get him up there. more subscriber. You'll be at 300. Hook me up with one subscriber.
279. Cool for.
46.
Brenda Walsh is a good friend and a good person. Awesome.
Travel
Awesome.
047.
Always helping people. Always.
166.
So help us out. Help us. Help us, please.
023.
Victor 3023.
There's Brenda Walsh's link in the chat.
We are
Post her
1024 from this location, and you can show me
subscribe,
1042.
please. And there's Angel Eyes right there. 4 more, and y'all can be a part. She keeps getting the song. It's right there in the chat, Jessica, if you can see it.
180 East Ventana Canyon Drive.
I was getting the song too, but there's his link right there in the chat, Jessica. Whoop, I hit the pause button, y'all. I meant to hit the mute. It'll bring this down a little bit. What did I do? Look at there. There's one. There's one for you, Angel Eyes. You're getting close. You're getting closer to 300. It's going to go down, y'all. Going to go down. Look at there. Got you another subscriber, y'all. If you can get anybody else to do so, we'd greatly appreciate it. Not knocking on 300's door. I was going to sing the Angel Eyes song for y'all. If y'all get him to 300, I'll sing the Angel Eyes song. How's that? Or if you'd rather me not sing it, I think we might be better doing that. If you don't get him to 300, I'm going to sing that song. Nice. Yeah, I had a thought came to me. I wanted to do something else right quick. Y'all excuse me momentarily, please. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Anybody out there can make me an intro like this one? That'd be cool.
Where
Nice.
is Sebastian?
Look here, guys. Let me
Welcome.
This is worthy of pause.
We're going to talk about it.
1 second, interview room. Please, Chris McDonough. If you haven't subscribed to the interview room, also go over there. They don't need quite as much help because they're like way up there, but they still, they like new subscribers and people to watch their channel too. Karen and Chris McDonough are a class act, former detective. She's a former PIO. She asked the detectives questions. That's how she met her husband. They've been married for a long, long time. They make a great, cute couple, and they make a great pair on their show. So the interview room with Chris McDonough and Karen McDonough, they always have special guests. This is an episode where they're having Seth Rogers on, talking about his son, Sebastian Rogers. I'm going to go grab the link for the FBI official flyer and print out and pass out in your neighborhood to help him locate his son. It's been missing for over 2 years now. The man is exhausted trying to find his kid. So look at here for Joanne has subscribed to you now, Angel Eyes. So there's 2 more. So I'm thinking we got 2 left. Is that right, Brenda Walsh? 2 to go. Dos más. Y'all didn't know I could speak Spanish, did you? Look, this is how many they got. Not bad. I'm almost there, though. I'm catching them. Not really. Not yet. Let's put it that way. 5 stars. 2 more subs to go, guys, and he's going to hit 300 today. What do we say? Anybody under the sound of my voice can go over there and subscribe to our boy, Angel Eyes. 2 more to go. There's some fingers crossed. That's like crossing 2 fingers right there. Go over there and subscribe, and he's going to hit that 300 button. Confetti's going to come down. We're going to throw a little party. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. All right, now I'm going to turn back on Seth Rogers on the interview room with Chris McDonough. Like I said, class act right here.
Where are you at, everybody?
Also, where are you
got
at?
Tennessee in the house. Upstate New York.
3 more for
Let's
guys.
bring Sebastian home.
To 150.
Seth will be here tonight. In a moment, we're going to bring him in.
Going to bring him in, guys.
Tell us where you're at. Oregon.
Georgia.
Florida.
Georgia.
Wisconsin. Sweden. Texas. South Michigan. North Carolina. Florida. The Mob Crew is in the house. Great to see you guys.
The Mob
Great
Crew.
YouTube channel. Get over there and subscribe.
Nice.
Arkansas, Wales, Philly, Whidbey Island. Great place by Deceptions Pass. Love that part of the country. The UK, across the pond. Thank you so much for being here with us. So grateful. Arkansas is in the house. Scotland, my people. Seth, how you doing, buddy?
As well as can be, I guess.
Well, it's great to have you on the program this evening. And how have you been holding up?
Just trying not to fall apart.
Yeah. So tell everybody about your YouTube channel, and we're going to get into, where things stand in the nitty gritty tonight. I'm so grateful that you've carved out the time to trust
Linda
me and
Anderson.
trust our audience with your
From
story.
the Treehouse.
I appreciate everything you do. That
Northern
bring
Michigan.
enlightenment for my innocent child, Sebastian.
Nice. Northern Michigan,
um,
way up there.
I do have a YouTube channel. I share pretty much Sebastian's missing poster and other missing children's. And lately, I've been doing question and answers on Fridays.
The state of Tennessee.
About Sebastian, about anything that people want to ask that I know.
Here's the printable flyer. Right here, Brendan. Printable flyer.
About.
So keep me on the right track tonight as we go through Sebastian's case here. Sebastian Wayne Rogers, then 15, vanished overnight, February 25th through the 26th, 2024, from his mother's Katie Proudfoot's home, who's Seth's ex-wife. And in that home, living there as well, was his stepfather named Chris Proudfoot. And they lived in Henderson, Sumner County, Tennessee, where do they still currently reside there?
I believe so, sir.
Okay. He was last confirmed to have been seen on the evening of the 25th after a, quote, normal day.
You're welcome, Cass.
According to his mother, shopping, bowling, video games, they had dinner, etc. And then the mother heard a loud bang come from his room around 10 p.m. She asked if everything was fine. Sebastian responded he was. And on the morning of the 26th, when she allegedly woke up after a nap, walked in to his bedroom, and Seth's 15-year-old son
Y'all forgive me for just a second.
vanished out of the home. And
Go back just a
People want
little
to
bit.
ask that I know proper information for, and that,
Okay.
people to speak about.
so keep me on the right track tonight as we go through Sebastian's case here. Sebastian Wayne Rogers, then 15, vanished overnight, February 25th through the 26th, 2024, from his mother's Katie Proudfoot's home, who's Seth's ex-wife. And in that home, living there as well, was his stepfather named Chris Proudfoot. And they lived in Henderson, Sumner County, Tennessee, where do they still currently reside there?
Believe so, sir.
Okay. He was last confirmed to have been seen on the evening of the 25th after a, quote, normal day, according to his mother, shopping, bowling, video games. They had dinner, etc. And then the mother heard a loud bang come from his room around 10 p.m. She asked if everything was fine. Sebastian responded he was. And on the morning of the 26th, when she allegedly woke up after a nap, walked in to his bedroom, and Seth's 15-year-old son vanished out of the home. And at that time, he was 15. Today, he would be 17. He's missing approximately 2.5 years now. And here's the kicker, everybody, that we're going to talk about tonight. 15-year-olds don't vanish. They do not vanish. And in this case, the key details are that he left his shoes behind, his cell phone, money, extra clothes, and of course, most importantly, food and medications that he needs to sustain his lifestyle and his condition of being on the autistic scale. His phone and cash remained on the dining room table when authorities arrived looking for him. There was potentially, though, one alleged missing item, and that was a small yellow flashlight. There was no signs of forced entry that have ever been reported publicly. Security cameras in the home reportedly were not working that night, and that's kind of weird because his mom actually works for a security company. His profile, Sebastian's profile. He is 5'5" at the time. He was 110 pounds to 120.
Hello, Christina Shock.
Blonde hair, blonde and brown hair.
Don't get
brown
in trouble.
and hazel eyes.
Don't get
he
in
was
trouble.
last reportedly wearing a black sweatshirt and pants.
Good to see you,
black
Christina.
squared frame glasses. And he was born December 7th, 2008. He has been diagnosed having autistic spectrum disorder. He's high functioning, which may affect communication and responses to stress. That is severely combined with a type of ADHD, which is called 6q27 chromosome deletion syndrome. This is a rare genetic condition linked to intellectual disabilities and developmental delays. Law enforcement has noted that these conditions may impair his ability to return home safely without some type of assistance. That, my friends, is our young man, Sebastian. With us tonight is his biological father, Seth. And Seth has been searching for his son diligently for approximately the full length of those 2.5 years. Unfortunately, his stepfather, nor his biological mother, has put in that amount of time. As a result of that, the current case status remains active. However, per the authorities, they are not working active tips currently that anybody is aware of. And how do we know that? Well, number one, there's a lawsuit that's been filed. And in that lawsuit, Seth, who's the biological father of Sebastian, has not been speaking with the authorities because they haven't spoken to him. They haven't called him. They haven't updated him. In fact, if they were to find his child tomorrow, or if Seth were to find his child tomorrow, if Seth were to find him first, the authorities would have no idea unless he called them. Ladies and gentlemen, friends of this channel, we have a problem. And you guys know how I am on this channel. I am a straight shooter. I don't beat around the bush. When law enforcement does it right, I'm the first one to tell you they did it right. However, sometimes we get it wrong. And I want to find out tonight if this is one of those times where things are going wrong. So, Seth, thank you so much for being here tonight. And
hello, brother.
It's been nearly 2.5 years, bud.
Good to see
Can
you,
you
Trav.
walk us through?
900 days.
Can you walk us through a typical day now of what that
Hello,
looks like
Jaylene.
for you
Hey, Jaylene.
searching for Sebastian?
Good to see
Well,
you.
if I'm not home, then I'm going through tips. I'm going through any emails that I get. I'm on the phone with my PI. I'm on the phone with the FBI, or I'm calling and leaving messages. These days, it also includes my attorney. If I am following a tip, then I'm on the road. There are days that I just jump in my truck and I can't stay at home. So I will literally go out and, just hand out flyers.
You have a private investigator, you said.
We're going to try our best to go up there and help.
Tell us about that individuals, or if you want to share that information. How's that cooking?
She pretty much stays off of social media. She's not really into that. She's old school PI.
Okay.
And every time we do get any tips or anything in there, she literally will go through them, composite an email and send it to my FBI liaison. And so they can turn around and do that and do their job. And we continue putting out flyers so we can continue to get tips.
Now, let's walk back to the day he went missing. Let's talk about what you were doing and when you got the call, how this entire situation unfolded for the audience that may not be familiar with your son's case. Walk everybody through what that day was like and what was going on.
I worked a 12-hour shift, got off at 7 o'clock in the morning, got to my truck about 7:20, found a text message from the stepfather saying 911. I called, he informed me that Sebastian was missing.
Okay, and
left from there and immediately headed to their house.
So you were notified by Sebastian's stepdad.
Correct.
And where were you working at the time?
I was at, we call it DDC. It's the Downtown Detention Center in Nashville.
Okay, so you were a corrections officer at the time.
I'm a deputy sheriff. I just work in the corrections department. Yeah, I was in jail, maximum security, from probably about 6:50 till my relief showed up so I could get out of there at 7.
And are you on video working?
Yes, sir.
So you're at work, and what time did you go to work that day?
I was probably in the garage around 6 o'clock. I live in Clarksville and I work in Nashville. And traffic on 24, you got to plan on that. So normally I'm leaving my house at 4:30, 5 o'clock at the latest, so that I can make it there in case there's any accidents or traffic.
Okay, so simultaneously while you're going into work, it's been reported that your son is with your ex-wife, correct?
With his mother, yes.
With his mother. Okay. And they're out to dinner and just doing things while you're headed into the jail downtown.
I'm going to work. Yeah. It's I don't have Sebastian on that weekend, and on our schedule was I have Sebastian every other weekend. Well, that was the weekend that I didn't have him, so I'm at work. Because
Okay, so the night of from allegedly 10 o'clock, that was the last time it's been reported that Sebastian was heard, his voice, according to the mom, his mother. There was a bang in his room. Walk us through that circumstance.
that's what she stated. I mean, she said that there was I thought it was a thump, but in the room, and from my understanding, she hollered out to him, but didn't physically get up and go check on him.
Okay. And did he respond to mom?
That's what she said. She has stated that he responded.
Okay. And at 10 p.m., where were you?
I was at work.
At work. And the authorities have that video of you at work.
I'm pretty sure they do.
All right. You would hope they did, right?
I would hope they did their due diligence and followed procedure.
Okay. And so you're at work. Sebastian's with his biological mother. Where's the stepdad? Do you know?
Nope. From my understanding, from what I've been told, he was in Mississippi.
In Mississippi.
At the trailer park.
At a trailer park in Mississippi. What was he doing over there?
Supposedly he was working at the St. Jude's Hospital in Memphis.
Okay. What does he do?
He's a heavy crane operator? Crane operator of some sort.
So he's in Mississippi, allegedly. You're in the jail working on video. Mom's home with your son. So reportedly, she is the last person to be with your son. Would that be accurate?
That is correct.
Okay. So she's the last one at the house. And what time do you get the text message in the morning?
The message was sent to my phone at like 6:20, but I didn't get it till an hour later when I got off of work.
Okay, so about 07:20 in the morning.
Yeah, we're not allowed to have cell phones in the jail. I mean,
that makes sense.
That's a felony.
Well, yeah. Okay.
I work there. I don't want to stay there.
Yeah, no worries, no worries. So you see the text at 07:20 that came in about 6:20 in the morning. And it comes in from the stepfather.
Correct.
And where was he when he sent that text?
I figure he was in Mississippi.
Okay. And how was he notified that Sebastian was missing?
Sebastian's mom.
So she calls him,
Mm-hmm.
and then he texts you.
Mm-hmm.
and you go over to the house.
Mm-hmm.
Tell us about your visiting agreements and all of the stuff that when you guys had separated, and who gets Sebastian, what day, what times, and shared custody.
It was pretty much joint physical, joint legal custody. We had come that Sebastian would stay with her because at this point in time I was homeless living in my car in California, and that I would have him every other weekend. And as I've got a place to live, we just kept it like that. If you wanted, we weren't that far apart. I mean, it was like maybe 2 miles. So if Sebastian wanted to come over and use the pool, I don't have a problem coming to get him. Right? It was supposed to be for both of for Sebastian's benefit. Then we moved here, and they moved here 4 months after they moved here. I arrived here in Tennessee and started renting where I currently live. And COVID was going on. So if there was an issue at their house, I would get a phone call. They got COVID a couple times. I came and picked up Sebastian. They were doing online school, so he could be here and go to school online through the laptop. And I thought everything was going good. I mean,
And when you say they got here, who were they living previous to Tennessee?
California. Yeah.
Is that the San Diego area?
Yeah. Spring Valley, El Cajon. Been to Oceanside a few times.
Yeah, El Cajon is what we used to call it. Right? El Cajon. Yeah, Oceanside, where the debris meets the sea, back in the day. Okay, so was he in the Navy if I remember right?
Yeah, he was in the Navy.
And did he, when did he get out of the Navy, and was Sebastian living with them at the time?
I do not know. I don't know when he got out of the Navy.
Okay.
I don't know anything about really his past at all.
Okay. All right. So you get over there at about what time do you arrive at the house?
About 8:20. Took me about an hour to get from DDC to their house.
So about 08:20 in the morning, you're on the scene. And what do you see? What's going on?
I see a lot of police officers walking around, and I see people pulling drones out of the back of their truck and replacing batteries. And there's dog people there.
Okay. And who contacts you, or who do you contact first?
I just walk in the house.
So you just walked into the home.
Mm-hmm.
All right. And who was in the home?
There was some law enforcement, and Katie was there, and then there was other individuals there.
Okay. Then what happened?
I walked into Sebastian's room to see what it was looking like, and then introduced myself to people.
Did you make any phone calls to anybody on the way over, or did you just get the text message and shoot on the way
Got
over
the
to
text message, made the phone call, found out, got out of the garage, and headed straight there.
What did you find out on the phone call? I'm sorry, I should have asked you that.
He just told me that Sebastian was missing, and the cops and everybody was at the house. And don't be angry.
That what?
Don't be angry. He told me not to be angry.
He told you not to be angry.
Yeah.
Okay. And
But my
how'd that
son
make,
is missing, so
how'd that make you feel?
like I said, my son's missing. I'm not angry. I'm panicking. I'm where's my son?
Was he angry?
No.
What was your gut?
He was just reading some information to me. There was no emotion when he talked.
So you get a phone or you make a phone call back after you get the text message. Where was he at that time?
From my understanding, he was at St. Jude's Hospital in Memphis.
In Memphis. still. And Memphis to Nashville is what, 3 hours?
I have no idea because I never really going there wasn't, times that I've been there is after Sebastian missing. And from what he has stated, it's 3 hours and 37 minutes doorstep to doorstep, which whatever. You could never, traffic is always horrible. So you can never judge distance time wise by traffic because of traffic.
Okay. So you're there now at about 08:20. You go into the house. Do you talk to Katie or do you just go right into his bedroom?
I walk in, Katie, as soon as I came around the corner, Katie saw me and she shoved her phone in my face with a picture of Sebastian, I guess at BJ's.
Just a quick stop, everybody. Just wanted to say this. We're about to go back into the other courtroom, but what you see on the screen right here is a printable flyer. Download this right here and print out flyers and help Seth. And we're going to go back into the other courtroom. We'll come back to this interview with Chris. Can everyone hear this in the courtroom? Please let me know. Say yes or put a 1 in the chat. Excuse me. Please. Thank you so much. Check it on my. Please. Thank you so much. Seems like that we can actually hear that, so we're good. Yeah. Back in the courtroom we go. Everybody rise for the jury, please.
Court is back in session. You may be seated.
Good morning, 3 little 3B. It's good to see you. Wake up,
Dr. Mack,
sleepyhead.
before we
Wake up.
broke, we were talking about protective factors in suicide. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
Can you just explain to the jury what a protective factor is?
Well, when a person is suicidal, they have risk factors and they have protective factors. Risk factors are those aspects of the individual that make it more likely that the person is going to act on their suicidal thoughts. And protective factors do the opposite. They are things that hold the person back from acting on their suicidal interests.
And in this case, you're aware that the defendant had previously indicated that her kids and her mother were reasons why she didn't continue with the thoughts of suicide in the past, right?
Well, objection, it's not the thought, it's the action. No, overruled. You can answer.
I'm not sure if your question is that kept her from acting on suicidal interests or ideation.
I guess the important part I'm trying to piece together is it was her statements to professionals that her mother and her kids were reasons why she wouldn't have committed the act.
Correct.
Okay. And you are aware that at the time of the event or after the event, she indicated that a voice told her that she needed to kill the kids so that she could kill herself.
Yes.
And this was the same day that she then attempted to kill herself.
Correct.
Now, On the day of January 24th, 2023, you are aware that the defendant had reported that, for all intents and purposes, earlier in the day was a good day.
There are reports that earlier in the day was a good day.
And is the fact that she reported good feelings consistent with the suicidality or inconsistent?
I apologize. Did he say that she said she had a good day or someone else did? I just didn't hear that.
Yeah, if you could maybe kind of bring that out, what that source is.
Well, as far as the reports of it being a good day, when you spoke with her, did she describe the events earlier in the day as a good day? Playing with the kids, that kind of thing?
She described the day as being a fun and productive day.
And you're aware that others reported, including her husband Patrick, that earlier that day it appeared to have been a good day.
Right. So one example is when Patrick was talking to the Child Welfare Agency that evening, I believe, he said that was the best day she had had in a long time.
So,
or something to that effect.
The fact that there were reports of it being a good day, is that inconsistent or consistent with the idea of the attempted suicide?
It's not inconsistent with suicide. It's also not inconsistent with the depressive disorder that she had. Much of the time, depression, major depressive episodes start to recover after around 3 or 4 months. It also is in my own view in psychiatry, and I believe others, an awareness that as a person is beginning to recover from the worst of their depression, sometimes suicides do happen when the person starts developing a little bit more energy and ability to act on their interests.
So in your experience, do people sometimes display those positive feelings immediately prior to either an attempt or a suicide?
Yes, that is something that does happen in my experience. While they're still very depressed,
Unique Angel is watching.
They begin to be on the trajectory towards relative improvement.
Now, just going back for a quick second, you had talked a little bit about hallucinations, and you described different types of hallucinations, meaning things that you can taste or hear or see, right?
Yes.
Are you familiar with the what's called command hallucinations?
Yes.
What are those?
Command auditory hallucinations are a type of hallucination where you're hearing something and it is telling you of an expectation for you to do.
And are those things usually persistent?
It can be. It can vary. Sometimes it can be persistent. Other times it can be sporadic.
Going to your conversation with the defendant on about the events of January 24th, 2023, you in your interview with her were able to speak with her about her recollection of that day, correct?
Yes.
And one of the things that was done in that interview was that she was explaining what happened in chronological order, right? From the beginning of the day to the last thing she could remember.
That's correct.
Did she also tell it to you in reverse?
She was asked to recite it in reverse, yes.
And did she tell the same story forwards and backwards?
Yes.
Was she able to recall details of some parts of the day but not others?
Yes, I would say that's correct.
And did she describe to you when she heard this voice?
Her experience that is called a voice occurred in the late afternoon.
Do you recall what she reported about the voice?
Her experience was that the voice was of a male and it was loud.
And what did the voice say?
The voice said to the effect of, you should kill the kids. This is your last chance so that you can kill yourself.
And what did she say happened after she heard this voice?
She engaged in the activity of taking her children's lives.
And she was able to describe to you how she did that, correct? And she first stated that she took Dawson down to the basement.
Yes.
and then wrapped the exercise band around his neck and strangled him?
Yes.
And what did she say that she said when she did that?
She described that while that was happening, she was saying out loud, "Go to God."
And did she describe the same for both Cora and then Callan?
Essentially, yes.
And the voice that she said she heard, was it one time or more than one time she heard the voice?
Multiple times is what she described.
And after she had killed the kids, did the voice continue in her report?
I don't remember that it did. It may have, I don't remember.
And then after the kids were gone, she then made an effort to take her own life, correct? And how did she do that?
Right, so she did. She described that she went ahead to take her life or attempt to take her life with multiple steps. She went to her room upstairs in the house and took the various medications that were present. She cut at her wrists and at her neck, and then she caused herself to fall from the window.
Okay, and as far as going out the window, did she tell you whether she had to do anything with the screen?
She described to me that she cut the screen.
Okay. And then she dove out the window.
Well, objection, that's not what he said.
Well, what did she do after she cut the screen?
She fell from the window.
Did you ask her, or was there conversation about the phone call that she received from Patrick?
There was.
And was she able to clearly identify when the call came from Patrick?
I don't exactly recall exactly when, but it was sometime in the around 18 to 20 minutes that this was happening that she received that call.
Do you recall if part of the conversation about the timeline of events, whether the voice came as soon as Patrick left the house or before or after the phone call?
My recollection is that it happened as soon as Patrick had left.
Now, were there some things in what she was telling you about the events that was different from what you reviewed from other information in this case?
Can you say that again?
Yeah, I'm just asking if you recall that there were things in the version that she told you in your interview that were different or not consistent with the information you knew about the case.
Well, two things come to mind. One is the locking or the closing of the bedroom door, and the other is the cutting of the screen of the window.
Okay, and as far as the locking or closing of the bedroom door, do you recall what she told you about that?
She denied that she had done that.
And so from the information you reviewed about reports from Patrick and everything else, did you know that the door had been locked?
That was my understanding.
And the second thing that you indicated about the screen, what information did you have about the screen that was different from what she reported to you?
I believe there was a question as to whether the screen had been cut, perhaps with a sharp.
And as far as the going out the window piece of it, you were aware that she didn't have any head injury, correct?
Yes, I am.
That she had the spinal injuries, the C1 injury, but no injuries to her head.
Correct.
And as far as her report of taking medication or taking pills, did you know whether she took all the pills that she had in the house or?
Well, I'm not sure about the house. She described all the pills in her bedroom.
And were you aware that there were other pill bottles located in other parts of the house?
I'm not sure I knew that.
How about the phone call? She indicated that at the time of the phone call, she believed she had the baby in her hand and she was doing something like taking food out of the fridge or getting food ready for the kids. You recall that?
Yes.
And were you aware, do you recall seeing crime scene photos that show that the kids' bowls were in the living room?
Yes.
And that Patrick later reported that he had seen Dawson eating green beans and chicken nuggets before he left the house. Were you aware of that? So, Dr. Mack, based on your review of this case, were you able to come to an opinion to a degree of medical certainty about whether this defendant was suffering from a mental disease or defect on January 24th of 2023?
Yes, I did.
And what is that opinion?
That, yes, she was suffering from a mental disease or defect, namely major depressive episode as a part of major depressive disorder.
And as far as the substantial capacity to appreciate wrongfulness or criminality of conduct, were you able to come to an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty about that?
Yes,
And what's your opinion regarding that?
that she had retained that capacity.
And what information do you rely upon to come to that conclusion?
The first point is that this was a continuation. Her mental state at that time was a continuation of the mental state she had had for months. And it was a mental state that included the capacity to control her behavior and also to be able to conform her conduct to standards of law. So in that sense, first of all, there's not an indication to me that there was something that changed the overall capacity in that regard. Secondly, to the extent we are talking about the ability to conform her conduct to the law, one can analyze her actions and her behaviors and her thoughts on that day, or as close as possible to the moments of the deaths. And that includes taking one of her children to a pediatrician that day, engaging in fun activities around the house that day, having engaged with one of her children's teachers the day before, having engaged in normal conversations with the restaurant that she ordered food from, 3V, and then also interactions with the pharmacy, CVS, where she was getting the Miralax from. So in all these places, there was the ability to act normally. There doesn't seem to be any deviation from where she had been all along, which included this capacity. Furthermore, I would add that as a part of her interactions with the community or in driving, she had abided by law and abided by standards of the community at all those times. So there isn't necessarily, to me, any way in which that deviated that afternoon.
So you're speaking about her ability to conform conduct, which is one of the things we're talking about here. But I want to go back to the appreciation for wrongfulness or criminality. As far as that goes, were you able to form an opinion about that?
Yes, sorry about that.
That's okay. So what's your opinion about her ability to substantially conform, or excuse me, her substantial capacity to appreciate the wrongfulness or criminality of her conduct?
So I again would go to thinking about what had been her state of mind for at least the month prior, the several months prior. And in all that time, there wasn't any feature that indicated that she didn't have that capacity. But furthermore, when there were moments when she thought about harming the children, when she had the thoughts about that, she was aware in those moments beforehand that was wrong or against the law, and that she could be punished for such an action.
You're referring to the December conversation with her husband and her mom?
Yes, and her thoughts about the idea that if anyone knew what I was thinking, the children might be taken away from me.
And also, did the fact that she hadn't had any significant medication changes during that time period, does that also inform your opinion about that?
Well, as that aligns with what I was saying before about how, while depressed, her mental state was relatively stable. It was perhaps improving. I'm not sure about that, but it was stable. There,
Move to strike that, he's not sure about it.
That answer is stricken. All right.
So the fact that she hadn't undergone any more significant medical or medication changes, I should say, did that signify to you that she had been in the same kind of state she had in the months before?
yes.
Now, what about the interaction with Dr. Tufts on January 23rd? Did anything about that suggest that there were any concerns or distress that would have changed her ability to appreciate wrongfulness of her conduct?
No. In that interaction, she displayed normal thinking and the ability to think ahead and to navigate the world.
And what about the statements that she referred to when she was killing the kids, the go to God? Does that inform your opinion?
It does.
And why?
My understanding is that the sentiment go to God is a way of bestowing or thinking about the children as innocents and as ones who hadn't done wrong, while what she was doing was the opposite, was wrong, or could be construed as wrong. And so go to God not only was a hope for the children, but also a description of the situation.
Okay. And what about the report from her that the voice was telling her, this is your last chance? Is that significant to identify whether she would have had some knowledge or known that it was something that was wrong?
Well, to the extent that it was seen as her last chance, yes, because there was an awareness that it was something that would be disallowed by their father.
And as far as after the incident, when she woke up at the Brigham and Women's Hospital, you're aware that she reported to the staff there that she was horrified, correct?
Yes.
And so the fact that she immediately afterwards identified that she was horrified, does that go to her capacity to appreciate the wrongfulness of her conduct?
Yes. One can consider that her mental state, once she was removed from the dexmedetomidine, was similar to what it had been on January 24th. And in that regard, the feeling of horror, the feeling of shame that comes from being horrified indicates that she was aware that it had been the wrong thing to do.
And then finally, just to go back to the substantial capacity to conform conduct, you've told us a little bit about that, about the fact that her condition hadn't really changed all that much. You outlined what she did that day. But is there anything else to consider based on everything that you reviewed that would indicate to you that she did maintain the substantial capacity to conform her conduct to the requirements of the law?
I think that in the household, she was engaging this activity methodically, which highlights to me that there was an ability to conform her behavior to expectations of living in a household.
What do you mean methodically?
As I understand the deaths, they were done methodically, and I think you asked me about that earlier, one by one, in a way that was organized and that was intended to achieve a particular goal. Similarly, her attempt at suicide was organized and thoughtful in a sense that it included as many possible methods as possible.
And as far as the killings of the children methodically, did she report to you in any way that she was given direction by this voice on how to complete the act and what exactly to do?
No, she did not.
And what about the call with Patrick? Is there anything about that indicates that she maintained some control or the ability to control herself, where she did engage in a short conversation with him?
Well, that aligns with what we were talking about before in terms of not or in terms of being aware that he would disapprove or disallow this. And yet she didn't say anything. She didn't say help, or she didn't say, I'm having these thoughts. So it wasn't stated.
So again, as far as your overall evaluation of this defendant, Lindsay Clancy, regarding the events of January 24th, 2023, what ultimately is your opinion to a degree of medical certainty regarding criminal responsibility?
My opinion is that she retained the capacities that were required for having criminal responsibility for these actions.
Thank you. Oh, and I would just like to admit Dr. Max Seavey as the next.
Any objection? That may be admitted. All right, Mr. Reddington.
Dr. Mack, part of your evaluation would be an intent to investigate the person that you're being asked to evaluate for purposes of an opinion regarding criminal responsibility or lack thereof for the district attorney's office, correct? You don't know what investigate means? You want me to explain that to you?
You might.
You're a psychiatrist that's employed by the district attorney, right?
Retained by, yes.
Well, okay, so we're going to talk semantics. Isn't employed by, retained by, mean that you get money from it, right?
I'm paid for my time, yes.
Exactly. And normally I don't even go there. Every one of us are getting paid for our time. Jurors not so much, but nevertheless, you get paid for your time, right?
Correct.
I get paid for my time. The judge, Chrissy, Don, everybody gets paid for their time, right?
I imagine, yes.
So when you are retained by the district attorney's office, you are to evaluate an individual, right?
Yes.
And the individual in this case is Lindsay Clancy, correct?
Yes.
And you recognize her, do you not?
I do.
And you actually had a chance to meet with her and do your evaluation, right?
Yes.
And part of your evaluation, you had to investigate into who she was. For example, her education, what she did for work, friends, family, right?
I asked her about her life and I reviewed records to learn about her life, yes.
Okay.
Welcome
So
in,
you're in a
fellas.
mental institution investigating or questioning a woman who's on medication, who is there because she's suicidal and under one-on-one 24/7 observation. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
And you get the history from her?
Yes.
So did you talk to any collateral contacts?
No.
So how is it that you can tell this jury what her life story is? Did you get it from her?
I got it from her
What
to
did
the
she
extent
tell you
that,
about her
well, I'm
education?
sorry,
What did she tell you
what, can you
about
say
her-
your,
Never mind looking at the judge. What did she tell you about the education?
Wait, listen. You look over there and listen to the question and answer the question.
Can you say the question,
Let him
please?
answer the question.
What did she tell you about? I'm sorry.
Ask the question.
What did she
Answer
tell
the
you?
question and we'll go from there.
What did she tell you about her education?
She described her education in terms of being a hard worker through high school and college and then going to nursing school.
Okay, where'd you go to nursing school?
I think the nursing school was through Partners Healthcare, I think at the MGH.
And do you recall what the nature of the nursing was?
Well, she had always wanted to be a labor and delivery nurse, and she was able to achieve that.
So she worked as a labor and delivery nurse
That's my understanding, yes.
for a period of time?
For several years, yes.
9 years, 7 years?
I'm not sure exactly.
Did you talk to any of the nurses that you work with? I mean, was she respected? Was she a hard worker? Was she somebody that was ducking out early, didn't want to work?
I didn't talk to any of her colleagues. I'm aware that she had been there for some time, and I did not hear about any aspects in which her work was deleterious.
Who would you hear from, them?
Well, one might have heard it from the notes from her spouse. It might have heard it from
But
the
let's talk about,
defendant
let's
herself.
talk about one might have heard it. Is the one you? You're testifying.
Yes.
Did you hear about it through the notes of the spouse?
No, I didn't hear about any way in which her work
Okay, so why
wasn't.
are you telling me that? Why are you saying one might have heard about it through the notes of the spouse?
Well, I think your question was, how would one learn about any deleterious acts or components of the person's work? So I didn't hear about any way in which she wasn't working hard and retained as a nurse at an excellent institution.
So basically, you don't know, is what you're telling me. You don't know what her reputation for work ethic was. You don't know what her hours were. You don't know what her reputation in her work community was. You just don't know. Isn't that right?
Combined with the records and also the report from Dr. Resnick, who described her own view of herself as being a hard worker, I don't know further than that.
So in addition to being a labor and delivery nurse at Mass General Hospital for a number of years, you knew that she obviously was married, right?
Yes,
And her husband was Patrick, right?
yes,
You know how many years she was married, right?
I do.
How many?
I don't know it offhand, but I believe I understand or knew the date when they were married, which may have been 2013.
So the fact that she was married, you know, that did she want to have kids or did she find them to be a burden?
She very much wanted to have children. She described that that was her lifelong interest.
Had one child, Cora, right?
I can't hear you.
The first child was Cora, right?
Yes.
Did she have any delivery issues with Cora?
Not that I recall.
How about the second child? What was the second child's name?
Dawson.
And how old was Dawson at the time of the incident, as we say?
I think he was around 4.
And did she have any issues with his delivery?
Do you mean the delivery or in the postpartum period?
I mean the delivery.
If I recall, I think she had a tear, which is called an episiotomy, and that was something she was unhappy about.
Sure. Did she have medication prescribed to her after Dawson?
Do you mean psychiatric medication?
Sure.
At some point, I think she was prescribed an antidepressant medication in that period.
What was it?
I think it was sertraline.
And do you know whether she took it?
She has told us that she did not.
And when she went home after having the baby, Dawson, she then came home to a little daughter, obviously Cora, had Dawson as an infant, correct?
Yes.
And was she living in a town or where was she living when she had these two kids?
I think she was living in the same house in Duxbury.
She wasn't living in Weymouth or?
She may have been. I'm sorry, I don't know.
That's right. So at some point she moves to Duxbury, she's with her husband and she goes back to work, does she?
Yes.
You didn't make any, in your investigation, you didn't come across any information that she didn't want to go back to work because she was lazy or just didn't want to work, right?
No, I think she always wanted to work.
Did she have anxiety about going back to work after Callan, the third child?
After Callan?
Yeah, Callan. It's Callan, C-A-L-L-E.
Yes. Yes. She wanted to go back. As August and September arrived, she was hopeful to go back to work, but she became anxious about working. There were other factors too. She became anxious.
No other factors yet. We'll get to the other factors. Why was she anxious about going back to work?
I was about to say,
Go ahead.
she was anxious about the well-being and nurturance of her children as she went back to work. One being that the baby was not taking a bottle. Another, that in that span between the point that her husband went back to work and she was expected to go back to work, it was overwhelming to have 3 young children that she was caring for all by herself. As time went on, she was ambivalent about hiring somebody to help, hiring a nanny. And that was another area of anxiety. So there were several areas of anxiety. And as we discussed earlier, anxiety was something that she had had
Hey, you
throughout
know
her
what? I'm
life.
going to pull you in, okay? This is a cross-examination, sir. I gave you
All
a
right,
little room.
next, just ask the next question.
So when you say that she had anxiety, and the anxiety was about having her youngest child, Callan, correct?
Yes,
She was anxious about going back to work, correct?
yes,
But you also, as you were waxing eloquently, indicated that she was having anxiety about having a nanny.
yes.
What was she anxious about with the nanny?
In my understanding,
No, what is your understanding? Tell the jury what you investigated about her anxiety with the nanny.
so through my evaluation, what I understood was that there was ambivalence about having a nanny, that is to say, having somebody who helped. There was some degree of wanting to be able to handle the children on her own. The other part of it is some ambivalence about other people other than herself or perhaps her mother caring for the children. Because I know that my evaluation discerned that she felt very positively about her ability to take care of her children, but also some ambivalence about other people taking care of the children.
What time frame are we talking about? Summertime, fall?
The end of summer, late August, early September.
Isn't it true that in the summer, she and Patrick and the kids felt that they were on top of the world, having a great summer, right?
Well, that's what she said. That's her quote.
Okay. And then come the fall, towards the end of September, that's when she started to have symptoms of anxiety, right?
Yes,
Up to this point in your investigation, you have a young woman who was a nurse for a number of years. We assume from your investigation, a good reputation as a hard worker, right?
I can't hear you. I'm sorry.
Yeah, one of the things that you had mentioned is that she was, how about exercise? Did she like to do exercise?
Yes, in the past,
So the
exercise
answer
was
is
her.
yes, right? Yes?
Can you repeat the question?
Sure, I can repeat the question. I ask you, sir.
I'm objecting because he's interrupting the witness and not letting him answer
The
the
question called for yes or no answer. All right, and so, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Can you state the question, please?
Sure. You mentioned in direct examination for the DA that she was like to do exercise, correct?
Yes.
And would you consider a person who is an exercise aficionado, especially a woman who, for example, runs, let's say, a 5K or a 5-mile road race within about a couple of weeks after having a baby? Is that hyper-exercise? Is that hypomanic? Okay.
In of itself, it's not hypomanic, no.
How about if there's a string of exercise that is a little bit out of the norm, coupled with decluttering, removing personal property from the home, cleaning out the home, things of that nature? Would that be hypomanic in your opinion?
Not in of itself, but are you talking, when you were asking about exercise, were you talking about in the period 2022 or 2020?
2022.
Okay.
After Callan. Okay? And I asked you about running the road race after Callan. Okay? You with me?
Yes, I am.
So would you suggest, sir, that that is something that one would at least anticipate, consider, or investigate as being this manic or hypomanic that you're talking about?
No.
So, by the way, one of the questions that you were asked, sir, is that when you got involved with investigating this case, do you recall that from the DA?
So,
do you recall that from the DA?
The term investigate, if it's okay, I'll use the term evaluate.
When you got appointed or retained by the DA?
So, and your question is?
My question is, when were you retained by the district attorney, the prosecutors?
It was sometime in early 2025.
Early 2025. So like what, February, January?
I think I think the reach out had occurred in maybe December of 2024, and I think that the retention was early in 2025.
What's a reach out?
Well, the communication, the reaching out
From?
from the district attorney's office.
Okay. And then when you were asked that question, you indicated that you had to wait for a motion to be filed or something with the court. Do you recall answering that question?
No.
Well, if I suggest to you, sir, it was in December of 2024 that a notice of lack of criminal responsibility was filed. Does that seem to fit with the reach out?
Objection. Can we approach?
Sure.
The poll on the screen, ladies and gentlemen. Please, all you got to do is add your vote to the chat with a number. We can always agree to disagree, or we can disagree to agree, whichever one you want to do. But I know you're partial to this defense attorney and to your opinion of what the verdict should be, but what either one of us think it should be or will be usually are two different things. So anyway, in that event, will the defendant take the stand or testify? There's a ha-ha moment right there, but we all know what we're saying here. Will she come to her own defense, or will she remain silent? That's the question. Put a 1, 2, or 3 in the chat, please. I'm not so sure it don't have to be in my chat, but at this point, I don't think she will either. There comes my vote. The big number 2. If you will. All right, Unique Angel, you asked for this vote. Where you at? This is your poll that you asked for, and I don't even see you voting on it. Get in here. You can't ask for a vote and then not vote. I mean, come on, man. We have another 2 in the house. I had a feeling I knew how this was going to go all the way across the board. But she's not doing it. I mean, they may think they're winning. He's spilling his oats right about now. And that's fine. But sometimes that comes off as arrogant and cocky to a jury, and it turns them off. And remember, they're live and in person, sitting mere feet away from him. This will be, in my opinion, it'll be guilty or a hung jury. They'll never get to not guilty. And if they do get to not guilty, I absolutely will not follow the next trial. Psych, I will. But anyway, that's just me. Did y'all see 2 of me pop up earlier? If you saw 2 of me pop up earlier, it's because I put it on my phone. So learning some things about StreamYard. This guy here, which is a telephone, can be used as a second camera. So I can be looking here, talking to you. Hi, what you doing? And then I can look here and talk to you. Hey, what's up? I can get all kind of different angles, which is pretty cool. Somebody that asked me earlier about pinning a comment. Mods cannot pin comments. Only the streamer can pin a comment, and you have to do it from the cell phone. So you pin a comment to the bottom of the chat. Mods cannot pin a comment. So now you know. Now you know. I may pin that comment in the bottom too. Just so you know. All right, y'all. Just hang in here, hang tight. Everybody, please. If you hadn't hit the like, please do so. Hang in here while that quick sidebar, and I'm gonna go have me a quick little sidebar. I'll be right back. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
All right, Counsel.
Thank you, Judge. So, your understanding of the procedure is that a notice has to be given to the court that a person like Lindsay is raising the issue of criminal responsibility, correct?
I imagine that's the case, but I don't know the procedure here in
Don't
Massachusetts
know-
in that
you don't-
regard.
Okay, you don't know the procedure?
The procedure for making notice?
Right.
No, I do not.
If I tell you, sir, that the notice is filed in December of 24, when was it that you had the reach out?
The first communication about the case was in, as I said a few minutes ago, in late 2024.
And do you recall the circumstances of that communication? DA call you, a letter, what?
No, I was contacted through a retention firm called Park Dietz and Associates.
Dietz?
Mm-hmm.
Park, he's a psychiatrist, isn't he?
It sounds like you know him.
I do know him. And actually, Park Dietz is a rather famous psychiatrist, is he not?
Yes.
He's testified in many cases, correct?
Yes, but
overruled.
I said Park Dietz and Associates. I didn't say Park Dietz himself.
Okay, well, you know Park Dietz, I imagine, right?
I do.
Yes. And you know that he's the guy that testified in the case and cited a Law and Order episode that didn't exist at the time he gave his opinion.
Sustained.
So is he still active?
Objection.
Sustained.
Is he a psychiatrist now?
Yes, he's a psychiatrist.
And on your letterhead, it says Park Dietz, D-I-E-T-Z, and Associates, forensic experts, right?
I can't see what you're looking at, but that's what the
Well, it
letterhead
says-
basically
it's got
says.
Rayburn Mac, right?
I am.
Okay, and this is your curriculum vitae, right?
Yes.
And in big letters up above, it says Park Dietz and Associates, right?
Yes.
Now, how does that work? You get a call from this retention group, Park Dietz, and then you get assigned a case?
When an attorney or a district attorney's office contacts them, they might think that it might be a case that I might want to be retained on.
Okay, do they, to your knowledge, try to get someone that's familiar with that particular topic, or just anybody that has a random psychiatry degree?
Well, there are only certain people that they think of or consider, people that Dr. Dietz has thought of in terms of having a robust career and
You have a
background.
robust career?
I've been active as a teacher and as a clinician over about 20 years, and I've been a full professor at Penn and Jefferson and Georgetown.
So that's in your curriculum vitae, correct?
The 3 professor level appointments?
All of your stuff, the things you wrote, things that you're interested in, your fellowships, professorships, all that, right?
Yes.
Okay. And that's introduced into evidence by the DA, right?
Yes.
So the jury's going to have it to look at, right?
Okay. I didn't know that.
Let's just take a look at it now. Is it your understanding that when you are, and I mean you individually, not Park Dietz Associates, requested to look at and investigate into the lack of criminal responsibility of a individual charged with a crime, that you got to try to be independent?
Being independent is the expectation.
The answer, yes, you try to be independent?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Is it appropriate for you to evaluate an individual with another Park Dietz associate guy?
You're referring to Dr. Halpern?
I am referring to Dr. Halpern. He's another one of the DA's witnesses in this case, right?
Correct.
And you know Halpern, right?
I had not met him until we jointly went to do the evaluation this April.
Jointly went to do the evaluation.
Yes.
What did you do? Both ride in the same car over to Tewksbury to talk to her?
No.
Did you have separate cars?
We did.
And then you met up beforehand and you went in to meet with Lindsay?
Yes.
Both
I think
of you
that was.
together? Both of you together?
Yes.
So you work under the umbrella of Park Dietz and Associates. Heilbrunn, who's going to be testifying Monday for the government, works under the umbrella of Park Dietz and Associates, and the both of you interviewed her at the same time, is what you're telling this jury?
Yes.
In your opinion, is that appropriate, sir?
Yes.
Did you talk to Kirk about your opinion?
We have talked about each other's opinion. We have different opinions as far as I understand it.
Did you talk to him about his report?
No,
No?
I have not talked to him about his report.
Have you talked to him about testifying here today?
Not in terms of content.
What does that mean?
The other day he called me and said, what day are you going up to Boston?
Okay.
And
Shipping up to Boston. Did you tell him?
No, I wasn't sure what day I was going up to Boston.
Okay. Did you review his report?
I have reviewed his report.
All right. And has he reviewed your report?
I don't know. I assume so, but I don't know.
Now, looking at your CV, you indicate that you're educated at Cornell, you got your medical degree, you had some fellowships. Do you have any particular interest in your practice, sir?
Yes.
And you have licensure in Delaware, right?
Yes.
Pennsylvania?
Yes.
District of Columbia?
Not at the moment.
Says 2005 to the present, but not anymore.
Well, I'm not sure what date that CV is, but I allowed my DC license to not be renewed.
Maryland?
Same, I let it not be renewed.
New York?
I actually renewed that recently.
Massachusetts?
No, I haven't had that since I left here.
South Carolina?
I haven't renewed that in many years.
Connecticut?
Same.
Virginia?
Same.
So what does that mean that you have licensure? Does that mean you can be a psychiatrist in these states as long as it's active, or what does that mean?
Licensure means that one can act as a physician when your licensure is in effect, yes.
Okay. And as far as professional and scientific societies, you belong to the American Academy of Child and Adolescent Psychiatry, right?
Yes.
You belong to the American Academy of Juvenile and Family Court Judges, is that correct?
I don't belong to that group at the moment.
Well, did you? Is that on your resume?
Yes, there was a moment when I was the representative from the American Academy of Child and Adolescent Psychiatry and the American Psychiatric Association and also the American Academy of Psychiatry and Law, of all three, to the National Council of Juvenile and Family Court Judges. So at that point, I was a member of the National Council.
So I asked you about your interests or focus as a doctor. Would you agree, sir, that one of the things you put down is that you were involved in ad hoc reviewerships in the Journal of American Academy of Child and Adolescent Psychiatry, right?
It does say that, yes.
And then American Journal of Addictions?
Yes.
Pediatric Quality and Safety?
Yes.
That's dealing with little kids, right? Pediatrics?
Well, at the Children's Hospital of Philadelphia, we see patients up to 24.
Okay.
At Nemours, I believe up to 21.
So you also express interest in child psychiatry. This comes under academic responsibilities. Child psychiatry, right?
Yes.
You have been involved in the doctoring course for first-year medical students, right?
Yes.
Supervision of adult psychiatry residents, right?
Yes.
Clinical evaluation, Department of Psychiatry, dealing with children and adolescents, right?
I'm not sure that last one that you read, but.
Number 8 on.
No, but what does it say in its entirety?
Ongoing clinical education of PGY3 residents, Department of Psychiatry, Georgetown University Hospital, Institute for Children and Adolescents.
Do you mean Regional Institute for Children and Adolescents?
Resume, I don't know what it means.
I'm just wanting to make sure I'm responding to your question.
Do you have it with you? I mean, you can look at it.
The Regional Institute for Children and Adolescents was a residential center in outside the Beltway where I served for 3 years.
Okay, the focus nevertheless is on children and adolescents, right?
Not at that time. What you mean when I was at Georgetown?
I'm just looking at your resume.
Okay.
How about lecture of patient safety and quality improvement in child and adolescent mental health? Is that something that you were involved with as a lecturer, sir?
Yes, about
Okay.
patient safety and quality, yes.
Answer is yes.
Yes.
Just make it quick. You were a lecturer on a morass returns, adolescent cannabis, doubles lettuce, and other hallucinogen use, dealing with what, pediatrics, kids?
Yes.
Okay. You also did under lectures by invitation that you've been involved with lecturing on wither psychosis in adolescents, right?
That was the title of a paper I gave, yes.
So the answer is yes, right?
The answer is I gave that paper, yes.
Okay. Adolescents accused of murder or manslaughter, right?
Yes.
Okay. Wither psychosis, adolescent killers, a couple of years later, again, maybe an update, right?
Right.
Divorce for the clinician, right?
Right.
Divorce legal process and medical, social, and psychiatric sequelae, right?
Right.
Killer adolescents, drugs, school, and the courts, right?
Right.
Jumping ahead, 2014, for example, you had the morass returns, adolescent cannabis and other hallucinogens, right?
I imagine, yes, I don't know exactly which one you're looking at, but that's the title of a lecture that I was giving.
Childhood development and psychopathology is an interest, right?
It is an interest, yes.
Childhood development, again, and psychopathology, lecture to the United States Department of Justice, right?
Yes.
Lecturing to the United States Department of Justice, Department of Immigration, right?
Yes.
Cognitive bias think tank is another one of the lectures that you gave. Is that correct?
Well, it was a committee or a task force that I co-led about
Okay.
the prospect of diagnostic error when people have cognitive biases.
And what's a cognitive bias? Just curious.
So when you think about diagnoses, there's always a possibility that an individual is sort of guided to one diagnosis or another based on various forms of preconceptions or biases. So a major part of this concept of patient safety is to prevent misdiagnosis. And there are a lot of techniques that are used in medicine and in this case in pediatric hospitals and also in psychiatry to try to make sure that the users or the diagnosticians' biases don't creep into making the wrong diagnosis.
Research publications, sir, dealing with neuropsychiatric systemic lupus, erythematosus, age, and the neurodevelopment model. That's one of your research publications, right?
Yes.
Dealing with psychiatric classification from the ancients to DSM-4, psychiatric clinics of North America, right?
Yes.
Alcohol abuse is another research that you did.
I've written or edited several textbooks on substance use disorders. Yes.
Okay. So in addition to child and adolescent aspects of psychiatry, you're also interested in focusing in on alcohol abuse, substance-related disorders, alcohol abuse disorders, addictive disorders, treatment of addictive disorders, right?
Those are some of the areas of interest, yes.
Novel risk factors for central line associated bloodstream infections in critically ill children, right?
Yes.
And it goes on and on with a lot of your focuses on children, minors, probate court, correct?
I don't know about probate court, but
Well, you've had occasion to do evaluations for probate court, haven't you?
you have to remind me, there was
Okay,
a
never mind
period when
probate
I
court.
was the physician leader of the state of Maryland's Office of Forensic Services.
Right.
So
That's what you said on direct, so that's why I'm asking it. But how about the new tools in the toolbox? Proactive prevention of CLABS, 1, in patients with behavioral health and concerns. What does that mean?
Well, CLABSI, central line associated bloodstream infections, are something that is a major concern of all hospitals around the country, and preventing them from happening is not only the work of cleaning the apparatus that touches patients, but also we learned that when patients have psychiatric problems, they actually are at a greater risk of developing a central line associated bloodstream infection, which is a significant complication of being in the hospital. So I started that work when I was at Georgetown, when I was an adult, mainly focused on adults, and carried it on when I was at Children's Hospital Philadelphia and at Nemours in terms of the pediatric risks for CLABSI.
Okay. How about clinical manual of adolescent substance abuse disorder? That's another one of your chapters, right? Book.
I don't think I wrote a book about adolescent substance
Well, it
use.
says number 29, MAC AH, Clinical Manual of Adolescent Substance Abuse Treatment, Journal of Psychiatric Practice. Nothing
Yeah,
wrong with it.
that was a chapter, not a book. But yes.
Okay, but nevertheless, your focus and your interest is on adolescents that like to smoke weed and drink, right?
No.
Okay. Would you agree, sir, that you were interested in the American Psychiatric Press textbook you wrote for substance abuse treatment, right?
Yes.
All right. And think like a psychiatrist, but always a doctor, be a doctor, web drugstore, perils, drugs, alcohol, bloodstream infections in children's hospital, focusing on that, right? Where in here does it say that you ever came within breathing distance of a pregnant woman and your practice and your interest in your writings?
So I remember being at the Brigham as a resident and
How long ago was
going
that?
to, how long ago was that?
Yeah, give us a year.
Well, you asked me when.
Yeah,
So I'm
that's
starting.
when?
That was the memory I have for that particular situation was 2001.
2001, so 25 years ago.
Right.
What
And
did
so
you do?
since then, I went to the Medical University of South Carolina, and then I went to Georgetown, and all that period up until 2015, I was doing general psychiatry work with areas of focus in peds or in addictions, but also with forensics as an area. I see myself as somebody who's generalist who happens to have a couple of areas of focus. In 2015, I did move from that generalist model to, when I left Georgetown, I moved to the Children's Hospital of Philadelphia and the University of Pennsylvania. And in those years, since then, I've been working in pediatric hospitals, where at CHOP, Children's Hospital of Philadelphia, the age is up to 24, and at Nemours, it's up to 21. So that is the overall area of adult and child psychiatry that I've been working in. Throughout the years at Georgetown,
Okay,
I would like to answer because I have more to tell you.
Let him finish the answer. Go ahead.
So at Georgetown, certainly that was all adult, and Georgetown has its own labor and delivery unit. And so that was plenty of engagement with women who were pregnant or who had just given birth. And then at both Children's Hospital of Philadelphia and at Nemours, there are these special units that have been under designed for the last several years of high-risk pregnancy units. So actually at CHOP, one of my first roles there was to develop the psychiatry services coverage of the high-risk maternity unit there called the Special Delivery Unit. And I was the co-leader and then the leader of the consultation service at CHOP. And so I led the group of adult and child psychiatrists to tend to the psychiatric needs of that unit. Recently at Nemours, the same unit was built. And so yes, in these pediatric hospitals, there actually are units of women who are about to have birth, who have just had birth.
Well, I'm sure in these pediatric hospitals, there are women about to have birth and have had birth. And I'm sure that there are competent doctors that treat them, correct?
I agree with you.
How many women with postpartum psychosis have you treated?
Roughly 10 would be my estimate.
Over what period of time?
Over the period since 2001.
And when you would treat these women, would you be involved in, for example, testing them for their mental health?
Well, usually the teaching has been that what was called postpartum psychosis is actually a form of bipolar disorder. So what is important is to say, let's do a full evaluation of the individual's symptoms and signs, and then treat them and engage in treatment. And usually that's going to be a form of bipolar disorder treatment. That's the teaching. That is the general perspective.
So with your wealth of knowledge on women that are pregnant and suffering from postpartum psychosis, do you know whether or not Lindsay was ever diagnosed with postpartum depression?
I believe that the various notes from the clinicians over the year of 2022 to 2023 utilized the term unspecified mood disorder.
Right. How about postpartum depression?
I don't think that appellation was used.
Okay. So was she ever administered the, what is it, EPDS?
You mean the Edinburgh?
Yeah, was she ever administered that?
I don't know if she was or wasn't. I don't remember.
Isn't that something you're in here testifying about this case? Wouldn't that be important to know that she was almost off the chart on the Edinburgh scale for postnatal depression?
Well, I have said that she had depression.
Well, postnatal depression for a woman who's pregnant or had a baby recently is a heck of a lot different than some guy who's just depressed about his job, right?
I don't understand your question.
Well, do you know what her readings were on the Edinburgh test?
Not to my memory at the moment, no.
Why not? You read the medical records, didn't you?
I mean, if you would like to show me, I'd be
I don't
happy
want to show
review
you
it.
anything. I'm asking you as a testifying witness for this jury, did you look at her medical records?
I did.
And the medical records pertain to her being a person that just had a baby, right?
I'm not sure that which records you're talking about, but when can I finish? Can I finish? Can I?
I'm not going to finish. 2022, obviously, because we already talked about the summer, she was fine. When did she see Tufts?
She started to see Dr. Tufts in 2022.
When?
I believe it was, well, she went to Dr. Tufts in September, and it was in October that she started taking the medication that Dr. Tufts had prescribed.
Okay, and that was for what?
You mean which medication, or what was the purpose?
Medication.
Sertraline.
And otherwise known as?
Zoloft.
And she took it after a while, is that correct? Is that what you said?
A few weeks, yes.
And the reason she didn't take it was what?
Time, as my evaluation.
Hold on a second. Hold on a second, Doc. Sorry. All right, let's go ahead. You want me to re-ask that question?
I'm okay.
Okay.
So over time, Ms. Clancy has avoided taking medications.
She's what?
Avoided taking medications.
Says who?
The description she gave me.
She told you that?
My awareness from my evaluation is that she resists taking medications. And for example,
No. Tell me what you mean by she resists taking medications.
there are individuals in this world who do not want to take medications, and I think she described that she is one of them.
So you know she saw Dr. Tufts because she apparently was anxious, right?
Yes.
Prior to that, other than having anxiety about public speaking as a nurse in nursing school, and after she had one of her children, she didn't have any psychiatric history of medications, right?
She had not taken medications, but she had had a lifelong degree of anxiety. It hadn't been at the level of disorder, but she had had
lifelong.
Yes.
Okay. How about grammar school, high school, college? Did she have difficulty that she was anxious?
So what I was saying is that anxiety can drive people, but she had a lot of anxiety and she was hardworking, and the anxiety helped her to be hardworking. But when it comes to medications,
Okay, hold on. Mr. Reddington, go ahead. Doctor, finish the question.
But when it comes to medications, she described that she didn't want to take medications. And an example was the time that after the birth of her second child, that sertraline had been prescribed, but she chose to get through her anxiety and depression by exercising. And that is something that people do. But it also highlights that in this case, she didn't want to be taking medications. And I think that we also understand that in the fall of 2022.
All right. At this point, I'm going to stop. Next question.
My question was, you said that she had a lifelong resistance to taking medication. That's what you said, right?
Yes.
Yes? Okay.
Yes.
Then I asked you, grammar school, high school, college, did she have any records, any witnesses, any documents that she had a resistance to taking medication?
Only your description to me.
She didn't tell you that she was resistant to medication in grammar school and high school and college? What are you making this up?
Objection.
Yeah, sustain. Next question.
She didn't tell you that.
I understand her to have told me that generally she did not want to be taking medications. She didn't necessarily specify in grammar school, but that is her basic.
College.
Yes, I think that her description was as a adolescent and as a young adult, she was not interested in taking medications.
You really have that written down somewhere?
I'm happy to be proven wrong, but I believe that that's what I understand it to be.
You believe that's what it is? You don't know whether you have it written down somewhere, right?
Can I refer to my
Read
report?
the whole report, I don't care. Because it's not there.
Well, on page 8, what I had written was, Ms. Clancy's reluctance to take medication generally was accompanied by her concern for medications entering her breast milk. So the general...
Breast milk, she's pregnant. Come on. That's the only time that she indicates that she did not want to take, except for benzos, medication because she was breastfeeding, right?
I don't agree. I'm happy to be proven wrong, but my understanding is that she described that she generally did not want to take medication,
All right.
benzodiazepines included.
Let's not guess, all right? Let's look at Dr. Mack's report, okay? Medication history. During the period before January 24, 23, she was taking several medications, and that would be Tufts and Gelada and all the rest of them, right?
Okay.
Is that right?
I didn't exactly hear your question. I'm sorry. Can you repeat it?
You said in your report, defendant was taking several medications that had been prescribed for her, right?
In the fall and December of 2022, yes.
So it's real easy. It's Tufts and Gelada that were prescribing these meds, right?
They were among the prescribers, yes.
All right. And her reluctance to take medication was accompanied by her concern for medications entering her what?
I believe it says breast milk.
Breast milk. Okay. So other than her concerns as a mother about her breast milk and having these drugs get into an infant's body, when else did she tell you that she was resistant, as you just told this jury, to taking medication? Like she's somebody who doesn't want to take the medication, doesn't care to take the medication. Where is it?
No rule.
Well, I didn't say that she didn't care.
Okay, how about she was resistant?
My recollection, and I'm happy to, if you would like me to spend time finding it.
Prove
I'd
you're
be
wrong,
happy
I
to.
know.
What?
Prove you're wrong. It's not in your report though, is it?
Okay.
Okay, we'll leave it at that. Now, you had mentioned, sir, I believe that the DSM is something that you all use in your diagnoses of people, right?
Yes.
And one of the things that you are here to testify about would be postpartum issues, postpartum psychosis, postpartum depression, right?
Are you referring to postpartum psychosis, the disorder, the proposed disorder, or as a symptom?
Well, when you come in here as an expert, hired by the DA to tell this jury that this woman was not suffering from postpartum psychosis, and you in your testimony refer to the fact that you use the DSM to guide you, if that's the right word, in your diagnoses, would you agree with me that that's a fair statement?
That the DSM is the standard for making diagnoses? Yes.
Right. It's not a very good standard, though, is it?
Well, it is the standard.
It is the standard. How about, are there other standards, sir, that, like, for example, World Health Organization, International Disease Control, IDC, have you ever heard of them?
Yes.
Okay. Does the IDC, what does that stand for?
The ICD,
What does that stand for?
the International Classification of Disease.
Does that classify postpartum psychosis?
I think it
Welcome
actually
in,
does
new
not.
viewers. Welcome
Does it
in, new
classify-
viewers.
you think,
Thank
or
you
you
for
sure?
being here.
My recollection is that it does not.
Okay. How about postpartum depression? Does the international category indicate that?
I'm not sure. We in the United States.
No.
use the
I'm asking
DSM.
about the other, the ICD or whatever it is.
I don't know.
Okay, that's good enough. This here is what you're talking about, the DSM though, right? 5 TR, text revision, right?
Yes.
And you're talking about the fact that at some point in DSM 6, there it appears as though postpartum depression, postpartum psychosis will be added into the DSM 6. Is that correct?
Who said that?
I'm asking you if that's what you mean when you told the jury about it possibly being put into the next edition.
There is a syndrome that's been proposed called postpartum psychosis. So I would differentiate that from the idea that the person of psychosis in a postpartum period. The syndrome, proposed syndrome of postpartum psychosis has not been included, and I am not aware that it is going to be included, although I understand there are calls for that. I would also say actually the movement for DSM-6 is not necessarily active at this point, but I would highlight again, because I wrote my college history thesis on the history of the DSMs.
What was it, DSM 1, 2, 3 back then?
Well, there's been a classification made by the American Medical Association going back to the end of the 19th century. DSM-1 was in 1952, DSM-2 was 1968, DSM-3 was 1980. The major change in 1980 was to fall in, as I discussed earlier, the descriptive model for diagnoses. And that is to say that since DSM-3, diagnostic groups are grouped, or disorders are grouped by what you see, what symptoms we are seeing, not by what we assume is the cause of the illness, and not by any theories about how the illness works. So since DSM-4 in 1994, as a part of making DSM-4, a literature review was completed by Dr. Ellen Frank, which indicated a roadmap for what to include in terms of postpartum designations. And since then, there's been what's called a specifier. So if you highlight depression, you can add a specifier to say when this depression occurred. The limit is that it's a 4-week limit. So under the rules of DSM, after 4 weeks, you wouldn't necessarily, well, you wouldn't call it postpartum. Called postpartum psychosis, where you can have mania or bipolar attributes, you can have depression, you can have delirium. And so when you think about the rules and the guidelines that have been in place since 1980 for revisions of the DSM, they look for, can this category be sufficiently separated from other categories? And does it help treatment? And over time, even though there have been calls, well, there have been hundreds of diagnoses that have been proposed or requested to be in the DSMs, very few new diagnoses get inserted. And right now, that is the situation for the syndrome called postpartum psychosis, that it is not something that has been approved. And I know there are people who are calling for it, but in the current time.
Okay.
Next question.
Okay.
please.
Thank you. Are you aware, sir, that postpartum psychosis and postpartum depression are pretty much virtually not even mentioned in your DSM-5 TR?
I wouldn't agree with that. I was about to say.
So you would not agree with it, right?
Well, I was about to get to that.
Sure you were, but you would not agree with it, right? Is that correct?
I don't have a basis to say that.
Okay. So looking at, and this is 1,050 pages of people putting together like a cookbook, fair to say, right?
No, I wouldn't call it a cookbook.
No? Would you agree, sir, that postpartum is referred to, page 147, in sex and gender-related diagnostic issues? Would you agree with that, sir?
Is that the introductory chapter?
This is the chapter, sir, that is pertinent to bipolar disorder. You're familiar with it. I'm
Okay, so
sure.
it's the bipolar chapter.
And referencing 147, sex and gender-related diagnostic issues. You're familiar with that, I imagine, right?
That's a subset. I mean, that's a portion of the chapter, I imagine, that describes.
Right, it's a paragraph.
issues. Okay.
It's a paragraph. Out of 1,000 pages, it's a paragraph.
What's your question?
Women may be more likely to experience rapid cycling and mixed states and to have patterns of comorbidity that differ from those of men, including higher rates of lifetime eating disorders. Come on. This is what they talk about with postpartum psychosis and postpartum depression, eating disorders, and the difference between women and men?
Is that your question? I'm not sure I understand your question.
How you answer it, yeah.
What's your question?
Postpartum disorders, sir, the difference between women and men, and they make reference to eating disorders?
Well, I think the section header, if you don't mind reading it again, was aspects about gender. And so in that section, I imagine they're describing it. I didn't write the DSM, so I'm not here to represent it.
Okay.
I can just tell you about it.
All right. Okay, right here. Sex and gender-related diagnostic issues, right? Would you agree that's under the bipolar and related disorder section?
Yeah.
The DSM, okay. Page 147 talks about women more likely to experience rapid cycling and mixed states and have patterns of comorbidity that differ from those of men, including higher rates of lifetime eating disorders, right? Did I read that right? That's all right. Okay. And then it goes on for the rest of the paragraph that women with bipolar 1, read along, or 2 disorder are more likely to experience depressive symptoms than are men. Did I read that right? That they, meaning women apparently, have a higher lifetime risk of alcohol use disorder than men. Really? Did I read that right?
Yes.
And that they also, and much greater likelihood of alcohol misuse disorder than women in the general population. Some women with bipolar disorder experience exacerbation of mood symptoms during their premenstrual time period. Right?
It says that, yeah.
Yeah. And that this has been associated with a worse course of illness. Many women with bipolar disorder also report severe emotional disturbances during perimenopause when estrogen levels are decreasing. Did I read that right? Right, because
it does say that.
Okay. And that there does not appear to be an increased risk of mood episodes in pregnant women with bipolar disorder, except for those who discontinue medications for pregnancy, right? Is that what it says that in the DSM?
Yes,
Right.
it does.
So what does that tell you, in 25 words or less, sir, when that sentence where it talks about there does not appear to be an increased risk of mood episodes in pregnant women with bipolar disorder, except for those who discontinue medication for pregnancy. What does that mean?
What it means is when thinking about women who have bipolar disorder who are pregnant, the risk of having either a manic episode or a hypomanic episode or a depressive episode generally stays stable compared to when the person is not pregnant, except in people who do not take medications for bipolar during the pregnancy.
And then it goes on to read, the specifier with peripartum onset should be used for mood episodes that begin during pregnancy or within 4 weeks of delivery. Is that the 4-week cutoff that you're telling me about?
That's the 4-week cutoff. That's on that specifier, the peripartum specifier.
When was this last amended? 1958?
You're talking about the 4-week number?
Yeah.
That was created in DSM-4 in 1994.
And how about the World Health Organization? What's their cutoff using that term?
I don't know. I can tell you that the proponents of postpartum psychosis, the illness, utilize, I believe, 12 weeks, maybe 6 weeks, but not more than 12.
How about the, what is it, IDC, ICD?
The World Health Organization's international classification.
If I tell you it's a year, would that mean anything to you? It's not 6, maybe 12, it's a year?
Does it mean anything to me?
Yeah, does it mean anything to you?
With regard to what?
It's a year. You're talking about 4 weeks, but they're referring to a year.
Well,
Like,
the
you're-
distinction between the ICD and the DSM is substantial. The DSM,
All right. Mr. Reddington, why don't you ask a question?
Thank you. So would you agree with me, sir, that the way that women are treated postpartum, after having babies, prior to having babies in Europe is a heck of a lot different than we treat women here, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
So that paragraph that we just went through, we're talking about sex and gender-related diagnostic issues, right?
yes,
They mentioned the words postpartum, period. They mentioned, I don't mean period like the end of the sentence, I mean postpartum, period. They mentioned that, right?
yes,
And I read that correct. That's a paragraph, right?
yes.
And then out of the 1,050 pages, we can then go to another, page 156. Sex and gender-related diagnostic issues. And it makes reference to the gender ratio for bipolar 1 disorder, right?
Okay.
Would you agree that the gender ratio for bipolar 1 disorder is equal between women and men?
Yes.
And does it then go on and say that bipolar 2 disorder are mixed, differing by type or sample? There is little or no evidence of bipolar gender difference in the general population. And some, but not all, clinical examples suggest that bipolar 2 disorder is more common in women than in men. Is that right?
It may be.
It
As
may
I
be
was,
because you want to look at it, or it may be because they might be wrong.
well, women have depression more than men, unfortunately. And so that is something that it gets reflected when it comes to bipolar type 2.
So patterns of illness and comorbidity, however, differ by sex, with females being more likely than males to report hypomania. Does that sound right?
It sounds right.
And that women would have mixed depressive features and a rapid cycling course, correct?
That sounds right.
And childbirth may be a trigger for the hypomanic episode, which can occur in 10 to 20% of females. In non-clinical populations, most typically in the early postpartum period. Does that sound right to you?
It sounds, I mean, you're reading it, so I agree.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. And there's a big difference between DSM and WHO, right?
I don't know the WHO's 12 months, what it refers to. When it comes to the proposed postpartum psychosis, one of the elements of the proposal is that it is particularly related to the physiologic changes that happen at the time of birth. And actually, one of the objections that that group has to the way that the DSM is written right now is that they would like it to be solely post-birth rather than one that encompasses pregnancy and birth, because it aligns with the theory that this type of disorder is related to those physiologic changes. So the timing of being closest to birth is instrumental in that proposal for postpartum psychosis, the disorder. When it's described as a disorder that occurs almost right away at the time of birth. And it is urgent.
Who says that? Who?
The literature on postpartum psychosis, whether it's postpartum psychosis.
What literature? It's not in the Bible, right?
Well, it's not in the Bible, but the reports by the people who are advocates, an expert consensus panel who are advocates for inclusion of the syndrome of postpartum psychosis.
And they've been trying real hard.
Let him finish.
Well, he's just going to go on for another half hour.
I'll finish, doctor. Go ahead.
I don't have anything more, sorry.
All right, go ahead.
Would you agree with me, sir, as it relates to this panel of people that you're talking about? These are the people that are trying to get postpartum psychosis, postpartum depression into the DSM-6, right?
I don't think they're trying to get postpartum depression included because it already is there.
In the two paragraphs that I just read?
No.
Okay, is there somewhere else that talks about postpartum depression?
Yes.
Okay, where?
Well, the report mentions, and I'll find for you what are called the specifiers, where for both bipolar disorder and also for depressive disorders.
There you go.
Well, it's in there, but I'll find it in the book.
Okay. Why don't you look for it?
Why don't we do one thing at a time?
Yeah, I'd
right?
like to.
And that would be, you said you're going to find it. Just find it.
Okay.
And then once you find it, then we'll go on to the second part, which would be asking questions and answering questions.
So right here on page 173, read it. I'll describe what I'm talking about before I read it, if that's okay. So this is the section, actually starts on page 169, where it goes through what are called the specifiers for the bipolar disorders. And so those include with atypical features, with rapid cycling, with melancholic features. And here on page 173 is the portion about with peripartum onset.
Read it. Read it.
Well, let me see how many paragraphs it is. It's many paragraphs. Do you want me to read all of them?
No, that's all right. Just
Okay.
summarize it as best you can.
What I would summarize, and a similar passage is in the chapter on depressive disorders, is that it provides a way to designate that somebody's depressive disorder, or in this case, their bipolar disorder, had peripartum onset. Now that's important, and they provide a lot of important information there about epidemiology and the course, by course I mean how it's going to go in terms of the disease. That's what the DSM does. Besides giving criteria for disorders, it provides basic information about course, epidemiology, and the features that the individual has. So there's a similar section in the depressive disorders.
Stick with the section that you just pointed out.
Yes,
okay?
sir.
You'd agree with me in a nutshell that talks about with psychotic features, delusions, hallucinations present at any time in the current manic or major depressive episode in bipolar 1 disorder, right?
No, I'd have to see what you're reading from.
Okay, sure, it's right here.
Yeah, but that's a different portion.
No, that's what you were reading from. Okay,
No,
so
sir.
how about down below here where it says with peripartum onset?
Yes, that was what
Okay.
I was referring
The
to.
specifier, what's a specifier?
So the system has a way where we can emphasize features of a person's illness. Remember, as I said, the groupings in the DSM revolve around the major psychiatric symptoms. So this is the bipolar chapter, there's a depression chapter, there's an anxiety chapter. So here, the specifier is our way of communicating that the person's problem, in this case, has peripartum onset.
Okay.
And as if I could connect it all, the emphasis on the proposed postpartum psychosis disorder, they object to it being peripartum. They would like it to be postpartum.
And who's they?
The authors of the expert consensus group that I referred to published a paper in biological psychiatry in the last year.
About what? I mean, psychiatry covers a large ground.
Yes. It's a paper that summarizes information about this proposed disorder, highlights their assumption that it is actually a type of bipolar
Can
disorder,
I just interrupt? What disorder are you referring to?
the proposed postpartum psychosis disorder.
All right. So there is a group of people that are trying, to your knowledge, to get postpartum disorder in the next version of the Bible, right?
Effectively, yes,
Okay.
but I wouldn't use all those words, but yes.
Okay. And then when you're referring to the peripartum onset, in one paragraph, you're talking about the specifier applied to current manic, hypomanic, or major depressive episode in bipolar 1 disorder, right? Did I read that right?
Well, it's more than just one
Okay,
paragraph.
let's
It
just
goes
stick
on
with-
to
let's
all
just
the
stick
next.
with
All right, Council, let me see Council sidebar here, just so you got scheduling.
The judge needs a smoke. Hey guys, there's a poll up there. You want to drop a vote in the chat with just the number alone? 1, 2, or 3. If you think there should be another option, let me know. 1, 2, or 3. I think I would have started slapping the papers back. Excuse me. I know you're trying to impress the jury by slapping stuff, but it's not working. What would y'all pay to watch those two square up, like two old guys, two great minds, by the way, square up in the courtroom? Finally, some action in court, y'all, with this trial here. We got a lot of votes coming in, guys. Thank you for voting. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. I'm not going to expose everybody up on the screen. My bad, my bad. I appreciate you voting, though. Some people might want to keep it to themselves. I wish we could do secret ballots. But I can tell you all the final results when it's all said and done. Give me 1 second, please. Y'all can't see me because of the poll. Let's see if I can put me somewhere else for just a minute. What about right now? Whoa, that's too much going on there, y'all. That is way too much of whining happening. Let y'all see that national champion shirt right there one more good time. Oh, what's happening? We good? Thought we were back in the courtroom for a second. Thanks for voting. Thanks for being here, everybody. I've seen the audience have a pretty good little spike right there, so that was cool. Action in the courtroom. We love it. We love it. We got some votes coming in. I see you fellas over there, by the way. Here, look. We can answer Doug's question with words and not numbers. Did this witness help the prosecution or the defense? Put prosecution or defense in the chat as your answer, please. Did this witness help? Which side did this witness help more? Prosecution or defense? You can even put P or D in the chat. Save you some typing. P or D. Who did this witness help? It's probably going to be split down the middle. And then we're going to get to the punishment.
In terms of the jury, we're going to break at this point. All right. So you know what I'm going to tell you. All right. You've now heard more evidence. You've heard testimony from a number of people. You've gotten more and more exhibits, but you still have to keep that open mind. All right. Because you haven't heard all the evidence. You haven't heard the closing arguments, as I've said before. You haven't even heard the law that you are to apply to this in arriving at your verdict. So I'm going to stress, as I always do, don't talk about this case. Don't read anything about it. Don't listen to anything about it. Just really guard against that and really keep an open mind. All right. So I'm going to excuse you till Monday morning. And then I ask you to be here hopefully at 9 o'clock. We'll come back out and we'll continue with the evidence. All right. And as I'm telling you, we are well on schedule. All right. So I don't want to get ahead of myself, but in case you're wondering, we are definitely well on schedule, much because of your work on this. So I hope everybody has a nice weekend. Maybe it'll stop raining, get outside a little bit. So again, thank you for all your time and dedication on this, and we'll see you on Monday. Okay.
All right, please, for testing.
Okay, chat, stand up for the jury, please. Stand up, chat. exactly right, Army vet. The entire public can be thinking one thing, and that jury is thinking something totally opposite. A different feel in the room.
Am I excused, sir? You talk
We'll try to go over,
PA's up for you guys to skip.
find some people who are actually in the room and that can see the jury.
Council, anything else we need to address before Monday?
No.
No, Your Honor.
All right, and so the plan would be, we'll continue with the Commonwealth's rebuttal. At some point, we'll do the final charge conference, and we'll go from there. So I want to thank everybody for their work. I hope everybody has a nice weekend. Thank you.
Good, all rise.
Brenda, she's not able to. Dun, 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 dun. We got a wowza from the treehouse. Wowza from the treehouse. Linda. Listen, Linda, listen. Linda, listen. She is in a wheelchair. Yep, yep. All right, guys. The rebuttal case is going to continue. He said 9. You can bank on it being about 9:15, 9:20, 9:30. But I'll be here at 9, God willing. But this is not the end. This is not the end of it. Going to remove them from the stage right quick. So 4 o'clock. We're on the same time zone. So nobody's got to end early every day. Even after starting late, technical difficulties, it don't matter. When it's time for him to go, he's gone. There is no staying late in this man's courtroom. Hey, Pam. Doug, did you really say that? I mean, is it not too soon? It's too soon to make those jokes. My bad. Yeah, it's not working with me because I've been in a few courtrooms myself. And like I said, that could backfire on him. What we think is cool attorney stuff, and the guy's he's grilling this witness and he's winning points and all that. That jury's sitting there. A lot of times they're just taking in your personality and they see what you're trying to do. Some of them do. And some of them think that you're a jerk. You see several people in this chat right here say, the dude's a jerk. He's real aggressive. And that goes on and on. It goes over to the jury too. Even if they're on your side and you start doing that, they're like, don't like this guy no more. So you got to be careful as a defense attorney how aggressive you get. And I think you do that a lot of times when you think you may be losing. You can read the jury as an attorney, and you look over there and you think you're losing. You got to switch gears right quick. Okay, now I'm going to change into this other kind of attorney. So we'll see. Yep, Brenda, she's in a wheelchair. She jumped out a second-story window, by the way. 60-40, close. All right, y'all know what comes next. If you want to save your discussion voice for later, that's fine. I'm going to go back and watch Seth Rogers on the interview room. I haven't watched that yet. May as well watch it with y'all. If there's enough of you here, I'll keep the stream going. Otherwise, I'll just watch it on my own. I may do that by watching this anyway. But here comes the StreamYard link. That's right, Doug. Allegedly. Allegedly. Dun, 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 dun. Stop that screen right there, y'all. Allegedly speaking. There's your StreamYard link. You want to come up, chop it up, chew the fat, say how you feel. You may have somebody up here with a different opinion than yours. Ooh, I look like a hologram. My bad. So, I got to change that lighting. Y'all give me just a second, please. Also, thunder in the background. So If this stream ends, you'll know why. I don't plan on ending it right now, but if it ends, you'll know why. A lot of times it'll come right back on. If the power gets knocked off and the internet goes down, it'll come right back on. So no worries on that right there. Yes. Someone flip out. Dang. Mm-hmm. Yep. Indeed, indeed. That is a fact. We'll give y'all just a few more minutes to jump up here. And if you don't jump up here, I see a lot of people were tuned in just for the trial because they're dropping out. That's fine. Thank you for being here today. We truly appreciate you. Oh, I was going to fix the lighting. Y'all forgive me. I'll be right back. What I said was, y'all welcome Doug to the stage. Hello, Doug.
How's it going, Wayne?
Going good, man. How you doing?
I'm doing pretty good.
Nice.
Thanks for having me up yet once again.
Oh, you're welcome. Always welcome up here, my friend. Absolutely. Intelligent guest up here. Not afraid to speak his opinion and do it very intellectually. Shows that he's got a good education, whether he gave it to himself or somebody up there in Massachusetts gave it to him.
That's right. I try.
You do a good job, man. You do a good job. You're always respectable, no matter if you got a different opinion than somebody else. In every other chat, every other panel I've ever seen you on, you know how to make your argument and stand your position. And at the same time, you know that people are human beings and they're not always going to agree with us. Ain't that right, Doug?
I'm down to debate, man. Change my mind. I would love that. I'm open all the time. Like in the beginning, I was open.
I may not be the guy to change your mind, but hopefully there's somebody in the chat that even if you want to come up and just leave your little icon like Doug has his little D right there, just leave that right there, but your voice can be made. You don't have to type. I understand if you're unable to make it up here, that's fine too. But if you would like to come up and have a good, healthy debate with Doug right here, which I will do it if I'm left to my own devices. Army vet said he's logging off military computer to access civilian website. I appreciate that, Army vet. Don't you put the military on me.
Yeah, get back in your other suit, man.
Yeah, please, for God's sakes, don't come in here with no military access. It's the last thing I need is somebody parachuting down on my house. Yep. So we just got a nice shower pop up right here, Doug.
Did you?
Yeah, a little thunder. Not much thunder so far. But, here you go, Doug. Here's your chance. I wasn't going to even start until I knew I had some backup. Hey, Misty.
Hey, guys. I'll be nice, I promise.
Yeah, be nice with Doug now. Be gentle.
We love Doug.
Oh, we got another guest in here, y'all. Guess who parachuted in for us? Look, is this really you?
Misty, I was trying to be calm this morning. Now I got you up here. Now I got to turn up with you. Now I got to turn up with Misty.
Oh, boy. Well,
come on, Misty. Come on, Misty. Don't be bad so we can go and turn up, Misty.
I said I'll be nice.
Wait, before we get started, look at the screen, y'all. We get to see Army vet. Look at that.
Army vet. Okay.
Y'all done seen me before. Stop tripping.
No, I ain't seen you before. I ain't never seen you before.
Yeah,
now I'm
everywhere.
Look, I'm gonna change the way I talk. I'm gonna have a little more respect now. You look like a badass to me. Oh my God. You're right, Bet. You're right. What was you saying?
if Misty gonna be bad, I'm gonna be bad too. That's all I'm saying.
We can go
Right.
either way. I'm
Yeah,
ready.
either way. I'm just saying now. Just saying, either way it goes. So y'all think that the defense attorney was winning points and chewing into that ass of that witness, huh? Is that the way y'all saw it? That's the way I see you
I
voted
did.
in
That's
there.
the way
I
I
think the
see it.
I know
defense.
Misty don't. Yeah, I know Misty don't.
I think that he was getting down pretty good in the beginning, but I think the witness started making a comeback towards the end, to be honest with you. And the guy can do his job, don't get me wrong, but he was coming off a little bit arrogant. And I think he feels like he's losing now. So now he's starting to slap papers and starting to make smart comments and stuff like that. I think he's looking over there out of the corner of his eye at that jury and seeing something. That's what I think. What do you
Yeah,
think?
I've really not seen the defense attorney talk that much. But today, I'm like, whoa, who is this? He was acting a fool.
He's filling his oats. He's either filling his oats and getting more confident.
He needs to learn how to be professional. For one, I've never seen anybody walk up to the witness showing them a book.
He got close too, didn't he?
What was that? What was that?
It got close to
He's
him.
not a
too.
doctor either.
He was trying to discredit him in his whole testimony. He was trying to confuse the jury, saying he was trying to discredit everything that they heard.
Right.
He did a good job.
Absolutely.
He did a good job.
And you think he did a good job of that?
Mm-hmm.
I think this helped the
all
prosecution.
of us.
The book was the DSM that he said he made his assessment based off of, and there was literally not very much in the book about the topic that he was giving the assessment on. That was the whole point.
And he got way off topic. Like, I was like, what are we talking about? Are we still in the Clancy trial? Like, what are we talking about here?
Right. He lost you. If he lost you, then I'm sure he lost a couple of jurors. That was the most excitement I've seen in this trial to date. Of course, I wasn't there for the first part of the trial. Full disclaimer on that. But yeah, they were getting it on pretty good right there with these two there with this exchange happening. I was like, well, looky here, boy, they getting somewhere. But yeah, I think the witness started coming back there towards the end, and when the lawyer Reddington was standing right there beside him with all that paperwork, and instead of looking down at the papers, he was just staring at him like, why are you in the face, dude? Why are you all up here like this for? And the jury can see both sides of that. You know what I mean? They can see the lawyer and they can see that witness and they can see it in person a few feet from them. So I don't know.
And the attorney was literally just reading words off of the book. He might want to do a little studying before he approaches a doctor about these things.
Yeah, that's what Christina Shock said, guys, in the comments. She said, if I can go back to it and find it, it may be too far back, but she was saying she would be telling him that's why lawyers are not doctors. And she would just repeat that over and over again.
Well, it's obvious.
Guys. Go ahead.
It's obvious they're going to lose the case, but they're going to win the appeal. I promise you they will.
On what
Remember,
grounds?
he's the same doctor that did Angela Yates. Yeah, they're going to get, all they're going to do is he's setting up. I see what he's doing. He's setting up every doctor. Look how they did Angela Yates, whatever. They went back to every doctor, and if they fucked up, if they messed up in anything that they said, they won on appeal. She's about to win on appeal because these doctors are wrong.
They've been winning on appeal.
Killed 5 of her babies.
If y'all saw Brooks' comment,
yeah,
100% accurate. 100%.
Remember, the Yates lady was worse than this. She drowned them kids in the bathtub, and he got them off. That last one got her off because the mental health doctors that went, the mental health doctors that went to her, he put them right back on stand and proved that they lied. Even one mistake, y'all. Even one mistake, like, oh, I gave her this or this. Now the whole testimony is out. That's what he's doing. He's setting up the appeal to win. Go to the Angela Yates trial. But yeah, what's the baby girl?
Who lied?
Hey, Dom. Angela Yates. Who? What?
What?
That,
What's
are you
happening?
talking about the doctors?
Yeah, he on the appeal for Angela Yates. The appeal was against
Hey,
the mental
y'all.
health doctors. The mental health doctors, he went back to interview on the appeal, and each one of them made a mistake. And we all know in trial, if you make a mistake, your whole testimony is thrown out.
Right.
He's working
Hey,
on the
Dom
appeal.
C, by the way.
Hey,
Dom C.
Dom, love you, girl.
Dom C.
C303 in the house. We all love Dom C, y'all.
Yes,
Hello,
I
Dom
love Dom
C.
C. She's
So
awesome.
good to see you. I'm going to drop this link down here in case anybody wants to join this panel and have this beautiful discussion. I don't think that was the right thing to mash, Wayne. There we go, right there. Here we go.
Yeah.
Drop the link down there. And it's okay if you can't come up. I totally understand. But it's good to see you, Dom C, in the chat.
Yeah,
But
I think she's
yeah,
gonna
I
lose
mean,
this trial.
maybe
Definitely
on
she's gonna lose.
appeal. A lot of
Yeah,
people
she's gonna
starting to get appeals going their way lately. You know, I mean, what is up with that?
Well, I
Is
think she's
the
gonna
appeals
lose.
the appeals court getting weak up there, or what's happening, y'all? But
People
what state
online are
was
saying.
the Yates?
Angela,
What
let me
case
get it. Let me get
state
it.
was the
Let me-
Yates case?
That was in Houston, Texas.
There you go.
Whoa. You walk in Texas, you've done something. Dang. Dang, boy. Texas.
Do you got that trial about what she did and how they did it? Because she did the exact same thing that lady did. She went to 911. Once you read it, you'll see the exact same. She went to 911, asked for help. She went to multiple mental health facilities, just like her. Like once you read this, and you'll understand why he's there. Same exact crime.
Right.
Yep. Same exact crime, y'all, down to the T.
Down to the T.
Yates was initially convicted and then it was overturned on appeal.
Oh, so she could stand trial again.
Yeah.
Yes, but you got to get past the mistrial and the hung jury first. I don't think there's going to be a guilty unanimous in this case. I don't see it happening. It's going to be a 9-3 in favor of the prosecution, in my opinion.
I mean, she going back to trial in Texas, boy. She was lucky to walk one time in Texas. Well, she didn't walk. She won on appeal. So she really didn't win he didn't win her case. He just won an appeal on her case.
Well, she's still locked up. She's just in a mental facility now instead of a prison.
The same, the same
Right.
crime that lady, the Lindsay lady, gonna
That's
get.
different
She
than
got
not guilty or being out in society. I thought she was out in society, according to what somebody said earlier today.
Same conviction.
No,
Lindsay is about to get. She got.
Yeah,
Life
as
in
long as
prison
it's not
and
out in
insanity.
society, you know, I can meet somebody in the middle with that, as long as they're not out in society. Which I'm a DP type person. I don't know how y'all feel about that. Y'all know what I'm talking about, right? The big penalty. I'm about the big penalty. If you take somebody's, then that means yours goes too. So that's
You
what I
take your
think.
3 children.
Yep, you should
I have
be.
to agree, though. Whether she's in prison, if she's not in prison, she needs to be locked up in a mental facility.
Absolutely.
Damn right.
That's the bare minimum.
Those are the two options. She's not going to walk free, and this is never going to happen.
Well, I'm cool with that, though.
She ain't
So
gonna walk
Yates,
free, that's for
the
sure.
jury said guilty in the Yates case. Is that right?
I do think it's important for the public and especially the medical community to pay attention to this case. And maybe they can do some more research on it and find ways to not misdiagnose people to maybe prevent this from happening again. And that's the greater outcome, the silver lining is let's try to prevent this from happening again.
Amen to that.
I agree to that.
Especially our
100.
females. You know, that's why I love this. This is our female content creators. That's why I love them having a voice, because this is all about, I ain't gonna say them, but this is their wheelhouse. Women can tell you how each other feels and is it bullshit or is it not? That's why I love these female content creators speaking their damn mind.
That's right. There you go, Christina Shock. There's my email right there on the screen for you.
I love Christina.
Me too. Oh, I'm gonna put it back up there for. Let's see what Dom says. Even if it's insanity, she should be locked in a facility for life. That's what I think the whole panel agrees upon that right there. Just for those 3 beautiful angels. And keep in mind now, she's a nurse, so she agrees with that 100%. But yeah.
Yep.
In my personal opinion, that's too much, but I can at least accept that. But that's like you know, even jail is too merciful for the act that just happened. I mean, y'all can agree to disagree with me on that. That's good, just because we disagree on the punishment. That's totally fine. And I think that's a better deterrent than, you know, going in the future. If somebody else sees, hey, if I do this, then this is what's going to happen to me too. And according to her, that's what she wants anyway, is not to be here no more, right? Don't she want to be out of here?
That's what it sounded like. That's what it sounded like.
Help her out a little bit. I mean, you know.
And hell, if she's in a psychosis, a psychotic state, 6-8 months after having a baby,
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Yep.
Who's to be the next victim? Who's to be the next victim? Oh, I had a baby a year ago. I was in a postpartum psychosis. Shut up.
What about this? What about this? A soldier that went through combat training in Iraq and Afghanistan a year later killed his wife. Should he be prosecuted?
Yes.
What was the question?
Mental health issues, PTSD, all in his career. No violence for a year.
PTSD is real. It's real.
Should he, if he having all of these things, I'm just putting a veteran in there instead of that crazy lady. I'm agreeing with y'all. Crazy lady, go to jail. Cool. But I understand I'm mental health. But I understand I'm just doing mental health. Mental health, you have a man, that soldier coming back from the Abraham Lincoln over there in Iraq, went to 911, went to mental health, taking all these. Do you blame him for doing this?
If you accept the help that you're provided, if it doesn't work, as she said, it didn't work. Let me make that clear. But she wasn't taking the medication. Does that make sense?
Like every veteran? Don't that sound like every veteran?
Start and stop, start and stop. No, she probably should
sound like every veteran.
Okay, Army vet. Yeah.
Yeah.
If you have PTSD and you're seeking help and you don't accept the help, then yeah, you're just as guilty.
No excuses for unaliving other people. So I mean,
I'm not giving an excuse. Never give an excuse. I'm a soldier.
Yeah, I was just answering your question.
Yeah. But is there any point where his mental health isn't his? He ain't thinking. At what point he ain't thinking right?
There's
no,
triggers.
He is not thinking right.
There's triggers.
But anybody that takes somebody's life is not thinking right. Innocent people's life. Let's put it that way.
Let's even say this. Like, okay, I don't believe this, but say she was in a postpartum psychosis. Maybe one child, maybe one. She went from one to the second to the third.
Yeah.
Okay.
I get it. Me and you agree, because I know how that I do. I told the reason it hurts me is because I've done this in real life, and knowing that a woman did this to a baby, it just fucking kills me inside. Because
Right. On a real note, yeah, for real. And I've since learned that she had the most problems with the boy, and then you heard today that she had a rip because of the boy. She posted on Facebook, "It's the most difficult human being she's ever known in her life was her middle child, the boy, Dawson." And I've learned from somebody that's in the courtrooms watching the jury and listened to the 911 call, which we were not able to listen to, which is going to be a big thing for that jury, I believe. They said it was gut wrenching. You could have heard a pin drop in there. The look on the juror's face was like, some were crying, some were horrified when they heard that 911 call, and the way he sounded on that 911 call. She took that little boy downstairs first and unalived him in the office, putting pressure on, letting pressure off, putting pressure on, letting pressure off.
Oh my God.
He was gone. Then she proceeded to go upstairs, get the little baby and the other little girl, and bring them downstairs and take a left away from the office and go just a few feet and proceed to unalive them. But their pressure was continuous. It come on and off, on and off. And that's where
but
he
now
found
I heard.
Yeah. Go ahead.
I heard that she took all 3 of them down there. She unalived the 2 youngest. I heard, again, this is all allegedly, it's just what I heard.
Hearsay,
The
Your Honor.
the boy ran. That's how he ended up in his daddy's office. And
Do you
she
know who
went and
you heard
found.
that
Where
from?
did
By
I
any
hear
chance?
that? I do not.
'Cause
I
I
can't
heard,
remember. I can't remember, and I don't want to say anybody that
right.
if I'm wrong.
I'd like to pull it up and compare and contrast with the witness that I heard, which was on a pretty legitimate like lawyer show, and he is like a good former lawyer type guy that is actually sitting in that courtroom, and that's where I got that story, that information from, and
Yeah,
that's
and
how.
I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying
Oh no,
that's
no,
what I heard.
right, and that's why I wanted to know.
And either way, she unalived her 3 beautiful children.
Yeah, yeah. It just to me that goes into the mind psyche of she couldn't stand that little dude, man, and he hurt her. When she, when she gave birth to him, he hurt her. It started out that way. Maybe he was colic or something like that. She had a tough time with him, and he was driving her freaking nuts. And now you had
You know,
another
if he,
baby in.
That doesn't make
you
you
know, if he,
strangle your children.
I mean,
you
it
know,
made
if he
her.
ran, he's seen it. He's seen this.
If he
You know what
ran,
I'm saying?
yeah,
He's
that's
seen his
that's
mama
what I want
doing
to.
this to this other baby. That is horrific, man.
Right,
Mhm.
right. That's why I want to know who said they seen him run, because from what this guy said, that she literally took him downstairs and unalived him first in the office, and then went back upstairs, got the 2 girls, brought them down and unalived them, and then went upstairs again and tried to unalive herself, cut the screen, and out she went.
Did they autopsy her hands and anything? Did they show her hand? Because y'all, I
don't know.
know this. There wasn't no scratches on her hand because these kids fought back. They didn't show any
Well,
of
her
that.
right hand she had cuts on her hand and her wrist, on her right hand, right arm.
Yeah, from what I understand. No, Jaylene, I don't have that clip, but I can get that clip. Maybe not live right here on panel, but I can have it ready for Monday, or we can review some stuff while we're doing the verdict watch or whatever. That'll give us something to do right there. Whoa, what happened here? But yeah, that's the version that I heard, and like I said, it's pretty reliable source, the guy that was talking, and he is definitely an observer right there in the courtroom. He's watching the trial from inside the courtroom. That I can tell you 100% fact. So if that's the case, just say that version of events is exactly what happened. Does that change y'all's mind at all? Because she did post about him on Facebook that is the most difficult human being I've ever encountered in my life. Speaking about her son, she posted that herself just before Christmas.
Oh my God. I had not heard that. Wow. Wow.
What about you, Doug or Vet? What do you think? If that's truly the case?
And it's true. It was given in as evidence. It was part of one of her Facebook posts.
It doesn't matter to me, because once you tell your family and your husband and the doctors and everybody else you're thinking about hurting your children, and not even your family members take your babies from you, this don't matter to me no more.
But if you're of sound mind and the mother says, no, you're not taking them from me, you can't take them from the mother. You can't. Legally, you cannot.
You, Mr. Me and you agree, but if you walk into my house and my wife is right there and I'm right there and we having a barbecue and out of her mouth come these words, I'm thinking about hurting my babies. What do you think the people, her mama, grandmama, auntie, nieces, nephews, cousins, they could be like,
It's nobody else's fault, though. It's nobody else's fault.
No, I agree. Remember, mine is on protecting the babies. She can go to jail all day. Patrick,
right,
and the family's supposed to step up and took them babies from that crazy ass lady.
But it's not their fault.
Just
get a divorce, and take your babies away.
Should they go to jail because they didn't do anything?
Right.
No.
Should she be innocent should she be innocent because they didn't do anything? Let me ask it that way. So that
No,
means
but I
she's
promise
not
you,
guilty
but I
because they
promise
didn't.
you, as a family, and I deal with this on VA and homeless veterans and soldiers flipping out and women flipping out. The only person that's this gonna hurt now is the family members because they knew they should have stepped in. They knew they should
They're
have
going to
stepped
blame
in.
themselves. Yes, they're going
Yes,
to blame
yes,
themselves, but it's
yes.
not their fault.
No, and that's what you have to keep telling them.
Not at
But
all.
when you
And
hear
that's not an
somebody say, "I'm gonna
excuse.
hurt my child," and you can do something, and you find out they hurt their child, yeah, you're gonna have a guilty conscience. It's not your fault, but you knew you should have stepped in, just like a veteran, just like anybody. You knew you should have stepped in. I mean,
Yeah, they're going to blame themselves. And if she was of sound mind
yeah,
and knew she was hearing these voices to hurt her children, she should have removed herself.
yes, I totally agree. That's what
You
veterans
cannot
do.
you cannot make decisions for anyone else. You can only make decisions for yourself.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. And
That's why
hindsight is
me and her
always
agree. We both agree on that. That was her. But I promise you, if they had to do this all again, the minute that she started talking, the family feel bad. It's not their fault. It's nobody's fault, but what Missy's saying is hers. Baby girl,
Like
you
someone
should have
just
knew you
said,
was
hindsight is 2020. Of course. Of
Mhm.
course.
Yep.
Hey girl, how you doing?
Y'all know who's here?
My girl.
Hey, cute self.
Guys, listen, I need to tell you, I had my son's C-section and I caught the flesh-eating disease from a bacteria that was in the OR, and it ate my stomach down to my stomach wall and had my mind all freaking screwed up because if you've actually dealt with that stuff, it'll kill you. And on top of that, I had severe postpartum depression because I was taken away from my son. I just had him. He was newborn, and I wasn't allowed to hold him. I wasn't allowed to be around my kids. I wasn't allowed to be around anybody because I had to be quarantined for 2 weeks.
Was this a staph infection? What was the infection?
It was just I called somebody in the OR had a strep throat, and the bacteria it transferred to me somehow. It was in my wound.
Goodness gracious. That's terrible. I'm so sorry.
But
You would never hurt your son though, right?
no, absolutely not. And
Well,
when I got to the point to if I was so bad that where I was crying constantly, and when I would have him and I was like, Mom, I can't deal with him right now because I'm just really depressed. She would come and get him.
Yeah.
Because I literally had a hole in my stomach.
Right.
And I let the doctors know if I was upset or if I had any kind of thoughts or anything, because they were on it like that. And I was on medicine. They increased my Prozac I was on 20 milligrams. They increased it to 150 overnight and made sure I didn't go home unmedicated. And you have to take that medication because it will mess with your head. And she didn't take that medicine.
Yeah, she did not take that. Well, she took little bits of medicine. I don't like to take medicine either. When something makes me not feel right, then I'm done with that medicine. A lot of people like pain medication, especially the opioids and stuff like that. When it starts making me feel funny, I don't like it. I stopped taking it too. So, but she didn't continue on her medication. Some people said she should have stayed the course. I think she should have just quit experimenting altogether with the medication and try something different.
Well, knowing that she had postpartum depression that bad, she should have stayed on it. That's her fault.
And a lot of people agree with you right there. Mm-hmm. Yeah, especially
And they want to talk about, it's going to affect my breast milk. Well, there's formula. If you are hearing voices to harm your children, go to formula and get the medication you need so that you don't. And I don't believe this for 1 second, but it's not the medication, it's not the lack of taking the medication. She unalived her 3 beautiful children. It's all BS excuses,
And
and
what if
she
it was
needs to be
that?
locked up.
What if it's that simple, y'all? What if she just did an evil act because there's evil people in this world? And it's as simple as that. And it ain't got nothing to do with the family. It ain't got nothing to do with her husband. It ain't got nothing to do with the doctors or the hospitals or anything. What if the evil person committed an evil act and all this other stuff is just smoke screens?
I would love to see all the documentation where she went and asked for help. I would love to see, because in the medical field, you have to document, document, document. I would love to see that documentation where
There's a lot of it.
she
There's a lot of it.
refused the help. She
There's a
refused
It's a
it.
lot
lot.
of It's a
There's a
lot.
lot of documentation. And when I say a lot, I
Yep.
mean a
A
lot of
lot.
documentation. I mean stacks upon
That
stacks upon
there was
stacks.
no in the facts. We're just gonna do facts. There is no facts. She told everybody that she was gonna hurt them kids. She told everybody. The fact that it happened, now what?
Hey, if you
But
could
She told
share some of
everybody she
those,
maybe
was gonna do it.
if you
they
can share
loved her.
some of those
They loved
clips,
her. Maybe they did. They were like, no, she would never do something like that. They were just giving her love.
and she
And like,
was part of
we're
them
gonna
too.
get you through this. We're gonna get you through this. But her actions does not put guilt on anyone else. And
No,
if I
no.
have to say it again and again and again, I'll say it.
But I'm gonna say this on the man side. I was with a girl that had a baby, and and the same
Was it your
situation.
baby? Was it your baby?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
And they
Okay.
told her, "You can't go home with the baby. I had to take care of the child."
So
And any
why?
woman, y'all know that they also say this: don't leave her alone with that baby. Ask any man. If women tell the truth, the doctors even will tell you, the man, don't leave that baby alone with her. Always be around her till you know. I had to be on her counseling sessions. I had to be in there. The
Well, you're
doctors,
awesome,
her
but
doctor
why?
said, don't leave that child alone. She is suffering from this. And they explained to me what it was, and they explained to me this. And the last thing, they keep an eye on her when she's around your baby.
What is this?
Huh?
This. This?
Why didn't Patrick pay attention to that?
Is
I would
Jaylene talking
not.
to us? No.
No, that's the baby. A baby.
Okay. Gotcha. But
I get it, Brenda.
yeah, should not have left her alone. I mean, that's
No,
another
no.
hindsight 20. I mean, but
And that
it's
brings
like
another point, though. Like when you go home, you've had your third baby, it's been 6 to 8 months, and now you're bringing these things up.
and you haven't hurt nobody serious in 5 years. You didn't do it to the first child. You didn't do it to the second child that you did not like. Yeah, by the way, just throw that in there.
And
And
Armavette, let me ask you this.
the
So
child
when
you
they
take
said do
out.
not leave the child with her alone, was this when she was still in the hospital after having the baby?
Yeah, they left. You know, during postpartum, if she having
Exactly.
emotion, yeah, she was they let her in, and I had to take care of the baby for 2 weeks till she got out. But
Wow.
after she was well, they told her, "Don't you leave her alone with that baby."
Right.
Exactly. She was still in the hospital postpartum.
Yes. Then they let her out 2 weeks later. So I don't know how y'all women, how I didn't. They split her up from the baby, and I took but I came back to visit her every day. But the one thing I noticed, and I don't know, women, y'all can help me. She never talked about the child. She was just, how you doing? It was just me and her. She never brought the baby. I knew something wrong then.
Now that's a
And I
perfect
was also,
example. That's a perfect
yeah.
example of postpartum psychosis. You don't go
See, I don't know.
home from having your third baby 6 months later. you're in what, postpartum psychosis? No,
Third baby.
that
Third
that
baby.
that does not happen.
It didn't
That does
happen on.
not happen.
What did she do
Hell,
so
them
different?
nurses helped me. Them nurses helped me, man. They explained it to you them nurses will sit there and explain to you the medication, where they will sit there. If you won't help, they'll sit there and explain, especially postpartum, because the baby's at risk.
Absolutely.
I mean, I left her
Absolutely.
eventually, y'all, because eventually you're gonna have to get help. Like Misty's saying, eventually you're gonna have to get help for yourself.
You got to
And
get
I
help.
knew I can be a better father with the children than she could, because she was going through some shit. I had to get my kids away from. See?
So how long after the fact? How long postpartum? She was in the hospital. How long did this last after she got out of the hospital?
I didn't trust her.
No, how long did
The doctor
her not being around the children, how long did that last? Or the baby, I'm sorry.
She didn't, when she first got home, she didn't mess with the baby for like 2 weeks. You know what I'm saying? She stayed so far away from the child that it was almost like I was getting her used to the baby. You know what I'm saying? It was so weird. But that's something that you are not prepared for. That's why I had my nurses on speed dial. Like, what should I do? But then the women of the family started getting involved. The ladies coming
And that's the
over.
perfect example of postpartum depression. We're talking 6 to 8 months with Lindsay. 6 to 8 months, and she unalived, strangled her 3 beautiful children.
She already had 2 other children, and she didn't freak out like that. So you
It's
BS.
It's BS.
But I didn't know. The nurses came to me and told me about, like, men, we don't know about postpartum and what that is. And, you know, when they say, oh, she's emotional, she just had a baby. Of course she's emotional. No, it's different. You know what I'm saying? And the nurse had to sit me down. He's like, hey, let me tell you what's
I would
going
be
on.
emotional too. I've never had one, but I've seen that. I've seen that happen, and I'd be
But the
emotional too.
postpartum, yes, it's a real thing.
Right.
Immediately after, if you are suffering from true postpartum depression, psychosis, whatever,
right,
you might not want to be with the baby. You blame the baby.
She's right.
You
Like
want
the
to hurt the baby. But this is not the case in this situation. This is
when
not
she
the
had the
case.
baby, they even told me, and the nurses knew, you are not even allowed to be in that room by yourself with that baby. So a nurse had to be there at all times, or a family member had to be in that room at all times.
And that's the perfect example. But 6 to 8 months later, what's your opinion on that?
I don't know. I remember, Ms. All I can tell y'all was without, and it
doesn't just pop up 6 to 8 months later. No,
the nurses
it does
see it,
not.
y'all. The nurses see it. They see it. They really do, y'all. They see it. That's their job. Am I right? That's their job, y'all. That is their job to see it.
It is their job to see it. Absolutely. But did she have this child at the same hospital that she worked at? Which, like Misty said, though, we're talking 6 months later. Was she going into treatments and stuff at the same hospital she worked at? Because maybe they treated her differently than they would a regular patient because they're used to seeing her there. That's her peers, that's her coworkers, that kind of thing. So when she told them, hey, I'm good now, I was just having a minute, I didn't mean to say that. They might have took her at her word more than they would a regular person because they knew her and that she seemed normal to them. And she's like, I got it under control now. I just going home to the birthday party. And then,
And I see you, Jayleen. Yes, you can have postpartum depression, but it doesn't make you strangle your 3 beautiful children.
Right.
It could.
It makes you sit in a room and cry. No, it does not, Army Vet. I have to disagree.
Must be one hell of a defense in the future. Like every woman.
But why when you have a baby why when you're having a baby and you're suffering from postpartum, they tell you you're not allowed to be in that room with that child by yourself. They think you're not allowed to be in that room with that child by yourself.
Say it one more time.
When you are having postpartum, that means the baby is delivered. you know, within 6 hours you're good and you want to see your baby, you're not allowed to be in that room by yourself. So they think you're going to do something to that child. You are not allowed to be in the room with the baby by yourself.
So, Army Vet, your point being, what is your point?
That if they diagnose, not her, not the Lindsay lady, but if they would have diagnosed a lady with postpartum, the first thing the doctor told me is she cannot be in a room by herself with that baby. And that was 3 hours after her pregnancy. Matter of fact, they gave me the baby and I took the baby to the NIC, and they was explaining to me at the NICU, hey, you know, she's crying, she's emotional, she might not be able. And like they gave me the nurses, Misty, all the nurses, like, we got a conversation with you right now.
Yeah, that's right after having the baby.
Yes.
And I get it. Yeah, postpartum depression. But I'm not sure what we're trying to discuss with Lindsay Clancy.
Hey, Christina.
Hey, Christina.
I think me and Misty agree on that. Oh, go for it, my bad.
Army Vet. So here's my take. Misty, interrupt if you don't agree. I think people who work I am not a nurse, but people who work in healthcare, like Misty's a nurse, we've done see, I am more executive. But one thing you see is, yes, postpartum is very real. Yes, postpartum makes people think crazy stuff. Second, I will die on this field. Postpartum depression, you still know right from wrong. You're still accountable for your actions.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't make you not understand right from wrong. So regardless of like all this, like with the attorney and stuff, she's accountable for her actions. You know right from wrong. It doesn't just turn you into a zombie who loses all sense of that.
Right.
And to me, like, I think Army Vet, what you're saying is correct. Yeah, they might identify, and you might have had some nurses putting in precautions. Like, I don't know exactly what her symptoms were. It sounds like maybe something she was saying or doing was alarming them. So, but that's not the norm in the industry.
She said she didn't want to see the baby or hold the baby, and they.
Yeah. So, like, even in your case, had she done something, she's still accountable. It's not an excuse.
Yeah.
She still knows her right from wrong.
I agree with that.
I just didn't trust her. That's why I was like, I got to get my babies and get out. I just didn't. You know, right or wrong, y'all. I just had to. It was my baby.
And you did good, and you had a gut instinct, and you knew that. You know what I'm saying? But did you have 2 other children with her?
That was our only one.
3 years prior and 5 years prior, and live in the house with her for all those years.
It's what women. You know, ladies, when y'all had a baby and they put the baby on you, she was trying to push the baby out, and the nurse was like, "What's?" And every time they put it on her, she pushed it away. So they knew then. And a lot of ladies know what that. They try to give you body to body contact, and I was in there, and she was pushing the.
That's postpartum. That is postpartum.
Yeah, they knew. They knew. Missy,
that's a real thing.
They knew.
Wow. I've never actually heard of anybody do that before. That's crazy. I mean, whoa.
Gotta be in that room.
But I mean, I can see it because that's a traumatic event. That's going on.
But that doesn't make you strangle your children 6 months later. All 3 children. No.
Yeah, 8 months later.
I agree. Me and Misty agree. I left. I took my baby and left. Like, fuck that.
Well, you're an amazing man. You're obviously an amazing man.
I'm all right. I just make hard decisions when they need to be made. That's it.
You make decisions that need to be made. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
But Lindsay needs to be locked up for the rest of her life.
So when Misty is saying, as a man or a woman, if you know you're going to do something, it's time for you to leave.
Right.
Yeah, it's not time to blame everyone else.
Yep.
I had to say
she was lucid enough to tell her husband she was having thoughts of hurting the children. Everybody wants to say, "Oh, well, Patrick should have gotten the children out." No, Lindsay should have removed herself from her children if she's the one hearing the voices to hurt her children.
Amen.
But remember now, I have PTSD and all this other stuff. And when you're in an episode, I'm not saying her. Remember now, Lindsay and combat veterans are completely different. When I get in, I do not, when I used to or talk to vet, they don't remember shit that they do till after they come down. I'm not saying her, I'm saying veterans, not her.
Yeah,
Wow.
I've dealt with very, very, very many patients.
My point is that she should have stayed medicated. She didn't. She should have took her medicine like she was prescribed.
Exactly. And they didn't pull out the prescription bottles today, obviously, because it would prove that she took 7 pills out of each one. It takes at least 30 days for that medication to get in your system and help. She went 7 days here. Oh, it's not working. I have a headache. Maybe it's making me feel dizzy. To the next one, to the next one, to the next one. She did not take the medication. And I'm sure Patrick was being a loving husband. He was like, okay, okay. And she
He's not
was,
getting the benefit of the doubt because he's got a new woman. So nobody, the people who can't stand him, it's
well, good
because
for him. Good for him.
they got a new life and all this stuff, so they can't stand his guts. So of course he was being a horrible
But this
husband.
is normal. This is normal. And the doctors are saying this. When you take mental health medication, what does it do? It takes your sexual appetite away until you get healthy.
What does
You don't
that
want
have
to
to do with it, Vet? What does that have to do with it, though?
The fact that Patrick went out of the marriage to get affection, that's what
Where do we
men are
have
saying.
proof that he, where do we have proof of that?
I've never seen anybody prove that he was having an affair while they
He
were
was
together.
there.
No.
He
I'm
went
not
to
saying
pick
an
up the
affair.
food, went to
Or
the
any
pharmacy,
sexual affection,
and came back, and his 3 beautiful children were unalived.
He was
No,
still a
I'm never
present.
saying that he was cheating. I'm saying when you are
Some
on this
people are, though.
medication, your sexual
people are
desires leave.
Well, that's
And
true.
when
That is true, but I don't know what the point you're trying to make.
people are wondering why he's with another woman, it was the medication and how he was seeing his wife, and he knew something was wrong with her.
See, you're
I
you're
just would
going
have
too
took the
far
kids.
here. You're going too far. We know nothing of that. We have no facts of that. That's just all speculation, and I don't believe that was the situation. And again, this is only my opinion, but why are we going there? Why are we going there? Like that's just ridiculous.
And that's where a lot of people,
To say as a man that his wife probably didn't find him attractive.
If he did, just say if he did go outside of the marriage, this is Army Vet is saying this would be why he did. If he did.
Not if he did. Not no proof.
There's some people
but
have
if he
him.
did, yeah.
Some people have him because he has a new wife and various things and things that they've suffered in their own lives are wanting to hang this man up by, you know what I'm saying, and make him just as guilty as she is. And just because he's done things that they don't agree with or that's been
What
done
do you
to them.
expect somebody to do when
I mean,
your wife is in prison?
It's a big jump
Or
for me.
in trial.
That's a
She
big
unalived your 3 beautiful children.
right.
What do you expect a man to do?
I mean, you don't got no kids now. You don't
Sit
got
there
no
and cry every night?
just sit around a ball every day. Go to the graves every day and just sit there.
A strong man moves on. He
you don't
moves
get
on.
you don't get to have a life after that. You don't get to get married after that. You don't get to go on vacation after that.
Or he gonna go to the woman that's helping him get through this shit.
Right.
Well, maybe he
That's what
did
men
lean
do.
on a woman. Maybe she
I
was loving
agree.
and
Sane.
Yeah, I know that right there. Right there, the opposite of
we're
what
all
she
human.
is.
We
And look,
we need somebody to lean on.
And they've been putting
So
up
the
with
fact
it.
that he's with another woman does not have anything to do with this trial, in my opinion.
I mean, we saw
agree
it
in that.
could have been this and it could have been that and it could have been a lot of things. But you know what else it could have been? It could have just been that bitch was crazy, psychotic, insane, didn't want nobody to have the kids and didn't want nobody to have him. Or You know what I'm saying? And she was just a friggin' total control freak. And it didn't have anything to do with any doctors. It didn't have anything to do with any hospitals. It didn't have anything to do with any medication. It's possible that it's just friggin' her. And she did that evil deed.
She was having
Period.
thoughts of hurting her children, and she's the mother. And again, let's remember she's of sane mind. Remember that. Nobody can take her children away from her.
It's
Nobody
hard.
can take her away from her children.
Very
She's of
hard to
sane
take.
mind. And remember, sane mind.
Right. It's hard to take children away from their
It
mom.
is.
It's extremely hard.
It's kidnapping. You can't do it
I did,
legally.
Misty. I tried everything. I went through. I
Oh my
actually,
God, don't get me started. Don't get me started.
y'all. I had to go through daycare that I didn't trust her with my child. You understand? When I
Guys.
went to work, I had to put my own child in daycare because I didn't want her to be with her mom.
And your baby
that's
mama
crazy.
was in the hospital, right?
At that, and when she got home, I'm like, nope, daycare. You ain't gonna handle her for 8 hours, and I'm not around you.
But it's not her. It's not her husband's fault.
No.
That's my whole point.
Absolutely.
No,
not.
I don't blame her husband. I blame it directly on her. My case is different. That's why I'm asking y'all, because me, I went to the extra. I mean, my baby was maybe a month old, and I put her in daycare early new because I did not trust. I didn't trust it.
Guys, listen, I want you to hear this. Allie,
What?
you were old enough to remember after I had Davion, right?
She was 4.
When I came home from the hospital, what happened?
What do you mean?
When I had Davion, what happened?
You died. You came back.
And what happened after that?
You were in my dream.
What happened?
You just appeared in my dream.
What was wrong with my stomach?
You had necrotizing fasciitis.
And what happened with that?
It almost killed you.
Okay, did I hurt you or Davion in that process?
No.
Did I lay a hand on you or Davion in that process?
No.
Do I ever
No.
lay a hand on you or Davion in that process?
No.
Oh,
Okay.
thanks, guys. Thank you for letting us know that. We appreciate it. Very awesome.
Sweet children. Oh my
I
goodness.
love them. Love them.
Jaylene,
Stars
that's
of the
what I
show.
wanted to hear. That's what I wanted to hear from and I didn't hear that. That loving that came, that wasn't heard. So I knew right then, Jaylene.
I've got some tears
Time for me to
in
go.
my eyes now, y'all. Oh, how
That's
sweet
a
was
mom.
that?
That is
got
a mom. And when I didn't hear that mom, you know what I'm saying, fellas? When you don't hear that mom,
Right?
I knew something was wrong.
Something was
I
up
knew
with
something
it,
was wrong.
right? In,
Yep.
in your case, something was up with that. Yep.
Mhm.
And like I said, that was one child that you had with her. She done had two children already with him 5 years ago and 3 years ago. So now we're on child number 3. He's probably thinking, I don't know what he went through before with the other 2 kids, but he's probably thinking we're going to get through this the same way we've gotten through everything else in life. You know what I mean?
Jaylene's got me in tears over here.
I know, right? I'm
Girl,
almost
you
right there.
gave me that good energy. Good stuff, girl. Got that good mushy energy.
Gonna have to turn my mic off and my camera too.
I ain't crying. I ain't gonna cry. I'm a man. I ain't gonna cry. You better none of that.
Here, that's right, Bet. Tell me to toughen up.
I'll give you a hug, but I ain't gonna cry. I ain't gonna cry. I ain't gonna give you none of that.
Let's go there. Let's go there. Let's go there. I need a hug, dude. Can you give me a hug? Awesome. That was the stars of the show today, ladies and gentlemen. The children coming in and letting us know what time it was and how it was. And there's a big difference right there from what you heard to what you're hearing in court. I can tell you that right now. And from what you're hearing from a lot of different people, but I understand that there is a mental health crisis going on out there. And for God's sakes, if you're hearing us or you're seeing us or you're just one of us, get some help if you need to, but definitely take yourself out of a situation. If you feel like you're going to harm anybody or yourself, get away from that situation. Please.
Yeah, exactly.
Please do that, especially for
As
kids,
Missy was
y'all.
saying, can't nobody help you if you don't want help. It has to start with you first. No matter what people won't help for you, it has to start with you.
It does have to
Yeah,
start
Army
with
Vet,
you.
that makes a good point because one of, well, it doesn't matter, but one very good point in this world when it comes to mental health of any kind is unless you seek it and want it, there's not a damn thing anyone can do to help. There's no resources for involuntary
Especially in
help
this
in this
country.
world.
If you
There's
don't
not.
accept it, yeah. If you don't
Yeah.
accept it, there's nothing anyone
It's
can do.
you know it's a problem. It's something that we just we talk about like just amongst some people I know a lot. Like families who have maybe people having issues, they refuse it. They literally just have to sit and watch. They've tried everything. There's nothing out there in the United States. I'm gonna have to drop. I had to take a break at work, but all of this, I don't know if anyone cares, but here in Phoenix, back in May, if anyone wants to look at it, because this has been like in local, the whole postpartum depression, such a hot topic in this community. May of this year, a 38-year-old named Andrea Davis, she lives less than 30 minutes from us, going through a divorce with her husband. Just had a baby just over a year ago. In the middle of divorce with her husband, found out her husband was down the street at a bar, assumingly with another woman, went down there with a gun, shot up the bar, hit the woman, she didn't die, went home, shot her 2 kids herself.
Oh my God.
And this community was rallying that it was his fault and she had postpartum depression. She shouldn't leave. Like, it's so frustrating with people who maybe don't understand. She knew exactly what she was doing. That is not his fault. Like, these kind of cases, I get so triggered, especially a woman to take the life of their child. I don't care how pissed and hurt and frustrated you feel. You know right from wrong.
True.
You know.
I'm not a woman either. That always says I'm not a woman, but I had to agree with what you're saying.
And I don't have kids either, but I have to agree. I don't have kids.
I tell every veteran that hears my voice, man or woman, if you having thoughts, leave your family and go get help, because that's going to be the first people that you hurt. Go get help. Like, I ain't going to be nice with you. Go get help.
That's
I mean, I'm to the point, if you feel that way, just drop your babies off at the front door, step next door, ring the bell, and leave.
Right.
At least those babies would be alive, right? There's options.
Amen. Reach out.
Because most of the people in this world will help anybody, especially children. Let me rephrase that. Most people in this world would do anything for a baby.
That's right. Yes. And you can always come back once you get better. People will welcome you back, and you can come back in your kid's life, and there's going to be a better situation for everybody involved.
And Lindsay was in a facility, and she refused all the help.
You know what I question? I need to look into her more, but I believe she was a nurse, right? She was a nurse?
Yes.
Sometimes I wonder.
She was a labor and delivery nurse.
Like, she knew the symptoms.
Thank you.
She knew how to hide it. Like, she knew.
You would think so.
I don't know how else to explain it.
Being around it enough, you think that she would know the
I feel like
ins
she
and outs.
might have been able to like manipulate those around her, like that I ain't that bad. Even
That makes
though
sense.
I've been hearing, but that makes me
Especially if
suspicious.
she worked with them.
Yeah.
Right. Especially if she worked with those same people. She knows them now. She knows how to pull the strings, and she knows what makes them tick.
Yeah, she knows how to work it.
Right. Absolutely.
And even more frustrating is she knows the help available to her.
Yes.
She knew what to do.
Yeah.
More than
I
you.
agree.
And you.
100%. So you need to drop
Wayne, I
down?
sent you an email that has nothing to do with any of this. Just read it when you can. I wrote a song about all you people on this.
I got it, actually. I got it. And I've already downloaded it. So I hope to play it. Maybe I can play it before I get off the air today. If not, I'll play it possibly tonight. I'm not sure who's going to be on air tonight doing the different things. If it's going to be Sikorsky with her trivia, or if it's going to be Kev Man with his little wild stuff he has on the weekends. But sometimes I get asked to go live because nobody has a place to hang out. So if I get asked to, I will, and hang out and play music and have fun. Otherwise, I may drop in somebody else's show, and we can all listen to the song together. Thank you for making that and sharing it with us.
You're welcome.
And Christina
I'm
made
gonna
a very.
redo it, but... What?
Christina made a very good point. She's a nurse. She should know there's going to be side effects,
Right.
but the medication is not going to be in your system and working until at least 30 days.
Right. That's what I hear. Now, I'm no expert with the medication because, like I said, I'm not big on medications like that and stuff. My whole family has always been that way as far as taking narcotics and things like that. We kind of shun that type of thing.
Well, yeah, we're not talking about narcotics though.
Or, whatever kind of medication that she was using for whatever she had going on. That's what I'm trying to say, whether it's narcotics or what.
Yeah,
they just
this one, the
tell-
next one, the next one, the next one. She took 7 pills of each.
Yeah, right. And on and on and on it went. Yeah, most definitely.
All right.
Did
I'm
you say you
dropping. I
needed?
will catch you all somewhere tonight, okay?
Okay, sounds great, Christina. Thank you for coming up.
We love you,
Welcome.
Christina.
Love you.
Bye, Christina.
Love, Christina. Bye.
Same for me, Wayne. I'm gonna head out. I gotta make it over to Diddy's. Thanks for having me on. Great conversation.
Oh,
guys.
Didi on, Doug?
I love it. Yeah, our 5 o'clock is
Okay.
is
It
good
is.
one.
5:04,
say
guys.
It
I'll
is.
go over there and talk
I
to that
appreciate
Marine.
y'all. Till the next time, I'm sure I'll see y'all around.
Thank you, Doug. Appreciate it, man.
Yeah.
Always great conversation, dude. Catch you
We love
next
you,
time.
Doug.
Love you. See you, man.
Later, guys.
Later, man.
I had aggressive you. Now you done got sensitive on me. What happened to the hardcore Misty? Now I got sniffling and
What you talking about?
emotional.
What are you talking about?
Snap
She
back.
back. She back.
I didn't
There
get
she goes. She
sensitive.
back.
Oh, yeah. She coming
She
back.
back. Yeah, she back.
That just makes her even better, you know?
She back. She,
What you talk about sensitive?
she back. Hold on, hold on,
Oh,
man.
you
Don't
thought
be
I was
getting
gone.
sued out on that emotional stuff.
Oh,
I'm back.
You thought I was gone.
My daughter said she heard voices in her pocket because her earbuds died and it scared her. She forgot it was on her phone and she just jumped.
You need Angel. We love you.
We do love you. Got
This
good
is
sense of
we
humor.
fault,
I'm glad
y'all.
about that.
This is all. I didn't know this case, and he told me to come up on panel, and now I'm addicted. This is your
Here you are.
fault.
Here you are, man. Can you just wait? Just wait till the jury gets the verdict.
Fault.
Just wait till the
This
jury
is your
wait till
fault.
the jury gets the case. I mean, not even the verdict. When the jury's deliberating, it's gonna be happening right here, y'all. Everybody's gonna be like, "What is going on?" But y'all, please be with me when that verdict comes in. Please, I'm gonna, no matter what time, day or night or whatever, I'm gonna jump on here and we can all hear it together.
Oh, you better
And
believe I'm going to be there.
nice. You're gonna be right here, right?
Yep.
I
And
need
it's going to be guilty.
when you're not here. Some of these people get a little more brave, you know what I'm saying? I start seeing them creep back up in the chat slowly. Oh, the defense is doing this, defense is doing that. And they start getting, but and here comes Misty. Uh-oh. Everybody start getting a little bit more quiet.
I just speak my mind.
Nah, you're
Everybody
good.
has, everybody
You have
can
to balance
voice
this
their
out,
own
though.
opinions. I
You have to
I
balance
speak
it
my
out.
mind. I'm straightforward. That's
We
all.
love you. We love you for that. We love
Misty
you.
ain't balancing nothing out. She's straightforward on 80-90%. She ain't like, if you don't meet me, this is Misty. If you don't meet me at my square, and if you scared to come into this square, don't give me a conversation because I'm gonna tell you what I think.
I am going to tell you what I think.
Tell him what you
And I
think,
hope
right?
everybody else tells what they think.
You tell him if Wayne said that she brings balance to the conversation, she brings balance to the conversation. Damn it. I don't care what intelligence says.
Hey, I love people that stand on their square, y'all. It's hard
Right,
to budge people off their square. It's hard, y'all.
It really, really is hard, y'all. It's really, really hard. And I think this going forward, what kind of presidents are you going to say? If you're going to use postpartum as a defense in this case, and that is allowed and that happens and she gets off because of postpartum or because of medication or because somebody didn't do anything, somebody else down the line is going to say, you know what, I can get away with this shit too then. And they're going to do the same exact thing and they're going to use the same exact defense. And then that defense attorney is going to say there, the case of Massachusetts versus Clancy, the judge ruled, the court ruled, yada, 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 this, that, and the other. They're going to be able to use it in court on down the line. I say, no. This is not an excuse to do
She'll
what
be found
happened to those
guilty.
three.
She'll be found guilty.
Yeah.
And we got a guilty right here up on the panel. We got a
I
nan
agree.
on the panel.
I agree. I agree. She's gonna be guilty. I think she's gonna win on appeal, but definitely she's
On
guilty.
appeal,
They're
that's
gonna,
what you said.
yeah,
Appeal.
they're gonna guilty her.
Jaylene,
No
what you
doubt about
think?
that.
Guilty, not guilty, or guilty but not legally responsible, I think was how they worded that one. Where that came from.
You're so guilty. Guilty.
We gotta win one juror over y'all. Now listen here, Vet. Let us tell you something.
I agree with them. Remember, I'm agreeing. Me and Misty, I think she's guilty of sin tonight. She's guilty, y'all. Ain't no doubt. If you know you're gonna do something to your kids and you don't do anything to prevent it, who fault is that, people? That's yours.
And they're trying to blame it on everybody else for not removing the children, this and that.
Right.
No, that's BS.
Yep.
That is BS.
Yeah, I can't get past that line. That's the line I can't get past. You cannot blame that shit on a doctor, a nurse, a priest, or anybody else that knew or didn't know this or didn't do that. When it comes down to it, she's the one who had her hands on that damn band and tightened it around her children's neck. You too, forgive me, and if you ban me, so be it. But she did the deed. She's responsible for the deed that she did, and off with you, lady. Bye. See you around.
Right. She literally sat there, tied a rope around her first children,
right?
Her first child, until they couldn't breathe, until they died.
Right.
Went to the second child, put that band around their neck until they couldn't breathe, until they died.
Yep.
And went to the third child and put that band around his neck, or what, vice versa. I don't know the order they were.
Her neck.
But sat there until they couldn't breathe and they died.
Right.
First of all, that's not postpartum psychosis, if we want to even take that route. Because that doesn't happen 6 months after having your child. This woman murdered her 3 beautiful children in a heinous way. A heinous way.
Very.
And she better be found guilty. That's all I'm going to say.
What you gonna do, Miss? You heading to Massachusetts this year?
No, it's heartbreaking. Like, how can you do that?
I agree.
This is not a psychosis state.
Right.
Like, shut up. I don't want to hear it anymore. This is not psychosis. This is not postpartum. This is a mother unaliving her 3 beautiful children.
You got a few more days of having to hear it, but once we get past that, because we're right at the end right now, but you got some strong-minded people. You was up on a panel last night with somebody who's strong-minded too, and she has a very strong opinion, and so she's probably not going to move on her opinion either.
And I'm okay to disagree respectfully. To agree to disagree. That's fine.
All over the place, I've seen you do it.
But I'm making it clear my opinion.
I know you are. I know you are. 100%. So it's all good though. We're gonna finish up the rebuttal case hopefully Monday and get the closing arguments and the jury instructions should all come Monday. Probably gonna spill over into Tuesday, I would think, and then the jury will have the case on Wednesday. Is what I'm thinking. What do y'all think about that?
If y'all want to be monetized, if this come back not guilty, I want everybody to clip Misty, and you will be monetized because it's going to be a lot of beeps, and it will be exciting. That's all I'm saying. I want to be there because she going to cuss out the judge, the lady. She going to boy, I'm going to be there for this one.
It's going to happen.
For this one, Misty.
And you know what, Army Vet? You know what? What's really sad is she could come back as not guilty. What does that tell you about our justice system?
What does it tell you about the justice system, which I'm not happy with?
Them babies. That's what me and that's where I'm at with the babies.
It's corrupt.
Anytime they talk,
it's all corrupt.
They don't care about the baby. They don't care about the babies. I get it, Misty. That's why I'm gonna be ready for that one. Because if that come, Misty gonna go crazy.
If I
She
say
gonna
that,
go crazy.
Better believe
that's
it.
all my closing argument would be.
Oh, I'm
About,
with it.
I would say
I'm
the
there.
babies, and then I'd say the babies again in my closing argument. I would let that jury know. Yeah, if you let that monster walk out of this courtroom, then you have let these 3 children down just like their mother let them down. I mean, the judge would have to tell me to watch what I had to say because I would put it on them. I would say, it's in your lap now.
I will have them babies pictures of the autopsy right there when I'm giving my closing order.
You best
I'm
believe.
hitting them. I'm slapping everybody in the face.
Boom, right outside your face. I mean,
Raw, like complete raw. You
I'm
need to
bringing it on.
understand what she did. You need,
It ain't
and that's
about her.
I'll have them. Yep. I'll let them remember.
Tell them, Vet. This ain't about that woman sitting over there at the defense table. This is about
Oh, poor her. She can't walk anymore. Oh,
and
cry
this
me a
child.
tear.
Exactly that.
I'll make
and
her look at them babies the entire time.
Put it in front of her table.
I would already,
her
even if just sitting there,
Right.
I would have been contempt of court many times
I know you would have been too.
already. I would not be allowed back in.
Yeah. You and a lot of other people. Yeah, especially the way that attorney
Y'all
was.
know me. Y'all
Yeah,
know
I would have
me.
started slapping papers too. The way the attorney was, he was slapping the papers and slapping this bench and stuff like that. I would have just started. If I was a witness, I'd have been slapping it back. Like, I know you think this does something right here, slapping stuff, but it's not doing anything, dude. Make the judge scold me.
I'm probably gonna have to go in a few minutes. I'm probably gonna talk to Seth
Right
about his
on,
interview and stuff like that, and see what we can do. Yeah, it's gonna be a good interview. It was a good one. I talked to him.
Right.
It got real emotional. It got really emotional.
There it is, right there.
He showed his son grave, and it touched it. Yeah.
Right. Which I may save this for tomorrow. Well, actually, we got all weekend to do this, so I may in this stream tonight and not try to eat up all the airtime. I know Devil Dog's got something going on over there, so if everybody just wants to head on over to Devil Dog's channel and give him some support, I think I'm probably just going to go ahead and end the stream because I've been on here for multiple hours today. And then over the weekend, we'll finish watching the interview room. Seth Rogers on there and talk more about that. And maybe he can come up here on the panel and discuss his case, and we can help get this out there to a few folks.
I see, because that was when you research it and look at it. Remember what I was telling you before. I don't look at him as a crime. I look at him as a man, a father, a husband.
Right.
When he does that, when he watches that, and when I'm talking about you'll understand it. That's the man that I talk to.
Absolutely.
When you see it, you'll understand. That's the dude that I talk to every day. That one. Not what y'all, but when he shows the visual of his son and what happened to his son, that's the self that I talk to.
Right. And if anybody can, any of the mods that are listening, if you're still here, Angel Eyes, anybody like that can drop Devil Dog's link right here. I can share that and everybody can head that way. And God bless you, Army Vet. I seen you checked out. That's the way you do. But we appreciate you coming up on the panel and giving us some good conversation as always, sir. Salute. Now that I've seen how big and bad you are, I'm going to salute you every time I see you.
Love you, Army Vet. I missed him. Love you, Army Vet.
We do. He dips out. He's gone. He's like, that's classic Vet right there. So, anybody can drop the Devil Dog's link in the chat. That would be really cool. That's where everybody's heading over to show him. He's a former Marine himself. Show him some support. Not trying to be greedy with the airwaves and stuff. Stayed on late every night. So, I'm going to end it a little bit earlier tonight than 12 hours. But if anything does get on and popping, then I will definitely jump back on here and may come back on here tonight and do a little fun show without talking about true crime or anything. Just play some music and hang out with everybody. Seen Jaylene, she took the same route as Army Vet did. Just exit stage right.
They all left us. They just left us.
Yep, they're just like, "Man, I'm out of here." Hey, Misty, you want to hear Jaylene's song before you go?
Yes,
All right, let's see.
absolutely.
I mean, Christina Shock has shared a song. Let me just make sure
Oh, fine.
that I got
Fine.
the right song. All right. I love it when you come up here and hang with me. It's so
No,
cool,
it's
man.
fine.
So cool. Oh, I'm hearing feedback. Sorry, y'all, just looking right here. The name of the song is Influence, by the way, and I'm not under it. I'm not under the influence, I promise. I don't do drugs. I don't drink. I don't do nothing. I'm under the influence
Mine is
of
in the
you.
wrong place. Influence could mean many other things.
Right? It really can. Come to think about it, Misty, it can mean many other things. I could be high on YouTube right now, for that matter. Yeah,
I can't wait
I
to hear
mean,
the song.
right? Let's see if it. I don't think it downloaded, y'all. New recording. Da 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 da. Let me check it out one more again.
One more again.
One more again.
Yeah, we're in the South.
Oh, yeah. Called
Oh, and
Influence.
Bat Redowell made an awesome. I'm not gonna say what it was, but he made an awesome clip.
Oh, you know what it's saying? It's saying could not preview the file. There was a problem playing this video. Uh-oh. He's going to have to resend that to me, y'all.
Well, we can watch it next time.
Yeah, we're going to have to, I think. I don't think I'm going to be able to pull this off today. I'll give it one more angle and see if I can do this other one right here. Whoa, there's a lot happening. Damn. Oh, they want a lot of extensions and stuff. Yeah, I'm going to have to work on getting this one uploaded. So maybe tonight we can watch that. You still with me?
Okay, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I got to
Until
work on it.
next time. Until next time, my friend.
Sounds wonderful, my friend. Thank you so much. Much love. You know we love you. Everybody loves Misty
Love
Haynes.
you, Wayne. Love you, Wayne.
Love you very much.
You're
We'll
my
see you
favorite.
really, really soon. Oh, thank you. I can't believe that though. Here, everybody say, give a round of applause for Misty Haynes. Misty Haynes, everybody.
Love you,
One
Wayne.
more.
I'll see you next time.
See you next time, Misty.
All right,
Thank
bye.
you. All right, bye. Boom, I'm gonna kick you. Kick that guest out of there. All right, ladies and gentlemen, a little shorter today. It's a Friday, so we're going to get out of here early. I see there's a bunch of comments right here. I'm going to work on getting Christina's song video playing and get it playing. She said it's for everybody, so I'm sure we're all going to love it. Check in with me tonight if you turn that notification bell on. If people ask me to go live because they need a place to hang out, there's nothing else going on, I will definitely do that. Like I said, I ain't trying to eat up all the airtime. If we can get over to Devil Dogs, go over to Devil Dogs, if y'all, DD they call him, and watch his show for a little while. If you don't mind, give him a like. Tell him we investigate. Since you over. Hey, Brenda, are you still here? Brenda Walsh, any chance that you're here? I'll sing the song. I'm not going to sing it if you're not here, though. I'll be singing it for Angel Eyes. I don't think Angel Eyes is with us no more either. But I'm not going to sing it if nobody's going to listen. I sing to myself all the time. Just saying. All the time. Bad Ash, much love to you, my friend. Okay, Christina. Yeah, if you can send it in a different format, maybe it might work. Or otherwise, I can figure it out tonight. I'm just not so sure that I'll be able to figure it out while I'm on the live right here. But I will go in my email and I will figure out how to show it, and then I'll know how to share it. It just may take me a long time. I don't want to bore the audience to death. I value their time and everybody that's up here, but I also value this song, and I'm going to go figure it out 100%. And I appreciate you. Oh, there's an F word in the song. Well, maybe we'll do a short stream, and that way if it gets banned on a short stream, I won't lose quite as much. Drop it on my channel in a few days. I'm working on it now. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. Pretty little clues right here saying sub to Misty. Y'all please, let me see right quick. Maybe I can pull this off myself. So I can get Devil Dog's link up in here real quick, like before we go, because I'd like for everybody to go over there and give him a like, say hello, and tell him We Investigate sent everybody his way. If you don't mind, please. I know he has a show every day, one at 9 o'clock and one at 5 o'clock. So if we can get with that, that would be great. I'm going to drop that link right here, y'all. Sorry if I'm a little slow. Dun, 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 dun. Here we go. Young Wayne can do it. Going to drop this in the chat right now. We could have went over and we could have looked in on him too. There you go. Nice. So there's Devil Dog. Bad Ash is 3 subs away. You probably should go over there to Devil Dogs and call up on the panel, Bad Ash, like you do with me, and let him promote your channel right quick. I bet you get them 3 subs just like that right there. So just follow that link. Go over to Devil Dog. Tell him We Investigate sent me over there. He promotes your channel. You'll get 3 subs. You'll have 150, and you'll be smiling. That'd be a great way to start your weekend off. Yep, that's the way they say it, my daughter, Angel. That is definitely the way they say it. So I'm going to play my song from Rammer Gemma. Take one more quick look at the email. Dun, 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 dun. She sent it one more time. There's the attachment. There's the download. Uh-oh. We might get to play it anyway, y'all. We're going to find out real quick because we don't mind premiering it here with just 9 of us. It's okay because we can always play it again later too. I just want to get it downloaded. That way I'll have it in the queue, if you know what I mean. Don't understand why it is not coming, y'all. Let's look somewhere else right here. Aha! Open. It is trying to upload, and we'll see if it's going to allow it to upload here on StreamYard. If not, I'll have to play it outside of StreamYard. Yeah, there was an error, so I'm going to work on that one, Christina. Sorry. I will work on it. Let's go out with the red and black attack, though, but I will work on it and probably going to play it tonight, no matter where I'm at. Ooh, I'm all up on that TV, huh? Just make me smaller, y'all.
Starts to run, he chases the truth, gets the job done. Old court notes, cold phone calls, crosstown rumors, broken walls. One clue, one step, one locked door. He keeps digging walls to core. Hands on the wheel, eyes on the trail. Every lie he cuts, every cold detail. We investigate. We take the case. Never lose a taste. What's that coming down the line? It's the mean machine in red and black. Go down. Bring the truth back. Go down. Go down. Wayne in the booth with a heart and grin. Georgia on his chest. Let the hunt begin. Bleeds that red and black. When the suspects talk, he talks back. A timeline breaks, a witness folds, paper cuts, secret stories sold. He wants the facts. clue, say the name. We investigate, we take the case, never lose a chase. What's that coming down the line? It's the mean machine in red and black. Go dogs, bring the truth back.
Sick on dogs.
He pulls the truth out of the shadows. No cheap talk, no empty heat, just the evidence and the heart.
Nice. Thank you, Angel. Drop him a comment too and let him know. Thank you. Me too, badass.
Bring the truth back.
Excuse me. Got to get over here and stop this or y'all going to get more of it. So, with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, the last thing I would like to say is, Badass, thank you so much for the Cash App today. Truly appreciate that. You're my very first one, by the way. Yay. I'll always remember that. My very first one. And kind of helps just pitch in, pay the power bill a little bit, you know, pay for the StreamYard and that kind of thing. So, any little bit helps, especially when you're not monetized yet. So thank you so much. I appreciate it. Going forward, everything will go to the channel. Well, you know what I'm saying. But yeah, it helps. Every little bit helps, y'all. It goes a long way. So thank you so much, especially in this day and age. And I'm her first too. So boom, how about that? The left hand washes the right hand and they both come clean. Y'all don't never forget that. I always love people. Do good to folks. You'll have better results. I promise you that. All right. With that being said, we are going to jump off the air. We're going to go say hello to Devil Dog. And we're going to get something to eat. So we're going to end the stream with a nice little outro. I need a longer outro too, by the way. I'll have one soon, guys. Thank you for being here.